One small step for a man, one giant leap.
Hold the jokes, team. We got a lot of work to do here.
G'day mate and welcome to the Crust with me, Jitty. Now, the Crust is a brand new automation factory game that's coming out in just a couple of days, and I had a chance to play this in a very early demo version, and then I had another chance that I can tell you about now, because I had to sign an NDA at the time, to play it in the pre-alpha version, and then I've had a chance to look at it, well, a couple of times since then. Thank you to the devs that have given me early access to share it with you guys, because it pops out in a couple of days. Now, The Crust is a factory game with a couple of small differences. One, we're based on the moon in the year 2080. Two, it's decision-based, much like, well, Ixion Frostpunk is another one that a lot of people are familiar with, where we need to make decisions throughout the storyline, which is what I want to get into. It's a factory game with a campaign, so we're going to hit new game. I'm going to do the tutorial, mainly because the tutorial sets a lot of the background story. Also, there's some interesting voice dialogue in there. I should mention that not all the voice dialogue is voiced by humans yet, but I have been chatting to the devs, and they're getting there. They're getting there, replacing the voice actors one by one.
HB11 capsule is delivered to the launch pad. Ready for ascent. Over. Copy that. Start the launch procedure.
Platform 1 is ready for launch. Over.
Launch control. Initiating countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Elevated to Hope Station 1. Capsule HB11 has begun its ascent. Stand by to receive. Over.
Hope 1 to elevator, ready for receiving. Over.
Destination Moon, base MT4. Docking gateway provision priority. Highest. Coast crossing route. Always in favor of HB11. Priority launch and landing has been approved by Crust.
Alpha team, get ready to head back home. Over. Watch yourself out there. Lunar night is coming. Stand by, Alpha team. We've got visitors.
Mayor Tranquilitatis Logistics to incoming transition. Please state your intentions. Over.
Alice to MT Logistics. We have received clearance and hold a signed contract with Mr. Halloway for our mining operations in this designated sector. We're here to commence our activities as scheduled. Over.
MT Logistics to Alice. We weren't informed of your early arrival. We've just finished building the elevator for your drones to access the underground facilities. At the moment, all the electricity is being used to charge the batteries as we prepare for night. We can't route power to the elevator right now. I suggest you keep your mining buddies in orbit for the next 2 weeks while we wait for the sun to come up, sweetheart.
Rude much?
We made it here right on schedule, but waiting for the next morning on the moon, a whole 2 weeks of downtime, is utterly unacceptable. This could jeopardize our entire mining contract. We need a better plan. And the name's Alice, not sweetheart.
Exactly.
Good afternoon, Director. This is Alice, your Vice President. We have a bit of a situation here, but I'm already on it. First, let's test our connection. Give this dialog box a click if you're hearing me loud and clear, then we can proceed. Connection solid. That's a start. Give me a few minutes to secure our landing clearance. Feel free to soak in the sights while you wait. I'm sure you have a great view of the moon from your orbital station. So, Robert, do we have a deal?
Let me be clear. A 2-week power outage equals job loss and a costly lawsuit for me. I don't care who you are, get Halloway on this. But no power for you and your toys until sunrise. We just don't have extra electricity right now.
Look, Robert, you and I got off on the wrong foot. Our drones were originally designed for autonomous construction and repair, and we've brought the necessary resources. Grant us landing permission, and we'll handle the power situation ourselves. This benefits both of us. More solar panels for you, and we could land our toys and get going. They also can handle the repairs. So, should I update Mr. Holloway on our successful collaboration?
All right, Alice. You have permission to land. Make sure your fancy drones don't break anything. Over and out.
Director, it's your call. Permission to land has been granted. Show this Bob the Builder that we can fix this.
Objective achieved.
Okay,
Choose
so
a place
we
to
need
land
to
the pods
drop
near
in
the
our
elevator.
pods.
To do this, click on the notification on the left side of the screen and select an appropriate location.
And
Director, your
in they
primary
come.
responsibility is to ensure resource extraction and processing at our logistics hub on the Sea of Tranquility. Currently, it depends on external supplies. If you can address this issue, even partially, rest assured, we'll secure long-term contracts for you in the years to come. I personally vouched for your mission to the board. I'd hate to send you home with nothing. Better help me convince these old-timers that you are a promising team, and your work is the future.
Absolutely, Mr. Holloway. Both the director and I are immensely grateful to you. Our focus is on establishing a long-term partnership, and we'll do our utmost to make it a reality. You can count on us. To get started, select the required modules on the construction panel and place their holograms on the moon's surface. Director, place the holograms of solar panels on the highlighted sites. Our drones will pick up necessary resources and begin construction.
Eventually I'll be able to talk. Alright, so we get to throw down some batteries, we get to throw down some solar panels, that's going to be our next quest. We also get to hook them into the power network. Wires, please. Okay. I actually have to wait for you to be built. Okay, fine. We'll wait for you to be built. Alright, so we need to build some solar panels, build some batteries, and plug everything in, and that means I can speed up the game a little bit, but we're still tutorial in. So, although we have many pretty graphics, and look, don't get me wrong, the devs have done, whoops. Can I pause? Can I rotate around this way? Because this is the direction the solar panel actually opens in. The devs have done a wonderful job with just the animations and the graphics of this game. Yeah, this is one of those games where you're probably going to spend some time just staring at it every now and then. Okay, can I hook up power, please? Power from there to there. No, I haven't been allowed to do power yet. Okay. All right, so we're going to build 4 solar panels to have a little bit more power because, of course, we're on the moon. So we get 14 days of sun and 14 days of night.
Built them. Not a bad start at all. Alice, can you hear me? Your drones did a good job. Faster than I expected. All the energy from these panels will go to you. But if you want to work at night, you need to take care of saving it now. For this, you're going to need some batteries.
Well, thank you for your unwavering faith in our abilities, Robert. And I hope we've convinced you that we know what we're doing. And now our suddenly efficient drones will be busy building batteries. Director, he's absolutely right. A night on the moon is almost 14 and a half Earth days without the sun, and we do need batteries. Build 4 of them next to the solar panels.
Boom. Okay. Also need to build a charging station. That's going to be very important to recharge our little drones, which is under power. Can I get a charging station? And can I just throw you... actually, here. Oh, oops. Cancel. Can I put the charging station where the game wants me to put the charging station? Yeah, probably shouldn't break the tutorial just yet. Alright, so once we have a charging station for our little drones so they can recharge themselves, we should be good to then hook up power to the grid from everything we've built.
Well, your drones really know how to build. Now use the wiring tool and connect the solar panels and batteries. Next, you just need to power up the elevator and you'll gain access to the underground level.
Oh, I ruined what he was talking about. Okay, connect to there, connect to there, connect to there, and connect to there, and also connect... fine. Build a power pole and then connect to there. We can see that some items have a limited amount of power, well, power connections, and other items don't, and this is our overall power at the top. How much charge is in the batteries, how long it's going to last for. At the moment it lasts for plus, which seems like a very long time. That's our total power income. And connect the elevator. Done.
Objective achieved.
Okay. Water, oxygen. We've got a few stats we need to go through. All
Now
right,
that
so then we need to
everything
go
is up and
underground.
running, let's get down to business. Switch to the underground level by pressing tab.
Yep, done that.
Great. To start mining, build the drone configuration module. The elevator transfers power from the surface to the underground level. No need to worry about that.
All right, and then our little friends will come down here and they'll build this lovely building, which will let us retrofit our bots from hauling bots to mining bots, which is going to be very important because we're going to be doing some digging on the moon.
Now wire it to the elevator to power the module.
Pardon my curiosity, but how are you going to extract lunar regolith with cargo robots? I'm far from a robotics expert, of course, but it seems like we have more questions than answers at this point.
That's an excellent question, Robert, and I'd be delighted to answer it. However, I need to wrap up some things first. The drone reconfiguration module allows up to 5 drones to be converted into mining drones and vice versa.
Yep, vice versa. Okay. Okie
Now let's
dokie.
have the drones excavate an area measured. To order the drones to start the evacuation, you need to use the highlighting tool and mark areas for digging. The mining drones will do the rest. Robert, to answer your question, our company has been providing repair and maintenance services for robotics and mining equipment for over 10 years. We were involved in the development and maintenance of technology for lunar mining along with the first industrial expeditions to the moon, even before the construction of the space elevator and the full-scale development of the moon by mankind. And I'm pleased to inform you, Robert, that by pooling our vast experience, we have been able to develop and implement multifunctional drone technology that can be re-equipped for a variety of tasks. Did I answer your question in enough detail, or should I send you a set of materials for review? I can throw in a set of coloring books especially for you, so you can quietly
coloring
make your
books?
downtime in the workplace more enjoyable.
All right, Alice, I get the hint. You do your job and I'll mind my own business.
Great idea,
By the
Robert.
way, I'll grab a few coloring books as souvenirs for the kids. I'll be heading home in about 2 weeks.
Objective achieved.
I like Alice.
Director, I understand that I can be difficult at times, but your Alice is quite remarkable. She reminds me of my ex-wife.
We're all still on the same channel, Robert.
So, what's up with those coloring books?
I'll send them to your wife along with some flowers. She's not likely to get them from her husband.
I like Alice. Okay, so that finishes off our tutorial. We've gone through the basics, we understand sort of what we're doing, and now we need to jump into the campaign. The campaign is where things really kick off.
Wait. We're getting distress signals from everywhere. Director.
Oops.
This is an emergency broadcast. We have detected an imminent asteroid collision with the moon's surface. We are currently assessing the extent of the damage and the number of casualties. At this moment, our teams are working tirelessly to restore communication with lunar outposts. For those still on the moon, be aware that we are mobilizing all available resources to assist you. Conserve your energy and ration your supplies until further notice. Additional information will be provided as the situation unfolds. Stay tuned for updates. Over and out.
So it looks like everything went to
Crust
plan.
declared a state of emergency of the first degree. Commercial shipments and cargo landings are prohibited. All complexes, resources, and facilities on the moon are now under Crust control. All remaining facilities should switch to emergency frequency and report their status. Conserve energy and resources, and await further instructions.
What's happening? Director, can you hear me? We're receiving reports that a meteorite collided with the moon and the state of emergency has been declared. Director, confirm you're on the line right now. You could have done it more quickly and spared me the worry. Director, there's still no signal from the personnel of the base. I'll try again, but my hope is dwindling. Robert, come in. Robert, do you copy? Robert, damn it, come in. There appear to be no survivors. I'm glad you were on the orbital station when the collision happened. I suggest you stay there as long as possible. We should try to hold out until logistics with Earth are restored. Start with electricity. We still have resources and functional drones. That should be enough for a few solar panels and batteries.
Judging by the seismic activity, the meteorite impact occurred on the far side of the moon. We're lucky it happened so far away from our mission. But the strength of the blast wave raises a lot of questions.
Is that all the head of the research department can say? Somewhere far away there was an explosion and we don't know the cause?
Because scientists are working with proven facts, not speculating on fragmentary evidence. Much more data would be needed to reach the conclusions.
We have electricity, but our resource reserves are almost depleted. We need to restore production as soon as possible. Let's start with repairing the elevator to gain access to the underground level. Then build a charging station for the drones. Make sure that elevator and charging station are connected to the power network.
Objective achieved.
I think I'm skipping through some dialogue because I'm building things too quickly, but we'll find out. All right. So you're now powered, which means I need to you what?
Director, we're getting word of supply shortages from almost everywhere on Earth. The explosion cut off most of the supply channels from the moon. Millions of people are in need of resources, and we can satisfy that demand. Supplies used to run through the contract system, but it came to a complete halt after the explosion. We might be able to fix that.
Got it.
The explosion destroyed everything on the surface, but there may still be mining modules underground. We need to go down and see what we have left.
Objective achieved.
Director, we need to reconnect the power supply to the underground level. Connect the elevator and electrical pole with wires so we can see the scale of the damages. That's better. I see that we have a module to produce smart concrete, but we have an urgent need to resume production of steel and silicone. Director, I have an idea. First, convert 5 drones into miners, and we'll proceed.
The drone reconfiguration module allows...
We have smelting furnaces, but to start producing any resource, the relevant oxides are always needed. We will now mine them with the mining drones. Director, we have access to iron and silicone veins. Assign drones to mine the resources from the veins to supply the processing modules with raw materials.
Okay, now I'm going to be quiet for a little while.
You can now watch mining drones extract the oxides, and working drones deliver them to the smelting furnace.
I was close. I was so close that I was going to be quiet.
Enter excavation mode and assign mining drones to...
Okay, so this is silicon... This is silicon deposit. As you can see, it is 46.6% silicon. But there are other ores in here, and the ores are finite. So we have 4% of it's going to be iron, 4% is going to be titanium, a little bit of aluminium, a touch of water. And what happens to our mining drones? Well, they just dump piles of resources on the ground and then go back to mining. They are aiming to get the silicon, but they're not going to exclusively get silicon. Over here we have the same for iron, and... well, that is a piece of iron and a piece of blue stuff. Blue stuff is aluminium oxide. So there's some aluminium oxide just going to sit here on the ground until we find a use for it, which will happen after we probably mine a whole lot more resources. Now, we haven't got into belts or production or a whole lot of things first, or yet, because I have a quest where I need to produce some steel, which is iron oxide in, steel out. Nice, simple, very, very easy. The machine's running 100% efficiency, but the average is very low because I'm not feeding it fast enough. Same with this one, efficiency 100%, but I'm not feeding it fast enough, which is a problem. Yep, and power is last 4 plus. That doesn't really tell me. Okay, and I don't have water or oxygen, but that's okay because I don't have workers yet. We just have robots. We do get humans in the future, but one step at a time. Okay, so power, we are recharging the batteries. I don't think I want more batteries yet. Or more solar panels yet. And is that undiggable? that is undiggable. I have no idea what that is. Basalt? Basalt. Okay. Can we dig out this area generally? Alright, so we're currently producing two things. We're producing steel from iron ore. We're also producing silicon from silicon oxide. And we're actually producing, well, smart concrete. I believe it's just regolith compressed really hard. 10 regolith into 2 bricks. Takes 1 minute to do. And you do have a bucket feeding you, and the bucket holds 4,000. So the storages in here are quite large. Now, we are going to get upgrades for different machines. We also can get into, you know, can you pick up, can you drop off? Lots of different settings, lots of advanced logistics, which is one of the things that really interests me about this game. But at the moment, I need to get more silicon. So can I go into mining? We're going to cut one guy off that. I'm going to put one guy on that. Cool. All right, so that should get the mining happening a little bit faster. And I do want to make sure that we're constantly clearing out to give us more room to either build or more room to, find new resources. All right, so we're waiting on 2 silicon, which is 9 to 3. Okay. And that should be our last one.
Director,
yeah.
You can never have too much smart concrete, so it's worth spending time to produce it. For this purpose, we have a pressing module, which may not be the most efficient way, but it's good enough to start with. The pressing module requires only regolith, which is a type of lunar dirt plentiful here. Assign mining drones to the evacuation so that we have the resources we need. Free drones will deliver the regolith to production themselves.
Director, here's the latest news regarding contracts. To resume shipments to Earth, we'll need to restore communication and significantly expand production. If we manage this in the near term, I'll negotiate an extremely lucrative contract with the aerospace company FASM. They've lost their supplier and are willing to pay generously for an urgent order. I'm still looking into the matter, but be prepared to devote all resources to this effort if you want to maximize the benefits. I'll return as soon as new information becomes available.
Now, as we can see, the English is currently missing for his name. I can't remember what his name is. I want to say Vince, I want to say. It was there yesterday. There's been a patch overnight. Obviously, a bug crept into the game code with the patch overnight. But, yeah, this is where we get into our first choice. No, we need to complete our current mission. Then we get a choice. Okay, can I plug power to there, power to there, and power to there, and then power to there, and then can I do that? No, they just hooked that one directly to there. Well, that's not what I wanted. Okay, power to there, power to there, power to there, and power to there. Okay, all right, we're gonna put in some more batteries and some more solar panels. This is our day-night cycle. It's very long because it's a long night here on the moon. Yep. I can scroll the moon. Yep. We can scroll the moon. Then we're going to go out and visit different parts of the moon in the future. That's a little Earth over there, and that's a sun all the way over there. But yeah, it's going to be a little while before we start visiting other places on the moon. So the batteries are probably not going to help us right at the moment, and I'm short on silicon. Okay. Whoops, wrong button. I might cancel those.
Well, that's a start. There should be enough smart concrete for the first time.
Okay, next mission, please. We don't have enough steel.
Director,
okay.
we have a message
Power's
on the
going
emergency
negative.
channel. I'll put it on the screen.
Yes, please.
Attention. This is Arthur Moore, commander of the Hope 2 orbital station. The station has sustained severe damage from multiple collisions. We have lost key control modules. A hard moon landing will occur in the coming weeks. Request assistance from anyone who hears this message. All crew members are ordered to take shelter in Block 4. I repeat.
This is bad. This is bad. That's the space station that's in orbit. It's also bad because Alice mentioned earlier that I'm so glad you stayed in orbit. Therefore, you know, you didn't get killed when the whole asteroid hit the moon thing. So I'm probably on Hope 2.
The debris from the meteorite impact must have gotten Hope 2. I'm already contacting Crust to report it.
Director, my name is Clyde Draper, and I lead the Crust search and rescue operation. We are aware of the situation with Hope 2, and are already developing an evacuation plan. There's still a chance to restore resource mining and production at your facility, and it's in our mutual interest for you to assist us. We need a place to accommodate the rescued crew, and your base is the most suitable candidate for this. Crust will provide you with the necessary equipment and scientific resources to carry out the assigned tasks.
Crust seems to be whoever's in charge of the moon. I know, it's a weird thing, but we're in the year 2080. Who knows?
With all due respect, Director, I do not share your doubts. People are in danger, and if it's in our power to help them, we must do so.
With all due respect, Alice,
Ledger.
Altruism has clouded your judgment. Crust is clearly asking for grant aid that we cannot afford right now. I suggest we focus on restoring production and resuming shipments to Earth, where resources are urgently needed right now. Also, I've negotiated a prepayment with FASM. We can use their funds if we start reestablishing the contract system now.
But all you care about is profit. If that's the case, think of the technology Crust will provide. It's worth as much as our base in its current state.
Do we pay a fair price for their technology? Don't forget, Director, by accepting Crust's offer, we will allow them to decide how our base is developed. We'll have to focus on the construction of the living quarters and postpone the expansion of high-tech manufacturing and investigation of the meteorite case.
Crust is going to accommodate the surviving Hope 2 crew members at your base in exchange for equipment and technologies for us to carry out a rescue mission. If you accept Crust's offer, you will lose access to the FASM contract, for which the corporation is willing to pay up front.
So, this is where we get to our first choice. I can either choose to accept the crew at my base, which is still a work in progress, or I can play at normal difficulty, where I'll get 100,000 credits. Now, credits are important. So far, the only thing we've spent them on is hooking up power poles. Power poles cost credits. A few other things cost credits, but we won't get to those just yet. And this also gives us access to the contract system, so I can start shipping back some of the, smart concrete, etc., that I'm making here on, the moon, and start making a profit. Also, I can potentially buy other resources that we're going to need in the future. But I like going in for choices, so we're going to choose to go with, let's have the people. Yeah, now this is going to give me 60, 60, and 60. Those three 60s are research,
Choice.
which I need to start using.
Contact with the station, assist the commander with the evacuation, and then transport the team to your base. You should have living quarters suitable for sustaining life by then. Begin preparations for the construction of the living quarters immediately. It is a complex and resource-intensive structure, so maximize and optimize production so you're ready when survivors arrive. In summary, your main tasks are: contact the station and ensure the transport of the crew to your base. Construct a residential facility with life support systems. We will send a research plan and transportation for search and rescue operations shortly.
The voiceover, it's still getting there. It's still getting there. Being voice acted bit by bit.
Now our base is just a couple of mining and processing modules. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to save the crew, but it'll be almost impossible in such a short amount of time.
Research.
We definitely can't do it alone. I will send a request to colleagues and inform you when new information becomes available.
Indeed, the timing's not ideal. However, we still have the ability to break down the task and move towards our goal with small steps.
Very small steps.
First, we need to ramp up production. Living quarters will require a lot of resources. We have smelting furnaces, but we need extractors and refineries to extract oxides from mined regolith.
Alright, so we need to research...
Crust has handed us the research plan, and we're ready to begin. Research underground mining and place 2 extractors on the iron and silicon veins.
Okay, can I talk about research without you interrupting? Alright, so we have 3 research trees. We have the fundamental, we have the engineering, we have the social. Engineering, we looked at these. These are orange research. We get 100 orange every day. No. We get 100 research every day for the next 400 days. Cool. And we need to choose a way to spend that. Extract the from the regolith. Let's go with that one next. All right. Then we have fundamental research. Fundamental is blue research, which is going to give us and orange research. It's mainly the blue tree. Okay. And then we have the social tree. The social tree is the green tree. And the way research works is it dumps all the research points into the first item. Now, if the first item is like 2 bits of research, so it's where was it? This one. If we're doing blue and orange, when the blue is finished on this piece of research, but the orange isn't done, then obviously we don't get the research. I could put this in the queue, and we could complete the orange research after we've done the other orange items, and then do the blue research when we have the blue research. But the research points just come, and if you don't spend them, you don't get to save them. They come and gone. I really want automatic repair. Also want drone upgrades, and I want medium solar panels. What do we have over here? Living quarters, that seems important. Ice processing, license for tender system. And here we're doing belts. We're doing belts. We're then doing prospecting. Then we're going to do. So we're going to do the ore detector, then the regolith refinery, and then I'll throw that in there as well because it's something. All right. So build extractors. So we need to jump in here. We need to go to mining, and I want to put in a regolith extractor. Now, my catch is when I build this on the resources, they stop producing resources. So cells overlapping. 8 out of 9. 9 out of 9. Much better. Okay. Can I drop you here? All right. And I'm also going to need to bring...
Don't forget that extractors need electricity. Hold down shift to build a chain of utility poles.
Power. Cool. All right. So that should get up and running. Now, whilst you're being built, I don't actually have access to any more steel, which is a possible problem. Also, you can use components and microcircuits, and I don't really have any of those. We have plenty of brick. We have plenty of steel. So there's nothing stopping me, I guess, just building both of them at once. 9 out of 9. Okay, that's what I want. All right, and can I power you up? And can I remove some of those guys for just a minute? Okay, can I go? No, you're at 404. Okay, so we're gonna grab power off here.
Research complete.
Done. Okay. Okay, and that was research. What was the research? It was belts. Okay, with belts, the other things that cost credits. I remember now. Okay, that's definitely put my power into the red. Okay, you're now producing a bit of everything. Yeah. So you're producing regolith. Thought you were meant to be producing iron. Produces resources. Okay. Connect the extractors with the network. We've done that. Oh, you guys are finding the iron. No, you are just pulling out regolith. Did I build the wrong type of mine? Regolith extractor. No.
Objective achieved.
You see in the data that the extractors have started mining. Now, finish the research and build 2 regolith refineries for producing iron and silicon, respectively.
Finish the research. Research and build a regolith refinery, which is this one. Okay. All right. So, we're doing that, then that. That's 3 days away. Okay. Can I do cancel that, cancel that, cancel that, add that back in the queue. It does maintain what research you've done, and I don't have blue research yet, so we'll just throw that back on the end of the queue. All right, so it now currently means you are just making regolith. The regolith is mostly iron, but I need to have the single regolith refinery, which will then split the regolith that's being spat out back into its core components. Yep. So I sort of need those, preferably yesterday. Yeah, I didn't really want to build these yet. How long's the research? 0.8 days. Okay, so it'll be done shortly. Alright, meanwhile, can I bump these guys back up? And can we go back to mining? Can we just clear out all this area? Yeah. Alright. And actually, can I also clear this corner? Probably should have cleared that first. Can I use the eraser, please? And remove that.
Research complete.
Hey, research complete. Okay, can I do building?
Place the regolith refineries similarly to optimize future production.
You guys want it down there? Okay, fine. Can we put you? You have a belt in the side, belt in the side, belt out the side. Okay, so can I put you there and T to flip, and we'll put you here. Okay, cool. And then power, plug you in, and plug you in. Okay, that's done. Yeah, I've done that. Cool. Alright, so...
A single regolith refinery extracts the necessary oxides from the regolith by thermal treatment. The process leaves slag that can also be used in production.
Okay, and then continue my conveyor belt to here and then to there. Hello? Connect. That's not what I wanted. Alright, remove. Okay, can I... conveyor belts. There to there. Okay, so that's going to bring resources in. Build all. Alright, so you should pump out my regolith. It should pop down here. You need to do a recipe. You're going to be doing iron oxide. So that is...
The single regolith refinery is a mono-refinery that can only produce one type of oxide at a time. Be sure to select the recipes for iron and silicon oxide to start production.
Okay, you done?
Objective achieved.
I'm sure I took.
Director, a conveyor belt will speed up production and eliminate the need for drones in resource delivery. I advise you to keep an eye on this technology.
You heard him, Director. Now we have a steel production chain, but we can increase its efficiency by connecting the modules with conveyor belts. It will reduce the load for drones and speed up production. Exactly what we need right now.
Production. Okay, production. Production. Okay. Can I go to there, and then in there? Nope, that's wrong. That's even more wrong. Okay. I'll get used to hotkeys eventually. Okay, can I remove that, and that? Alright, can I do that again? Okay. Belts. From there. Okay, alright. Build all belts.
Director, we managed to dispatch the research rover scout. It's essential for your next mission. Examine the satellite repeater and make contact with the Hope 2 crew. Mr. Ratchet will help you sort out the controls. You're free to use data that will help with the mission. Some of it will expedite the research. Professor Wilfrey knows what to do with it. However, remember that all ship logs, crew records, and other materials related to the incident are the property of Crust. Your company has no authority to examine this information.
Corporate cover-up already! Okay. Alright,
Ratchet, have you heard the news? Crust put you in charge of the new toy. We don't have much time to contact the crew, so helping the director get the rover to the repeater is your top priority.
Not only did we lose almost all of our equipment, but we also turned out to be the last hope for Crust and the Hope Station. Anyway, Director, we're in a hurry. Land the cargo pod with the rover and we'll proceed.
Okay, as I was trying to say, alright, our next mission is to land the rover. Land the rover and then we get to start exploring the world map. We have our belts in, we have our automation. I don't have a lot of power. We're also coming to sunrise, which is good because I'm going to have to build more solar panels, more batteries, more all sorts of things. Our biggest limitation is currently that batteries only have a max output. So they can charge at a rate of 50, but they can only discharge at a rate of 10. And therefore, I'm short. I'm short on a lot of power. So we need to cover that in the next episode. But for right now, with the bots mostly idle and research continuing, let's pause the game. Okay. Pause the game rather than letting it continue. With all that said and done, I'm going to leave this episode here. We're going to be back tomorrow with another episode because I'm very, very interested in how the Crust goes. Like I said, I've been looking forward to this game for quite some time, and I'm really glad that it's coming out in early access. So, yes, with all that said and done, I do hope you guys enjoyed this first video. Leave me a comment down below. Do you want to see more? And I will see you guys in, well, the very next video. All right, bye. G'day, mate, and welcome back to the Crust with me, G. Wonderful little, evil space mining robots. Today we need to continue where we left off. We left off with a very, very basic little base down in, well, underneath the surface of the moon. We also have a very, very simple base up here on the surface of the moon with, oh, wrong button, that button. With not a lot happening out on the moon yet, but today that's all going to change. That's all going to change because we have the ability to land a cargo pod. That cargo pod has our rover, which means I can go out to the world map and I can start doing a couple of things. So that means I want to ask a very important question. A very important question I like asking at the start of every video, and that is, well, can I borrow a like? I just like to borrow a like. I like to borrow a like early in the video. If you're not happy with the video, you didn't enjoy the video, well, it's entirely up to you. By all means, you can have your like back. So with that out of the way, let's get into well, landing our cargo pod. We're going to drop our cargo pod right here because, well, anywhere's as good as somewhere else. And hello, cargo pod. Yeah, too much scroll. And that gives us our little rover. Now, our little rover is going to be very, very dangerous because we can now go out and explore things on the world map.
Objective achieved.
Okay.
Horizon
And I guess talk to Ratchet.
Almost everything has been modified. Only the hull is original. There's serious hardware there. Even Crust doesn't have much like it. Send it off base and see what we can find with it.
So, we need to send it off base, and that means I can either click this button or I can tell him to move over there with just a right click. That's my only option. And that is... oh, that's the flag for here. Okay, we're just going to say leave the base, please. Now, of course, it's nighttime, but that's not... oh, good. Yeah, okay. It's fine. All right, of course, it's nighttime, which means it's dark, which means you're not going to get a lot of solar power, but it's a start. All right. So, down here, in here, I need to do a few things. First thing I need to do is I need to remove this belt, this belt, and that belt, because I put slag on that belt, and slag does not turn into, well, smart concrete. It will in the future, but not right now. The other thing I want to do is I want to copy and paste a few buildings and rearrange a few things, because we're belting stuff halfway across the map, which is fine, except I don't need to. So I would like to put you, well, here. So we're going to come in here, we're going to salvage that. I am going to get some refund, not a good refund, but some refund is better than no refund. And can I flip you? I'm going to put you there. And then can I put a belt from there to there, and power from there to there. Wasting size points. No! Okay.
Attention. This is First Vice President Alice Vance speaking. We have received equipment and coordinates and are beginning a rescue operation as per Crust directive. Our mission, to safely evacuate the crew of Hope 2 and get them back to base in one piece. By this time, habitable living quarters must be completed.
Gotta have those habitable living quarters. All right. Can I just talk about research for 1 second?
Director,
nope.
You need to send a rover to the repeater and contact the station crew. Professor Wilfrey, please request Crust life support technology. Ratchet, we're going to need a cargo truck for crew transport. Take care of it for us. Personnel on Earth to proceed under new directives issued by your immediate supervisor. Over and out.
Gosh, she sounds bossy. Very bossy. Less sassy, more bossy. All right, pause. I want to start a components factory research, okay? Because I now have, well, 100 points from Crust research, plus I have an extra 65 from the rover for our engineering science, and another 63 from the fundamental science, the blue tree. Now, the blue tree, there's a few things in here I want to get, but for right now, I want to have components factory so we can start making components. That is both the orange and the blue. I also want the rolling mill, so we're going to add that on the list as well.
We cannot rely solely on Crust to deliver all the equipment. We need to prepare ourselves. We need a cargo truck to deliver the crew, and we need it now. Ratchet, any ideas?
The good news is I've turned off the button, so now I have to click so they can talk again, and I'm not going to click for half a second. So what's going to happen is you're going to chew up our orange research, then you'll chew up our blue research, and then, well, you're going to chew up our blue research. Once this orange is finished, it'll move on to this one, and then once this one's finished, it's move on to this one. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the arrow button to put this at the top of the list, because I want that one to happen first. We're just going to use both orange and blue, and we can come back to this one eventually. Okay. All right, with that done, yeah, I know you don't have a recipe set. I was in the middle of things when they... Okay. All right, I'm going to have you make silicon oxide. I am then going to salvage all of that. You have nothing to process. Can I remove you? And can I copy? No? Okay, I can't copy. All right, can I put a... not mining, a production, a smelting furnace here. I'd like it if I had less kinks in this design, but it is what it is. Can I bring that out and then bring it... Oh. Nope, cancel. You're back to front. Okay, try that again. Can I get a production? Can I get a smelting furnace? Can I rotate you around? And then we're going to go... Actually, we're going to put you here around the power pole. And then can I get belts? That's not what I wanted. Thank you. All right, try again. Belts from this port to that port. This port to that port. Yes. Okay. Build all. And then, whilst we're at it, I also want to automate some things for the robots. So can I get a storage? Can I get a single resource storage? I'm going to put you right here. And I'm going to copy belts and run a belt from there to there. Okay, build all. Just need a power pole. You have a power connection now. You are going to be doing our silicon recipe. You're going to be doing our silicon recipe, and you are going to be storing silicon. Okay, that is all automated now. I am really happy, and it also means you have nothing fit to process. You do have some stuff you could possibly process. Can I have 4 silicon oxides? So no, you don't have anything you process either. We're going to remove that, and we're going to remove those belts. Okay, cool. All right, we can now resume the game and find out if Ratchet has an idea.
Metal. It's a Pathfinder 3B, an outdated model, but it has increased maneuverability and payload capacity. Just what we need.
Okay. So I need to repair this, but I'm going to need 2 components and 45 steel. How much steel do I have? 20. So it's possible, but also it's daytime. So can I not put one? Actually, can I just extend this out? Another 4. Another 4. Another 4. Another 4. And can I top that up entirely? All right. So back downstairs. Module needs repairs, which is that, which we know about. All right, so they're going to rearrange all that for me, which is definitely going to free up some space. One thing that we did get access to that we haven't built yet is the ore detector. I really want to get an ore detector up and running, and I want to start scanning around the place, hopefully finding some goodies. So can I throw you here? And we're going to hook you into the power network, and meanwhile the bots are going to just rearrange a few things. Okay, all right, can I close that a little bit? I like you that far open. All right, you are making our smart concrete. Same story. I would like to copy a storage, and I want to put a storage. Let's go with here, because your belt is slightly offset. And can I build all? And can I select resources? Smart concrete. So that's going to get stored there. I also want to rearrange this production line as well, but we will take a minute to do that. And I also need to set up an expedition. I want to select a transport. I want to send the scout rover over there and have him start wandering across. Now, scout rover is is wandering around the map, and he is getting us 69 science, nice, and another 84 science. Now, if he hangs around for too long, the science numbers go down. He can scan the area. Oh, we should scan the area. Locate hidden objects. Anything good around here? No. So as this scan circle goes around, if there's something you should go investigate, these lines are longer in the direction you should be wandering, which they are not. So go investigate that for me. All right. So with that happening and that happening, you don't have a belt. Build all. Okay. So you now have a belt. You can now process silicon. I do want to drone settings. Can I turn that on? So the 5 silicon oxide, 6 silicon oxide, whatever we have on the ground, they can deliver. You require some resources. I'm going to up the priority on you. So hopefully we can get your items delivered rather than them going and delivering all this. I want this done, don't get me wrong, but I also want to have everything downstairs done as well. And somebody said, no, that failed. Okay, somebody, I missed the comment section. I missed who said the comment. Somebody said if you had control. Does that connect? No, that definitely is not connecting through multiple nodes. Okay. I know if I hit shift and click on each one of them, that'll let me connect multiple at a time. I do really wish I could just drag through them and they just connect to all of them. But we are in technically we're still in a day or two from early access. So I guess I can't complain yet. All right, so back downstairs. I need this built and I need, you are being built, and you'll hold 500. That's the big thing. You'll have 500 concrete, whereas a normal smelter or the concrete machine only holds like 30. So it's a massive difference. Can I get you built as a priority as well? And can I also priority change? Can I Alt, Control, Shift? Yeah, I want all this low priority. I really wish I could drag low priority across everything. Like, you guys can get to this jobs, but I'm not in a rush. Really not in a rush. There is definitely other things I'd like to spend the materials on. Okay. Alright, so that's happening, I need you, you're about to be built, and I also want to rearrange this one as well. So, can we do... salvage, let's just rip out the whole belt. Can I put you here? Let's go with. And can I get a belt from there to there? Build. You are going to be processing iron. And then I want a smelter. I can't copy a smelter. Okay. There is a pipette tool button, but it doesn't seem to work on a smelter. That's super close, but actually... also super close, but... Okay, can I copy belt? I'm going to go there to there. Build all. You're going to be doing steel. And I want power to there. And I want power to a fresh power pole. Because the last thing you want to do is end up without any extra connections. And then can I run the power back? Alright. And I also want a storage box. Okay. And I sort of need to make sure that these have priority. Because currently, I'm not really making steel. But I do want to scan things as well. So can we run a scan out here? And the diggy boys have nothing to dig. Cool. I just found water. You guys now have something to dig. Okay. Can I do another scan? There. And that's silicon. That's nice. I'd really like some iron, some titanium. Ping. That's iron. That's one of the things I wanted. Ping. This is more of this basalt, which we can't dig through. Not yet, at least. And can I do a ping here? And of course, this is consuming our battery power, which I'm a little bit limited on. Alright, can I get digging? Can we have a dig out to here as well? And a dig out to here as well. And is that all we found? Yeah. Okay. Alright, can we dismantle you? Alright, so you have priority and you are missing 1 steel and a few bricks. Okay, well hopefully we can get that to happen real fast. And I can remove... I don't really want to remove you till you're built. You need 1 more brick. Okay, we have too many jobs and not enough bots. Can I... Let's do this for a minute. Okay, and can we step the game up to game speed 2? Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to automate some things so the bots have less driving around that they need to do. Okay, now I need to... You already have a priority, and you will have a priority afterwards. Can I copy the belt? And can I run the belt forward to there, and then into there? Okay, and what's this? Not enough resources to build modules. Yeah, I know. I know about that. That's fine. Alright, so you are having handmade deliveries. Okay. I would prefer it if you... drone settings, you were having handmade deliveries. Because how much iron ore do I have hanging around? 1. Okay, that's not a good number. Alright, and you're missing...
Director,
10
we've
bricks.
established communication with the station.
Nice. Alright, before I do that, can I have this bucket have increased priority? That way we pick up some of the regolith we have on the floor, we shove it in here, and then that should give us the ability to make more smart concrete. Also at the same time, I do want to also... Production. Pressing module. What do you cost me? It's right behind the message. Cool.
We didn't expect anyone to respond. The situation is critical. The station has suffered a lot of damage. The navigation system is down. Power and life support systems are failing. There are some wounded, but so far everyone's alive. Now that we have a signal from the surface, I'll try to keep the crew reassured. We'll activate the emergency beacon so you can pick us up after landing.
About that. Okay. You gotta remember, Alice was very happy that I was still in orbit. On, I would assume, this space station. Yeah.
What do you mean you're not ready to rescue us? Listen to me. You must make it happen. People's lives depend on your work. Our orbit is decaying. We can't change course. I'll reroute energy from Block 6 and 2.
Why have you not done that already?
Delay the lunar landing as much as possible.
Like, if
Our lives are in your hands, Director. Hurry up.
If your orbit is decaying, okay, let's do some basics here. Orbital dynamics, okay? Decrease your mass. Well, I'd say decrease your drag, but let's be honest, you're orbiting around the moon. There is no drag. Also, any propulsion, like any propulsion you have, be it maneuvering thrusters, docking thrusters, you name it. Fire them. Fire them. You don't wait till later, you fire them now. The sooner you use them, generally, depending on where you are in the orbit, the better off you're going to be.
Director, we urgently need to build living quarters and get them out there.
Sure.
Professor, have we received the necessary technologies?
No, we haven't. Oh, I'm wasting science points. I now have science points. Cool. Can I do that one? We'll come back to that one in 1 second.
Crust has handed over the research plan. They agreed to help, but the main burden will fall on our shoulders.
Oh, cool.
Living quarters will require a lot of space.
Yeah, they will.
Director, make sure the drones mine enough area for construction.
Yeah, I think we're probably okay. Alright, so I need to clear the construction zone, have my insurance...
I consider it my duty to remind you that lunar research is divided into 3 main fields: fundamental, engineering, and social. Each laboratory is capable of conducting independent research. but studying certain technologies may require the cooperation of multiple fields.
We're good? I go back to talking? Okay. So, as I was trying to say, yes, science, research. Yep, I've already ticked that one. So we need to clear enough room for the construction zone. They want us to clear 900 tiles. I've only dug 800, so we have to do some more digging. We will do that in the future. At the moment, I'm just trying to get enough regolith in here that I can get another brick building. But I'd like another brick building. I don't know if I can build another brick building purely on the fact that I don't know what it costs because this dialogue boxes are in my way.
All available research is grouped into 3 main directions: fundamental, engineering,
and social.
Fundamental research is responsible for logistics and communication with other organizations, as well as drone improvements.
It's the blue one.
Engineering research helps develop mining and production. Social research ensures that colonists at the base live and work comfortably.
Okie dokie.
Some research requires multiple types of science points at once.
Yep.
You can assign tasks in different sections, and then the research plan will be conducted in parallel. The speed of research depends on your science points income.
Oh, his is much higher than mine.
You can always rearrange your research to actualize the priorities for your current goal.
I'd show this, but it's hidden behind the... Okay, so I can move things up and down the cube. Like I need to have living quarters, probably more important than ice processing. So I can tick this button, it's going to go to the top of the cube. But what happens is we have blue, orange, and green coming in. So this uses both blue and orange. So it's consuming both of them. If the blue bar fills up, it's all done with blue, it's going to go to the next item that happens to use blue, which is this one down here. If the orange one fills up, it's going to go to the next item that needs orange, which happens to be this one. Then if that one happens to be done, then it will fall to the next item. Green, once this one's done, because that's the top item with green, it'll fall to there. It's a little bit interesting. It's very different. It's a very different way of doing science. I don't know if I like it or not. What I do know is I really want to have another press. Which costs what exactly, game? It costs not bricks. Good to know. Where's your input? It's there. Yep. And then your output is there, please. Build all. Build that. Okay. You are now the #1 priority. Because I have... You're full. You have 128 of 128. Which means I could have more regolith fed into here to make bricks faster, so I can make buildings faster, so I can make this faster. Select a resource, you're going to be storing steel. Also means that you can be demolished, and you can be demolished, and I can salvage that belt. Okay. Alright, so we're going to rip up some things, we're going to clear some things out, we're going to set that back to normal priority, and we're going to get some mining bots back into action. Okay. So, mining bot should be back up and running. Not enough power to run the module. What module? We have 25 days worth of power. You should have enough power. Consumer 63, balance 95, shortage 32. Hooked you into the grid as well. I don't have enough batteries with enough charge. Okay, so we've hit a wall where you guys can only have a max output of -10. You can charge much faster, but you can only output a 10, and a lot of batteries are flat. I can't use a battery to charge a battery, which is unfortunate, because if I could do that, I could spread the load a little bit better, but that's not an option. So what are we going to power down? We're going to power down you. I don't need you running. You have no resources currently. We're going to power down you. You can hold 600 regolith. We're going to power down you and let the miner keep producing regolith and shoving it in there. The storage boxes don't need power. Don't need power. So I don't have to worry about those. And then that should mean that you're the only thing not running, which is one of the things I sort of want. But, you know, we'll deal with that, I guess.
Director, news about the difficult situation with Hope 2 has reached us. We are ready to provide a base to temporarily accommodate the crew. The offer has already been sent to your representative.
Okay. So, anytime the rover stops, we want to do a scan, just check the surrounding area in case there's something good here. there is a control tower we can see. Faha traffic control tower. Monitor and regulated traffic in this sector. Similar control stations were placed in many lunar regions with active ground and air traffic for coordination and navigation purposes. You need to investigate first. So we're going to send our little drover over to here. Each one of these is like a decision process. We might find something good, we might find something bad. It's all exploration. So we want to do that. Also, we want to chat to this person. Can I come back downstairs?
Message from an unknown sender. Security needs a little time to decrypt. Okay, great.
It took them no time at all. Can I put a storage here?
Director, Malachite has responded to our request for help. They are offering assistance to our rescue operation, but there's a catch. I'll put the message on the screen now.
Always a catch.
The Malachite lunar base is not designed for long-term human occupancy, but it is equipped with small life support modules. Judging by the sensors, they're still functioning. Malachite is offering to temporarily accommodate the crew on their base to build what we need. However, if you read their offer carefully, it implies that we will have to return the favor if necessary. We can agree to their terms to make the rescue go smoothly, but remember that in that case, we will owe them a favor in return.
Yeah,
in any case, the decision is yours.
Yeah, I don't like owing a random person a random favor in the random future. Yeah, no,
I can't agree with your decision, Director, but I understand your reasons for being cautious.
Okay, this is iron. I want this to be the digging area. This is the most important to me right now. Okay, so we're going to put down a storage. Storage is pretty simple. It gives the bot somewhere to put things, because the moment we have odds and ends sitting on the surface, which I'd like to bring downstairs. You are short of silicon, which doesn't help me currently because I'm not producing silicon. And you have all your other resources, and you are missing silicon as well. So I'd like to have silicon up and running, but I don't have silicon up and running at the moment. So you have not enough mining bots. Can I power you up? And can we convert everybody to mining bots? And we're not desperate on power, but I do want to get these guys converted across. Now you converted across, we're going to power you down again and wait for sunrise. And meanwhile, I want as much digging done as possible. Now, if I get to...
complete.
Okay, if I get to 45 steel, we can hit the repair button on that. But that's not right around the corner. So, back downstairs, mine as fast as we can. I really want to get down to this iron. The only other thing I can do in the meantime is fill this up. Mr. Tesla's landscape solitary control tower stands tall. There is no evidence signs of damage, yet the structure appears to be abandoned for quite some time. However, no scouts are in sight, nor is the staff rover. Emergency boxes are empty, leaving only the control computer data of significance recording the records as supply convoy was supposed to pass nearby, but it failed to reach its destination, probably because it got blown up. But this gives us a science point bonus for 60 days. So this is going to be extra science rolling in for a short period of time. So if we come back over to here, I now have, plus an extra 200 coming in for D60, 60 days, which means we can hopefully get through some of this research. So we've researched living quarters. I would like to get... So I need to make sure all technology trees have something to do. So let's do the license for the tender system, which should let me do selling in the future. Very good. And if I can sell something, make some credits. Also, we want to go... it's X to go out to the world map. Okay. So there's an unknown outpost out here. There is a demolished structure. There is an observatory of some sort. There is a lab. He can exchange money for selected science points, and the rover here to start interfacing. I don't know why I can't just, get on the radio with them. And
Objective achieved.
Okay, we're ready. Director, use the room planner tool and lay down a room of the required size.
An unknown find. So it's a large metal object nearby. It's really shaped as difficult to determine its purpose. Examining objects up close. Okay, before I do that, I want to zoom in on said rover. And I want to do the locate hidden objects. Okay, because we can see these lines are very, very strong and very close towards us, there's a goodie over here. So we're scanning this sort of area. So we're going to move to here. And then once we get there, we need to remember to scan again. Okay, back downstairs. Okay, can I slow down the game? Research is about to finish. You want me to build a room. Okay, switch to room building, this one. Prepare to plan for the future room. Don't forget to install doors before completing the design. Okie dokie. Not going to talk? Okay, several technical modules need for colonists' living conditions. Try to separate the sleeping quarters from the production areas in advance. After all, we want staff to come to work well rested. Yeah, that's nice. That sounds like an elitist problem for the future. All right. You're not going to tell me. Okay. The room should be 15 by 15. That's the minimum the game wants it to be. So we're going to make you that big. I'm going to put a door in here. There, I guess. And this is going to cost me 220 steel, 220
Complete.
bricks, 2 silicon, 1 component, which means as soon as I click this, I'm going to have no resources, which is a giant problem. So I'm not going to click OK. We're going to ignore that for a little while. I'm going to do a few other things. First thing I want to do is check research. Okay, so we did the components factory, which means with steel titanium, I can start making components. We also did... That's it so far. Yeah, we still have this in the queue. Smart concrete factory, which I'd really, really like. We're going to add that to the list in case we get to it. All right, so you guys are digging. You did get... No, you haven't got down here yet. No, but we're getting close. Okay, can I drag power to here and then to here? Because once we get access to the steel, I want to have it online and...
Director, it looks like the rover has run out of power. Now, it couldn't beat a turtle in a race, and until the sun is up again, there's nothing we can do about it. The rover is solar powered, and as soon as the sun goes down, it starts using energy from its batteries. Keep this in mind when planning long-distance expeditions.
So you're going really, really long distance. You want to go from right to left because that's the way that, you know, the sun moves. Okay. All right. Back down here. So we're still waiting on silicon, which I don't have because power's off. And yeah, every bit of power we have, we're consuming. But I do have still 20 days worth of battery power. So batteries are fine. I need to repair the cargo truck, which requires I have more steel. Hence, we're trying to make a beeline down to here, where I can get to a regolith extractor. 9 out of 9. And then I get a simple regolith factory, which we're going to put there. And then production. Can I get a smelting furnace, which we're going to put here. And then straight into a storage container, single resource storage, right there. Cool. And that means I have a power, which moves to about here. And then you get power, you get power, you get power, and belts from there to there, there to there, and there to there. Build all, please. Okay. Cancel. All right, can I set you to do iron oxide? Can I set you to do steel? And you're going to select the resource. You are going to be storing steel as well. I don't have any silicon currently, so none of this is going to happen. Anything that requires silicon is just not going to happen, but I can get the other deliveries done in the meantime. Not enough power to run that module. Can I turn off something else? Not really worth it because you can't actually store anything because you're not built. So yeah, we just need to wait for sunrise, have a little bit more power. The drones do have to clear the ground around here, so we actually have some space, some nice flat terrain to build this stuff. I turn you off as well. Okay, that doesn't need silicon. And then we're back to mining this way. That's liquid water. Well, that's ice, which we will need in the future. And my steel reserves are not improving at all. That's something I hadn't considered. How much steel we're actually storing here. Alright, can I go to belt, drop reserves, and drop reserves. Okay, that way you can put steel on the belt again, and we can add a few extra pieces, because I need to have the 45 physically in stock to click that button. Alright, can we world map? World map. I don't actually think you're moving. No. Your batteries are flat. Alright. Well, we're going to need to wait for morning for you as well. Alright, crank up the game speed. Let's go.
Search complete.
Okay, no, there was a warning. Mine drive's idle. Make the hole bigger then. Yeah, make the hole bigger. At the moment, all they're doing is hauling to here. And as fast as they're hauling, we're consuming. Okay, so back to research. So we completed ice processing technologies. We're now working on license for tender. That gives us an ice melt, a module for producing water by purifying and heating water ice. That sounds very important. We should probably get that one too. Add that to the queue so I have an extra green science ready to go. All right, again, crank up the game speed. Let's get these guys digging. This is not important. Brush size, high priority area, remove all. The different colors are a different indication. The more red it is, the higher the dig priority. And you can drag out. No, I think it's whichever area you click first starts orange, then each area you click becomes lighter and lighter colors as you add more areas. So in theory, it becomes very ABC dig priority. Okay, can I do mining? Do you cost? You do cost silicon. So because you cost silicon, I can't actually build you until we get to sunrise. Sunrise is coming up soon. Very soon. Okay, and I'm at 33 steel. And you have 10, 11. I can have the bots come put the steel on storage, but I prefer it if they were moving around regolith. Okay, we've already set that. That's going to be more silicon, which I really want to tap into as well. Just to have more resources coming in. Okay, and we still need to find titanium, which we haven't done yet. Yeah, we really need to find titanium. I do have some scrap amounts. Where are we? Yeah, 23. Some very scrap amounts, but I really want more. A lot more. Wasting science point. Why? Oh, because we don't have any blue. Okay. Pause. Alright, so I need to find a blue item. So we're going to have to kick you out. Engineering. We could do a single refinery upgrade. Speed by 25%. We could do automatic repair. Automatic repair structures and drones if the necessary resources are available. That sounds like a great idea. Drones dig faster. 50% faster. That sounds like a good idea. Medium solar panels also sound like a great idea. We might add that afterwards. Alright, but that should give us a new item for blue to be used in. And the problem is I make blue that much faster than everything else. There we go. Speed now on. Yeah, you're now consuming our blue. But then again, you need orange. And I have, out of the 5 researchers I have, 4 of them need blue science. Orange science. So that's a problem all to itself. Alright, so we have power arriving. So can we turn you on? Can I turn you on? Can I turn you on? You have an awful lot of regolith you can start processing. Can I turn you on? Can I turn you on? Can I crank the priority on that? Can I also turn you on for giggles, and can I turn you on as well? Alright, so we have 46 steel. Can I go to you? Can I click you and what? Hello? I mean, not enough resources. I have enough resources. It lights up and disappears. Okay, now I'm really confused. Is it because the resources are on a conveyor belt? They count, but they don't count? Can I increase, no, can I, priority settings, on, max priority. Can you guys just shove all the steel in there for half a second? That way it's in one spot.
Research complete.
I have 60. Okay, module needs repair. Okay. What happens if I set you to 0 bots? If I set you to 0 bots, maybe we'll have an idle bot. Okay, license for tender systems is done, which is a green one. I have another green site, so that's fine. Tab, 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 tab. No. X. Well, rover. Scan. That's that point of interest right there. Scan harder. Yeah. Okay, move to there. Okay, module needs repair. Like it hovered. It almost. Hang on. Can I remove that? Let's go do that instead. No. Okay, automate repair. Cancel that. Like it's green for half a second. And I definitely have the resources finally. I don't have silicon for these, but we're getting there. Alright. In that case, can I add my 5 miners back to mining? You need 2 bits of silicon. Can we crank the priority on that? And you're processing, so we're doing fine here. Can I grab powder here? Powder here. Powder here. Can we do construction mode, mining? Can we get another regolith extractor? 999. Perfect. Single regolith refinery. In that orientation. And then I want a smelter, which is going to be a problem because I am very much out of room. Okay. Can we mining, hold down alt mode for now mining? Yep. And then you can put power there and power there. Belt to there and a belt to there. And you're going to be doing silicon, please. Alright, so bots are going to mine that, bots are going to build that, bots are going to do their best to fill up our bucket. To make sure we can make as much smart concrete as possible. We are making it slowly. That hasn't been okayed yet because I need to be able to click this. But which means that I am out of time. What we're going to do is we're going to come back to the next episode. We're going to find out what the rover has found right here. And hopefully in the next episode, after save and reload, I can click this button. Because if we can't click this button, we have some problems. Although there is a chance that when research is finished and I have automatic repair, it just gets auto repaired, which might be a workaround, but we're gonna have to cover that in the next episode. Either way, I need to call this video here. As always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed this little further look into our little underground moon mining operation, which doesn't have nearly enough power, and I can't get silicon fast enough. Hence, we're working on some more silicon, and we have a lot of things to work on in the future. Anyway, that's it. I'm out. Thanks for watching. Hope you've enjoyed, and I'll see you in, well, the very next video. Right, bye. So let's go and look at what we need to do. So you need to have a whole lot more materials dropped off. And what I actually want to do is apply more trucks to that problem. A lot more trucks to that problem, because I want to have that done, preferably now. And then I also have a number of construction items that we have the resources for. They're just not being done because, well, you know, not enough vehicles. All right, so Mr. Rover, we were scanning. We found, well, we're about to find a destroyed convoy because he got out here last episode, and we need to set up an expedition to go to the destroyed convoy and find out what's there. With that happening, we're going to... also we finished the research for extractor mining upgrade number 1. Now, we're about to run out of green science, so I need to find something for the green tab, and I think the ice melter sounds like a good idea.
Objective achieved.
Also, the ice melter is going to need orange science, which I sort of want more important than automatic repair, probably. No, I like automatic repair.
Convoy was transporting several tanks of liquefied fuel and a couple containers with various spare parts and electronic equipment.
Double nice.
It seems that the vehicles were seriously damaged and buried under collapsed rock.
Not so nice.
You can immediately send a cargo truck to collect the easily accessible cargo, or you can try to break up the rubble with a rover. It will be necessary to send drones to excavate most of the cargo, but the operation to retrieve it might be risky.
So, we can pick up the easy stuff. We could risk our current little exploring drone, or exploring rover, to try and get more stuff from the crash site, or we can send out our drones. Now, the problem is my drones can't travel there. They need to go in a cargo vessel. Also, I need to have another building to actually, load the drones into the cargo truck. So that's not really an option for right now. It would be in a couple of researchers' time, but for right now, I have a few other pressing needs. So we're going to try and clearing the rubble with the rubble.
A rover is capable of dealing with the small rubble pile. Assigned to explore the location so we can take care of business.
I need to have a power problem, it seems. Where did it go? Oh, hang on. There it is. Okay. Set up an expedition. Select a transport. Scout rover. Go, please. All right. What was the power down sound for? Module needs repair. Oh, you're broken. Okay. I need to repair this. Where things are going to break down over time. That's fine. After we get automated repairs, it's not going to be an issue. And meanwhile, you're still getting steel delivered. Two more pieces? Okay, why are you bringing silicon here? Hang on. No. Drop the silicon on the ground. Does that change things? Nope, they insist on... Actually, no, somebody's repairing it. So nobody's bringing over any more silicon? Because I really don't want to spend silicon on this. That's 9 pieces of silicon. You're picking up a piece of silicon. What are you doing with it, sir? You are taking it over here. Oh, to build these things. That would be a good idea. All right, so we have the regolith extractor. This is on the iron node, so we need another iron node. Can I also... It's going to be a little bit hard currently because I removed all the digging drones, but can I just dig that area out a little bit? And can I reassign a couple of digging drones? All right, so you're going to start extracting regolith for us. You're going to start processing that into more silicon. I need to have with that a smelter. Now, people did ask, can I put this hut up against this? The answer is yes. Even if I do, I still need a 1 tile belt. Yeah. But, it's we now all know that, yes, you can put things hard up against one another. Can I connect that to there? And can I make sure we set silicon. I'll need to put a storage box in the end, but they'll have to wait. Can I set you back to silicon? And can I set you back to iron? This is how I had to fix the problems. Make sure that things were not stored in a box for some reason.
This old timer may not look like much, but the cargo truck has passed all tests and is ready for operation.
Nice. Okay, can I get copy? Because I need to keep the trucks. Well, our little team very busy, and I need to expand power by
You can't build here.
probably a lot. Okay, and that row as well. All right, can I get power? Oh, power. Can I? There, and there. And then into the solar grid as well, I guess. Okay. All right. So, cargo truck is ready. Oh, it's so nifty. It's so cool. All right.
Director, we'll send a cargo truck as soon as we receive the crew's coordinates. You don't have to worry about the delivery.
Okay, screen goes black.
The rover successfully cleared the rubble and retrieved the fuel tank. Send a cargo truck to collect the goods.
Good news! I just got one of those. Okay, I got dragged way off the map. All right, can I send you off the base? All right. So if we go back out, I gotta remember all the right buttons. Okay. So I now have set an expedition. Can I select the transport? So I can send the cargo truck out here to the destroyed convoy to pick up these resources. Expedition setting. Fill up all, please, and then back to base as well. Maybe not back to base. I don't know how much storage you have, but we're gonna send you out. And destroyed convoy, cargo truck. Okay, no, so he's already assigned. All right, can I get demolished structure, unknown outpost? A rover found a small structure on a hill that looks like a habitable outpost. May something be of value here. Okay, can we send our scout rover over there? It's going to take him a little while, and he might run out of power along the way. Actually, do we want to scan along the way? What's your scanning range? There. Can I get you to move to here instead? We'll stop a little bit short and do a scan. Actually, we'll stop halfway through. That's a better idea. All right, back underground. So, we're putting in batteries and solar panels at night time. Definitely the best time to do them. Wasting science points. There's nothing blue. Can I get a blue science? Landing pad. There you go. That's just straight blue. Yeah, we have a number of things that need orange. Okay. Balancing our science is going to be difficult. All right. Can I get... Now you're done. You're done. Can I get a storage? And can I put a storage here with a belt from there to there, please? Build all. So we've hit a power problem. Yeah, I thought that might happen. Okay, and can you store silicon? All right, so really at the moment, I need as much silicon as I can get my hands on. So what we're going to do is we're going to intentionally power down the smelter. We're also going to power down the regolith thing, so at least you can take regolith and shove it in there, providing I can find you enough power. I'm going to turn you off. I'm going to turn you off. And we have a decent amount of steel. So can I turn off... So our issue is we have 23 days worth of power. Can I apply more guys here? So our issue is not how much power we have, it's how quickly we can get it out of the batteries, because the batteries themselves have a max charge rate of 50, so we can charge them really quickly, but they have a max output of just 10. So our issue is we only have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 batteries. So I can only do 110 out. So I need to conserve what I have. Okay, we're going to leave this running because this is fully backed up with iron oxide. You output 20 every minute. You process 20 every minute. And that gives us 12.4 every minute. And you process 9 every minute. So that belt's always going to be backed up. You don't need a priority on you anymore. We could let that buffer. You don't have enough power still. Alright, can I turn that off? I'm short on smart concrete. So, idle cargo truck. Okay, so you found all the goodies. Can I send you home? Because not much else you can do. Alright. Where can we save power? Okay. We can turn that off because you are fully backed up currently. So then maybe I get enough power to run this guy to buffer up some regolith before we get to the next sunrise. So during the next sunrise, hopefully, there is a lot of hope here. Hopefully we can get enough resources buffered that during the daytime when I have extra power, we can actually, you know, turn on a lot of production, get a lot of production done at the same time. All right, so these guys are building the solar panels. That's fine. I need all that built eventually. I wouldn't mind if that was maybe prioritized. Yes. Okay. And we got you guys digging everything here. And one thing I desperately need is mining. We still need to find titanium. So can I throw this? Okay, can I throw one? Wrong button. I keep stopping games. It's not tab to rotate. Okay, ore detector. Can I put you here? And
research complete.
Can I put a second one here? A third one here? And a fourth one here. Okay. Research complete. So we now have the rolling mill, which let us produce titanium plates. Very handy. Except I don't have any way of, so we're wasting green science. Green science. Let's grab the online market. It's going to take us a little while, but that seems like the next ice extractor upgrade. Increases mining speed by 50%. The problem is it costs a lot of green, but also costs that the blue and the orange, which I'm really strapped for. There are other things, especially the orange currently. Actually, we might add that. Yeah, we might add that. Because you're about to finish blue, so that'll take up our blue and our green. Alright. So, if I can get the ore thingies in, we can do some pinging. And as I have plenty of power in the batteries, it's probably not a bad idea. Okay. Alright, so they're all going to be hooked up. Rover is idle. Can we do a scan? Any goodies? No.
Research complete.
Okay, can I send you there to investigate them? Alright, so that was our research for the landing platform. Module for loading cargo pods with shipments for contracts. Great. We have the ability now. Not that I'm going to build it right now, but we have the ability. Can I up the priority on this? That was something else powering down. Module needs repair. Okay, and that needs steel to repair that. Fine, get it repaired. Get it repaired. I need to make bricks as fast as possible. I need to make everything as fast as possible, let's be honest. Alright, you just need a couple of pieces of silicon. I think you need to be built. Can I prioritize that one next? Because otherwise they're going to spend all my silicon up here, which could be problematic because I'm trying to use it. Like, don't get me wrong, I want this stuff built, but there are other things I also want built. Alright, can I get a ping? Let's start that direction. With 23 days worth of power, that's more silicon, that's nice. But I need titanium. Nothing. Okay. More iron, it's also nice. Still need titanium. Really? How much power do I have? 12 days. We only need about 6. Alright. We're gonna pull you apart. And we're also going to... I already told you to pull apart, so you stop using power. Alright. And you short of mechanical components, but that's okay. They're coming. And where is my other rover who has 17 mechanical components? He's on his way home. Alright, so that should get this one built. And again, yeah, I know, power's bad. Right there. Silicon is right there. Titanium. Iron. Right, 8 days. 8.6 days. Wasted science points. Blue. Oh, because we finished that one. Okay. Expedition Control Center. Okay. The main module for coordinating expeditions and contracts on the global map. Sets up expeditions to increase the number of communication channels. Yes, that's one I definitely want. Elevator for conveyor belts. Probably want that too. Repeater. Surface scanner provides detailed mapping and compositional data surrounding areas to locate points of interest and geological anomalies. Do I have anything? Medium solar panels. Medium solar panels it is. Because that's just blue. And I'm burning blue currently. Oh, so you just finished your blue. So you're now going to work on your green. You're waiting on orange. Okay. Okay, we're going to turn you off. Because I'm going to conserve my power. Like, 8 days, it's borderline. It's really borderline. And I prefer not to run out of power, honestly. Okay, so with our newfound resources, let's dig that out. Let's dig a path to here. Yep. And we can get a path to here as well. And also, I'm going to hope that that's not a Martian alien, because that'd be bad. Smoke in the wilderness. Yep, that'd be bad. All right, so they're going to dig that one, that one, that one. I sort of want this. I want this done as a higher priority. Yeah, please. Oh, we can't dig any of that. Okay, not without research. That is the high priority brush. Alright, so we're going to dig out that, and then they're going to come over here and dig stuff down here. That's fine. We just need to wait for sunrise, and meanwhile, we can use the silicon we've got to get more solar panels, which means when sun comes up, we should be in a position, should be in a position where I can get, well, a lot of the batteries built, because the batteries are short on silicon as well. So she'll be able to turn on all the silicon factories, have them running flat out. You are not full. You're not full. You are full. Okay, let's turn you on. We require 116.
Package delivered.
I have 116. Does that mean you're just running with a lower efficiency? Maybe I'm just burning out the batteries a little bit. Alright, so where's that rover? Confirm cargo upload. Unload. Yeah. Oh, land pad. Drop it here. Oh. Hi, little guy. Welcome back. With all your goodies. And there's our sunrise. Alright, -4. +24. Okay, at +24. Can I turn on you? Can I turn on you? Can I turn on you? Can we turn on you? Can I turn on you? And let's get to pinging. Water. There is nothing else for you to do. Delete. Okay, dig that one out too. And can we clear a bit more room out around this? Alright, so this should get the silicon cranking. Cargo truck is idle. Yeah, he would be. Can I get you to leave the base? That way you're prepped and ready to go for the next one. Alright, and can I get a high priority on this? Because if I can get that built, that means we can do some scanning during daytime. Also, obviously, we're going to need more power. Not there. There.
You can't build here.
Yeah, I can. Don't tell me what I can and can't do. It's just rude. That, and all of those. We're just going to be spending silicon left, right, and center to get as much power as we possibly can. Each one of these is costing me a couple of space credits, which is possibly a bad choice. But it is what it is. Can I put a priority on you, and a priority on you, and a priority on you? Okay. And you have a priority, and you're waiting on silicon as well. Okay. So silicon is our current shortfall, and we did find another node. Also, smart concrete. Can I get a priority on that too? Everything has a priority now. Alright, power that back up. And we're going to drop the mining bots. We need them to do more digging. Yeah, because they've almost drilled their way to this iron. Alright, so cargo track is idle. And... well, we didn't do the scan halfway through. That's fine. Oh, we did. Yeah. Okay, so there's nothing here. Can I get a U to finish that last little bit? Alright. And our research was medium solar panel. Okay, generates average amount of electricity when the sun is out, which is very handy for me, except comes with one catch. That one catch is, I already know in advance that they cost titanium plates, which I don't have any titanium. If we go into power, there's 75 power, and turns out that's 3 computing power. It's 3 CPUs. 3 CPUs. Let's go with 3 CPUs. They cost, well, 2 steel, 1 smart concrete, 3 smart concrete, 4 silicon, 10
Around
silicon.
the research post, there is a leveled platform and several small buildings. Wheel tracks are leading away from it in different directions. Inside the structure is disarray. Items are scattered, lockers are open and emptied, emergency crates are opened and emptied. In some rooms, there is a large amount of research equipment and materials. There are no people to be seen. They clearly left the outpost in a hurry.
So, if I salvage the machinery for resources, that means I need to send the cargo truck there. It also means to do the salvage operation, I need to have drones on site, or people. I don't have people. I also can't get my drones there, because they can't travel that far. They don't have solar panels like the rovers do. So our best option is to extract the scientific data.
Based on what I saw, the outpost was engaged in studying photosynthetic microorganisms capable of living in a vacuum and zero gravity. Director, send drones to study the materials. This will aid in further research.
That's what I was hoping to avoid. I pick up 70 organics. Okay. So it is necessary to build an expedition center. So I need to build an expedition center. All right. Probably didn't want to do that one in that option. All right. That's a lab. Here you can exchange money for selected science points. Send a rover here to start interfacing. We don't want to do that. We're in an observatory. A weak backup monitoring signal is originating from this point, indicating that the facility is operational. Judging by the transmission data, it is the research observatory. Can we send an expedition there? Can we send out our scout rover? And, no, close that. We know that when you do a scan, it's about that much area. So can we move to here and do a scan on the way? Let's split the difference. Go there. Okay. All right. So we're trying to make solar panels. We're trying to make batteries. We're trying to get silicon online. We've gone and cranked out everybody or converted everybody back to moving drones because my current issue is I need titanium. I desperately need titanium. I also need to stay on top of research. You're about to finish orange. We have another orange. We're going to do the utility pole upgrade next, which means rather than all my power poles having 4 connections, they'll have 5, which would be nice. And that was silicon, wasn't it? Yeah, it's not a silicon deposit, and I have a silicon deposit here. Okay. have any drones that are currently digging. Can I assign at least 2 of you? Not enough power to run the module. Okay, that went away. Alright, can we do pings? Can we try... there. Silicon again. Where's the titanium? More silicon.
Research complete.
Hang on, I'll be right with you. We're trying to find our titanium. Oh, it's right there. Alright, can I get you deconstructed? Can we go to this one now? And we'll do the same. So we want to ping here. Okay, more water. There. More titanium, excellent. This is very good. Okay, alright, we're all covered. Alright, you can be demolished too. Alright, so now, very important. We need to get to this. I need to get to this. Probably. No, I want to. That one. Probably that one first, because that's going to be the easy one to get to. Alright. Alright, so. Cargo truck is fine. We now have a smart concrete factory. Factory producing smart concrete blocks from slag, supplemented with silicon. Significantly more efficient than a pressing module. Which is fine. So we have blue handled. We have green handled for this one. I need a green one after that one. Online market. Allows you to buy and sell resources. Sure. Let's throw that in the list. All right. Can we get production? Smart concrete. So smart concrete takes in slag. Every single one of these guys has been stacking up slag for a long time. 74, 400, 200, plus there's a pile on the ground somewhere. We have 1,000 slag. Okay. So we could... where are we? Production. Smart concrete. So, compared to a pressing. So a pressing is 5 regolith for 1 brick. This is going to be 12 slag plus 3 silicon. So it's going to get rid of the silicon and, well, use some silicon, not a whole lot. And that's going to give me 2 bricks. And the good news is I have enough silicon right here. So, actually, probably let's work this in reverse. So can we get a mining module, a regolith extractor? Can I put you here?
You can't build here.
No. Okay, but I can put you there. Alright, I'm going to pause the game. That way we can think. So then I need a single regolith factory, which is also going to output our slag. Can I flip you? I want to flip you and put you there. Okay, with that done and that done, we'd then need production. We'd need a smart concrete factory, which we could put here. Flip. Actually, we could put here. That's probably going to suit us better. We're going to start getting in a position where we're going to start blocking off the... Actually, no. Our little friendly drones can drive underneath the belts. Okay, so we're going to put you here. Alright, so our theory is going to be, if we take a belt... Well, if we... Hang on. If we set a recipe, that would be helpful. Okay, so you should output through 2... Well, actually, it depends on what we feed you in. We're feeding you in... what is this node? Come on. The node is, if I can, 50%. 50% silicon with a little bit of other stuff mixed in there. All right. So, belt. You feed into there, obviously. Okay. Silicon feeds into here. And this is a weird thing that the game does. It lets you clip through the corner. It's probably not going to look very good. But that should be fine. You're facing the wrong way anyway. Cancel all. Dismantle. Okay. Can I try that again? With production, we're going to want a smart regolith, which needs to go slag facing down. Yes. Okay. So, belts. That into there. Can I set you to do our silicon? And then back into belts. belts. I want that to go into there. I want the slag to go into there. Okay, maybe without the twist. Can I do deletes? Okay, so... Oh, it actually feeds in from the side. Okay, there you go. It looked like it was from the back earlier. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's from the back. Alright. And then another belt from here to here and to there. Okay. So, also need to have a power pole, which still has 4 connections on it. We'll have 5 in the future. Can I plug that one in, and that one in? And back to the belt dialog, so I can say build all. And that should be us done. Yes. Do I want a bucket for slag? No, we're just going to have the bots deliver it for now. Alright, so that should get us smart concrete. Well, yeah. More smart concrete being made. And we also need to... How are our resources? We have a lot of smart concrete. We have a lot of steel. We don't have a lot of silicon. Silicon is a real big issue. And... I need titanium. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to crank out our miners. They can get everything else done when they're doing it. You know, our silicon's bad because we're spending it, basically. It's what it boils down to. All right, we're spending it hard. Okay, so you, scan. Anything? Nothing. Okay. Go to investigate. Your scan area is like that, so can we do a... Now, we can't do this in a single button because I haven't researched how to, you know, automatically make you drive somewhere and then scan something. Because that'd be far too easy. Makes you strive for research, right? Okay, so, module needs repair. We obviously don't have auto repairs yet. Oh, look. That's a day away. And then we're about to run out of blue science. Can I get a new blue? Fuel generator. Generator adapted, extreme conditions, generates electricity from hydrogen fuel. Drone upgrade, oxide mining. Exposition center. Exposition center. It's very expensive in the blue, but fairly cheap on the others. Although... No, we have... So we only have an 11-day bonus on our green science before it dries up, which is somewhat concerning. Because this is going to require it for people. And we're a couple of items short, I can guarantee that much. Alright, so this should give us access to titanium. Regolith extractor right there. Then we want a single regolith processor right there. Then we want to have production. We want to have a smelting furnace with regolith around the right way. And then power to there. And then let's go to there. And then
Research
1,
complete.
2, and 3. And then can I get storage here. And the belts for the final ingredient. So belt from there to there, super short. Belt from here to here, super short. Belt from here to here. Build all. You are going to be doing titanium. You are going to be doing titanium. And then we should be okay. Oh, it's nighttime. We should maybe look at conserving some power. Drone maintenance. I do want you to allow them to bring that resource in. And you are full, and you're not built. And again, it's a silicon problem. Alright, can I turn you off high speed? Alright, so I need to look at cutting back on some things. So you're maxed out. Well, hang on. How long is that power last currently for? 23 days. We should be fine. Alright, we now have ice melter and the water tank. Great. I can get a big water tank. I can get oxygen facilities. That sounds like an important research that we should probably prioritize maybe a little bit. A lot. even more. Yeah, oxygen. Who would have thunk it? In a vacuum and low gravity environments allows installation of power connections to the interior of the base. Oh, okay, then that also sounds very important. Very, very, very important. Okay, 2 days there. 4 days there. Okay, we should be alright. Idle truck. No, that idle truck. Okay, can you do your scan, please? Anything good? Oh, yes. Okay, and you're scanning in that sort of area. Okay. There's something near base. I thought we scanned when we came out the door. Alright, we'll have to come back to you. Alright, so they got all the power and everything built up here. Can I copy that? No, I can't copy that. Okay. Can I put in a charging station? Yes, I can. Can I put that down here? So hopefully we have to do less running up and down to charge. Oh, you didn't have a resource. You're going to be titanium. So we have silicon, titanium, silicon, iron, titanium, smart bricks, more silicon. You are doing smart bricks, and it now means the bots have somewhere to dump all the slag. They also need to keep filling this up with regolith, which they're not doing. Thanks, guys. It is turned on. Okay. And our drilling boys are drilling towards what? They're drilling towards this iron down here. I sort of need you guys to probably grab this titanium next. That's probably going to be the next most helpful. Okay. Oh, really? You ran out of power? You do a scan? You can do a scan. Can you tell me what that item is? Or not? Oh, it's another item here. Oh, that's the lab. Okay, well, you're going to have to go there and we'll have to scan it again when we get closer. Alright, so, underground, things are going well, mostly. We have enough power to last through the night, easily. We also have research ticking along. There's an awful lot we still need to do. We still have that the wonderful space station that's in orbit that is maybe you know, on its way to come say hello at a slightly higher speed than what they expected. This should fix our smart brick or our smart concrete problem, definitely. Iron's fine, silicon's fine. We now have titanium on board. It does mean that we can look into production. The rolling mill, which will roll out 2 bits of titanium together. With a rolling mill, it means I can also do medium solar panels, because now we actually have access to the flattened titanium, which is going to be very, very helpful. And I still haven't built the habitat for the people, so we should probably look into that. But I think they're all things we're going to look at in the very next episode, because, well, this seems like a good spot to leave it, especially with it being the middle of the night, the drones, or the rovers being out of power. And therefore we need to wait till tomorrow to find out, well, what that item is going to be and whether it's going to be nice or not so nice. Either way, myself and our evil little space drones are going to leave you here, and I will see you in, well, the very next video. Thanks for watching. Bye. First thing I need to do is I need to look at research. Research, we're doing a few things. We're doing the high voltage power systems. That's going to be very important so we get power inside the building for the people. So we should probably do that. Also, oxygen facilities, also probably important for the people. Ice extractor, I can actually live without. I don't really need the ice extractor. If we go to social research, that's a dead end. So I don't really need that. What I do need is I do need CPU data centers. CPU data centers are going to be very important in the future. Also, I'd really like to get access to the online market. Online market means I can sell excess goods. Not that I have any excess goods. Currently, everything we're producing is going to production, but we'll get there eventually. And I need to have the expedition data, the expedition control center, because that'll let me send out our truck, our space truck. That'll let us send out our space truck and get things done out here that requires a space truck, like, you know, being able to drop off some drones. All right, we have our little scout drone who's on his way to investigate that item, which is an unidentified vehicle. And that should be fine. All right, back in here. There's a couple of things I need to do before we get too sidetracked on anything else. The first thing I need to do is actually, on the surface, as it's nighttime, and that is power. I want to throw in medium solar panels. Medium solar panels require the titanium plates, and we have some. So that is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Next thing I want to do is power. I need to wire all these together, and I'm going to intentionally wire them into a power pole. I could wire them into the next level, but well, the next row of solar, but we're going to be ripping out the next row of solar in the not too distant future. All right, so I want to get those done. Down here, there's a couple of other things I want to get done. First off, we got last episode, we got access to the rolling mill. So the rolling mill will let me take a couple of bits worth of titanium and flatten them out. And because money is a major issue, and it's going to be a major issue for quite some time.
Looks like you haven't built a living quarters or made a backup plan yet. It's a good thing I'm still in charge of the rescue operation, Director.
Yep.
We estimate that the Hope 2 survivors will land in 90 days. If you don't prepare to accommodate the crew by that time, people could die. You can try sending parts to the station, which might delay the impact and increase the probability of success of the operation by 31%. We'll get you all the data and research you need.
I do wish that the voiceovers didn't have those long pauses that they're thrown in occasionally. I don't know why, but so I can send out materials, or I can say I'm ready to complete this within 90 days. I'm very confident that I get it completed within 90 days, but I'm going to choose to send out the materials anyway.
Your colleagues have already received the new technology for building the landing platform. Prepare the materials and send them to the station as soon as possible.
Except,
remember, sloppiness could cost someone their life.
You might have given me the technology, but then I still had to research it, so I think I got ripped off on this deal.
So we need a landing platform and components to send a Hope to. Begin preparations immediately. The station may collapse at any moment.
Okay, I need a rolling mill, and I want to... That's centered, so I can't get that any closer. Alright, can I get a power? Will that reach? It will reach. Okay, and then can I also get a belt, which is going to run into there. Build all. Can I get a... out of the belt menu, a storage right here, and can I run that directly into there? Cool, build all. You are going to be storing titanium plates that have been flattened out. Okay. Alright, yes, lady. Okay. Alright, so I need to get a landing platform. Wrong button. Landing platform we need to put up here, and that is under... not storage, it's under logistics. Landing platform. It's very, very cheap, which is good, because I'm a little bit poor. I could put this right outside the door, which is not a bad spot for it, but I'm going to intentionally move it back a few tiles, so we have just a little bit of space. Alright, first things of priority are... we want priorities. I want to have this as high priority number 1. I want to have these done so I can start making titanium plates. Okay, that's going to be very, very important. And with that done, I'm going to crank up the game speed. I do have the robots mining. I do have the robots coming and doing this as a high priority, and also excavating this titanium as a high priority as well, because we're going to need to access both. In fact, I actually need to have a little bit more room over here as well, because I need to have access to more materials, a lot more materials, and we're going to make sure all 5 of you keep drilling, and the other 7 hopefully get, well, things like this done, and the solar panels. The solar panels are going to be important. I sort of have them up and running before daytime, which is getting very close. Okay, research complete is high voltage power. That's fine. I needed that. That means we can put power inside the living quarters, but that also unlocks new problems, like farming. Farming is probably going to be important. Also, I'm not spending any blue science. Blue science. Can I have oxide mining? Yeah. This lets me mine a vein faster. Not that we're using the bots to mine the veins.
I've got everything set up. As soon as the pod arrives, the drones will fill it with resources, and the cargo will go to the Hope Station. You can see it in the pod's interface how much material is left to load.
Yeah. All my components except one, which is bad, because I sort of need them. Okay, so they're going to get that done, which is really bad, because I sort of don't want that done yet. If I power it down, does that stop it? Maybe? Okay. That's done. That should be done shortly. They're getting deliveries. That looks like it's paused. Okay, can I go out to here? We're waiting on daybreak so you can have enough power. So you now have enough power. You can now investigate that. We've got a new question mark over here. And a question mark over there.
We came across an unconventional rover at the site. It lacks passenger seats and a cargo compartment, instead featuring radio equipment. Oddly, the rover remains immobile but fully functional. Upon inspection, we discovered that the rover is equipped with radio interception and direction-finding systems. It systematically stores intercepted data in its memory blocks. Strangely, there are no discernible markings or symbols to identify its owner or affiliation.
So we can forget about it, or we can break inside. Obviously, we want to break inside because, you know, nobody owns it. Now, that means it needs to send a robot and some resources. Not that I have those resources, and that's going to be a problem. Can I set up you to go that way? Actually, before I do that, on the off chance, scan. Nothing. Okay, can I get you to investigate that one? All right. So, I can't... Let's go back out to here. I can't send an expedition to here without an expedition center, okay? Because I need to load drones, load drones. Drones is the word we're going to go with, into the vehicle. So I can't do that, so we're going to worry about that later. What I'm going to do is I'm going to crank the priority on all of these, because it's now daytime, and I sort of want to get as much power as possible. The batteries survived just, which is a problem all into itself. All right, so you are now taking in my titanium that we have stored up here and converting it into titanium plates. The problem is you're producing 20 every minute. You're consuming 20 every minute to give me 9.9. 9 of that gets turned to 3 titanium rolls, and then 4 titanium rolls gives me 2 titanium plates. So the production line here is a little bit slow. Wasting science points. I don't want to do that. We're wasting orange science. Okay, you're very far down the green list. Orange. Hard rock mining? Hard rock mining. That's blue, that's blue. That's green only. Oxygen facilities is what we're working on now, which is all green. Yeah, we're gonna go for hard rock mining. Hard rock mining means we can get rid of this basalt that's in our way. And, okay, back to pressing all the wrong buttons. Back to the surface. Okay, so I need to have this done. Having solar power here would make a massive difference. Also, the other thing that we got access to, actually, we should just start setting this up. So can I get a... Alright, can I get a regolith extractor? We're going to put you as far forward as possible. Then we're going to get a single regolith factory, and these are going to start putting end to end because I'm very short on money, and money is a issue. Consequently, I'm going to have things direct connected just to save a couple of dollars on belts. All right, we get another titanium line. With another titanium line, if I take titanium and steel, I can get components, and I really want to put you flipped. You know what? You can go there. All right. Can I get belts? We're gonna go belt from there to there, a belt from there to there, a belt from there to there, a belt from there into that one, and a belt from that one.
Research complete.
Okay. Hang on. Okay, can I remove that? Can I dig this out? Okay, back to production. Components factory. Yeah, I need to have that wall removed. Okay, can I grab... Alright, what was the research? It was the oxide mining. Okay, with oxide mining, which was solid blue, we're going to grab the hauling drones. Hauling drones is a little bit of blue and a whole lot of orange, which is probably okay, and I'm going to actually put that as a higher priority, because this one here that I can't see yet is salvage. salvage is going to be important. It means I can go up to the surface and remove everything that's on the surface, which should give me a bunch of resources. Also, so with the Wigo, I hope. A Wigo is an automated laser interferometric gravitational wave observatory. A network of 5 observatories were constructed on the moon with active participation from Crust between 2083 and 2089. Primary goal of the project is to detect and study gravitational waves of cosmic origin. The observatories are located 1,000 kilometers away apart from each other, enabling research to determine where the gravitational signals is originating. The observatory was damaged by the explosion, but still may be valuable equipment data regarding the nature of the recent disaster. Perhaps even worth sending a rover with drones to investigate. Okay, got it. All right. Can we then do a quick scan, see if you find anything? The answer is no. And I have a demolished structure or an unknown find. We're going to go do an unknown find first. No, we're going to go do an unknown structure, a unknown find first. Yep. All right. Okay, so with this dug out, yeah, please, a little bit more. All right. Can I get power? Power from there to there. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And you still have 1 power connection? You do. All right. Can I get construction? I want to get the components factory. And I wanted to rearrange everything just a little bit. So hopefully, once we have underground belts, we can have a few of these producing. Because components, gears. Ever played a factory game before? Gears are important, it turns out. That's also a high priority dig. Okay, so they're digging down there, and you guys are going to crash in 81 days. That's fine, hopefully. Okay, so components factory. Rotate. Okay, so can I put you? That's how. Alright, I need the wall clean out, guys. Alright, can I put you there? Alright, so. I don't have underground technology yet. Okay, so I'm going to plan this for non-underground technology as well. Alright, can I get production? Components factory. Flip. And that's all. Okay, so can we run the iron belt? No. The iron belt straight into there. And can I get the titanium, well, what will be the titanium belt, to come to there for the moment. We're going to keep it as short as possible. Alright, I didn't put belts between all of these. Yeah, that would help. And can I get a belt from there to there, from there to there, and from there to there? Okay, build all. Alright, you are going to be titanium, you're going to be titanium, you're going to be titanium, and you don't need to have anything, and they're doing this. Okay, I want this to be a super low, probably non-priority. Okay, so they're busy picking up regolith and taking it to this machine. I don't want them bringing regolith to this machine. I really want them building things, and... No, wrong buttons. I really want them building this stuff. Yeah. Guys, please stop bringing stuff here. Please build things instead. Okay, you also need a power connection, which is going to be that one. And can I up the priority on that? Because I want to start making those gears as soon as possible. We only have 10. And I also have a problem that, well, I need to ship 10 out to, you guys so you don't crash land. And solar panels would be handy as well. So there's a few things for the bots to do. In fact, there's probably enough that we're going to power up this and pull away my diggy boys for a minute, just so we can catch up on production. Alright, so you guys should hopefully catch up, and you're still on your way down there. That's a paid lab, which means we can buy some research points if I had any money. I have 40,000, which sounds like a lot until you actually yeah, try to spend it. Okay, can I rip out this? And can I also rip out that belt and that belt? Yeah, you have a component, which is good. And it looks like they are very busy doing the solar. Okay, so once the solar's done, we should be good. Tomorrow's night job, well, actually, the batteries are fully charged. Lasts for 10 days. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, more batteries. Wire. Okay, build the batteries, get them charged. Yeah, good luck. Can I prioritize the hell out of that one, and that one, and that one? Oh, that's only if we're using them at flat out capacity. Okay, I'm pretty confident we're not going to use them at flat out capacity. They've already started delivering things. It's fine. Okay, can we get this built? All right, once this is built, this will at least allow me to start making titanium plates. I have 30, actually, because you've been running. So, yeah, I need to start making components, which... Bots, what are you doing? You're picking up silicon now. Okay, can I... Priority button. Low priority. Low priority. Low priority. I don't want to cancel these buildings. But if they keep delivering things here, I might have to. Okay. They're building this. Great. Can we get... You've got power. No, you go... Oh, wasting science points. Why are we wasting science points? Because we're out of blue things. Okay, can I cancel that? What do we have in the blue tree? Fuel generator. Can I get a fuel generator? I'll solve all our power problems. I have fuel, right? I have 150 fuel. Yeah, that'll solve all our fuel problems. All right. I am going to need you to deliver these guys, and I'm going to need to max out the priority on this just because, well, this production line's not built. So hopefully a drone comes and drops off the titanium rods. 1. Can we get a bit more than 1? Alright, fraction of hope. The unidentified object turned out to be a module from the orbital station. The area around it is littered with thousands of small fragments. That's not good. The module itself is bent and twisted. Approaching closer, inspecting the debris, the cargo truck's cameras notice a partially faded inscription. Hope 2 RM5. Before the collapse, this was a research module on the Hope 2 station. Apparently, this station sustained such serious damage that the external module detached from the main structure. It's possible to send a cargo truck with a drone for a detailed examination of the module. Okay. Do we actually need to send a drone? We do not need to send a drone. Can we send the cargo truck? Can we sell it till it fill all and go back to base afterwards? And off you go. All right. Can I do a quick scan in case there is any goodies? There is not any goodies. So, whilst you have no power, can you head across the map and go check that one? Meanwhile, the cargo truck's going to come out here. It's going to pick up these things, which are going to be important. We're going to need all those. Oh, but I also need to do a few other things. All right. Not enough power to run module. That's just, that's not built. All right. So you're running. Okay, this is the first thing that we need to talk about, and that is things like components factory actually require people in them. I don't have people, so consequently our efficiency is going to be bad, which means we are making components. They're just going to be incredibly slow. Also means that if I get the right button, you guys are working on that. That's fine. We're going to rip up all of this. Thank you. And that one. Yep. I'm going to rip up those during the night time because obviously they're not doing anything for us. Same as the batteries, not going to really do anything for us if we build them at night time. But I want to get them ripped out because as they get ripped out, we're going to be putting in new solar panels. Can I go with here? Come on, guys. That one. That one. Put one there. Nope, they've started building things. Can I get you to rip out the old ones first? Like, finish the current job? Alright, and I have 3 components. And even though you turned off, you are getting deliveries, which is okay, I guess, now. I'm going to turn that back on, set you back to normal priority, and then somebody will deliver the last 4 once we have 3, and once you make another one, which you might have just done. All right. And can I do wiring? Okay. Wiring, you're going to have to go directly to the pole, and then we can wire up this row. Copy that one and go there, and there. All right, so that's another row worth of solar and another row worth of batteries. Cancel. We should be good on power, especially if I get things up and running before daytime. Insufficient batteries output. Really? Charge rate -9. No, our power is fine. Yeah, our power's fine. That's 14 by 2. That is 280. Okay. Maybe I need 1 extra power point. Oh, actually, well, let's turn that off. Problem solved. Yeah, problem solved. All right, so things are getting built. Digging is not getting done because I turned off the diggers. And that was our little shuttle leaving. Okay, little shuttle is left. We have 68 days, which is not good. But, can I turn you back on?
Thanks for the delivery, Director. With that, we can patch up the escape pods and be able to rescue everyone.
See? Everybody gets saved.
I'll have Deanne arrange to repair the thruster immediately. We'll try to stabilize the station and buy you some more time to prepare.
Okay, cool. Works for me.
I'm not here to lecture you, Arthur, but I advise you to start repairs on the power unit. There should be enough solar power to maintain life support systems and run the remaining engines.
Flight Engineer Nicholas Baker speaking. The Commander is busy repairing the second escape pod right now. Thanks for the advice. We'll see what we can do with the new parts. We had long since scrapped the idea of getting the panels to work using our resources.
You hang in there, Nicholas. And tell your man we won't abandon them. They don't have to worry about that.
Thank you, really. Hope is all we have right now. And transmission.
During our conversation, Crust's projected date for the station's collision with the moon has just been updated. Given the new circumstances, it looks like we have a little more time to prepare.
That was the sound of 2 engineers in love. 126 days. Okay, that gives me a bit more time. So, we're going to continue digging down here. We have a power problem. We have production is full. We know there's nothing I can do about that. You're actually missing slag. But I don't really want the guys delivering slag here. No, I sort of do. But it's a low priority job, like a really, really low priority job. We're getting the solar in, we're getting the batteries in. As long as that's all done before daytime, I'm happy. And research. So we have that. That doesn't help me right now. We're working on oxygen facilities. That will help me long term. CPUs will help me because up here, this is our CPU capacity. Obviously, winning as many 4090s as possible. Well, probably actually the 5090s, but we're probably on the GTX XXX 5030s by now. All right, I want to unlock salvage. Salvage is going to be very, very important, as are hauling drones. Let's get the hauling drones one thing at a time. Salvage is going to be important because it means I can rip up everything on the surface. Mostly blue sites with a little bit of orange. So let's get that in the queue. And, okay. Can I get Logistics. Hauling drone. That needs nanotubes. I don't have... sorry, carbon fiber. I don't have carbon fiber. Nor do I have components. Okay, so that's going to have to wait. Although... No. Okay, worth a shot. Alright, so... we want to get CPUs so I can upgrade the CPU capacity so we can build more things. Because every single thing we're building has some sort of CPU computational quantity to it. Small power panel, small solar panel outputs 30 power for 2 CPU. The mediums, which we've been upgrading to, do 75 for 3. So it's a 50% increase in the amount of CPU, but more than double. It's like two and a half times the amount of power. So obviously a worthwhile upgrade. Also means that I probably have enough solar in now that I can rip out the next 2 rows worth of panels without too much of a hassle. But we'll leave that for right now. All right, so back down here. We're waiting on research. We're waiting on the Diggy boys to dig out this. This gives us access to more iron, which will be very, very handy. And you're making components. You're now belt fed, so I don't have to worry about you. And they're now digging over here. Okay, so we're digging over here to access hydrogen, silicon, and iron. That's probably not a bad idea, but can I add just to get rid of that, please? Yeah, cool. Wasting science again. Okay, Fraction Home. During the investigation, the bodies of 2 deceased workers from this module were found. They did not survive the fall. Well, that's unfortunate. Module itself is of greatest interest for research. In addition to containing valuable equipment, the construction and materials were robust enough to withstand the fall from orbit. So the wreckage will help advance our research. Excellent. Okay, I will take that. That's an extra 60 science for 2 days. And we're wasting orange. Okay, orange. Can I grab that one? Hard rock mining. Hard rock mining is still on my list of things I want. Also underground conveyors. But they're expensive. That requires money. I don't have money. We're about to finish oxygen facilities, then the online market. That means I should be able to buy and sell. Then CPUs, so we can cover our CPU usage. Salvage is going to be important, as is hard rock mining. But if we go actually back into there, you can see green is the one that's suffering the most. It is the slowest research that we have, which is a problem. Not enough resources to build module. I have enough brick? Oh.
Research complete.
Yeah. Because you're only hooked into that one. Okay. Alright, research complete, which is the oxygen facilities. Back into research. Can I add your green only? I already have 2 greens in the queue. Which doesn't help me, because farming and cooking is probably going to be important. That's actual green research. Is there anything else that's more important? Yeah, that one's more important. That's green research as well. Okay, because the expedition center means I can drive out and get things. You're blue only. Okay, you're blue only. Fuel generator, that's important. I want to have the fuel generator. We had it on there before, but we cancelled it. All right, so let's get you. You need to have more slag. Slag is coming from all the regular refineries. And yeah, power's not good. I'm not sure why it's not good. Oh, they're all at -10. Yeah, we've maxed out our discharge rate. Alright, we're going to enable... We're going to enable drones being able to bring regolith directly into this. No. No. I'm going to save the regolith. Okay. We're going to... Okay, I need to get slag moving. Alright, can I get a belt? Your output's on that side. That's unfortunate. That's 7, 8 grand. We're going to do it anyway. Okay, can I get a belt from there to there? That means your 500 regular, 500 slag can come out here and go into this. Alright, on top of that, you have another 500 as well. Can I get a belt from you? That's 10 grand. That might be too much for my taste. Like, up here would be great, except I have a silicon actually right here. Alright, we might move our smart concrete factory in the near future. Okay. Alright. Resource-wise, we have plenty of steel, but not enough concrete. So my only option for right now is to enable deliveries and have them get that done. Alright, so back out to here. You're heading back with goodies, and that should let us build more things. Our battery's going to be very, very charged very, very quickly. And can I do a demolish? Do I want to rip up this now, or do I want to wait? I think I want to rip up this now. Yeah, this gives us access to a bunch of bricks. Okay. Research complete, which was the hard rock mining. Cool. Means we can go back and get a whole lot of that. And after hard rock mining is rare earth mineral processing. So this will let us process the hard rocks into something useful. And that is at the top of our orange research. Yeah. There are lots of things I want, but it's what do I need? Actually, no, you've done your orange. Okay. That one. I do wish the game, like, if I looked at a research that I already partially done, it would, oops, tell me that it was partially done. Okay, can I remove that. Hold down shift to just get everything. Alright, so we're going to rip out all the old solar. This will get us a whole lot more components, which is going to be important. That power connection go away as well. Alright, so that should pack that up. That's all on one very messy grid. Confirm, yeah, I have power grid number 1. That's great. And I missed that in the collection. No? No, they're all done. Alright, so you guys are going to rip things up. That'll be great.
Package delivered.
Confirm cargo unload. Yes, I'd like to confirm right about there. Please drop off the cargo right about there. And you... Oh, you're close, but not quite. Alright. So I have 80 bricks. I also have 110 days before they land still. Okay, so with us having access to hard rock mining, which means all these little things that were in my way previously can now go away. This has some as well. That can all go away as well. I have silicon here. That doesn't really help me. Yeah, I think this is going to be our answer for concrete. Because they have multiple machines right here. Can I do belts? You output this way. You output that way. You output that way. And you output down. Well, that's unfortunate. You screwed up the pooch. You output this way, I'd be way happier. Alright, Kralo's vast storage structure comprised of multiple segmented modules. Mission vehicles scattered around the area. Assignment of the inches identifies it as Reserve Warehouse 4517. And made in the year 2075, and the Crust logo makes it clear who the owner is. Facility is designed for emergency use and houses a large quantity of steel, smart concrete, and modular frames. You'll receive another 60 sites for 90 days. I will happily take that. I will also happily, after you've dropped off, you just drop your stuff on the ground. Cool. Got a little pile of goodies. We're going to do a scan. And confirm there is something in this direction. Okay. If you scan, you're actually scanning that sort of area, but you don't give us a pinpoint. I'm going to set up an expedition. It is going to be that cargo truck. Fill all. We have steel, we have silicon, we have rare earth, and we have titanium plates. Send. And back to base. Yep. So cargo vessel is going to come out there, grab all that, and come home. Meanwhile, we have some smart concrete. Probably not enough for my taste, honestly, but it is a thing. And Oh, please don't do that.
Director, we've completed research that will allow us to disassemble the remains of the Evermoon base for resources. Every unit counts right now, and they won't be needing the ruins anymore. The Universal Removal Tool can be accessed from the right-click menu. Shift, chain selection of rubble for removal.
Yes, we'll do that in just a second. Just making sure that we're not bringing resources down here, because there are other things I'd like you to do. Many other things I'd like you to do. Alright, if we go to the... No, hang on. Research. Yep. So we have a blue, we have an orange, we have a green. Okay. Can I go to the surface? The surface. And we go to salvage. And now I can click those. Gotta click the dangerous ones that are in near other things. Cool. And then if I just hold down shift and a swipe, we can pick up everything. And this is going to be our number one objective for, well, the intermediate between this episode and the next. I want to clear off every one of this bit of scrap so it's out of my way. And this should give me access to a whole bunch of goodies. These are belts, so maybe not so much with the belts. But some buildings, like, you know, this one, which has a whole lot of these components, this one, which has a whole lot of components, this one, which has nothing important, this one, which has more components, very handy. You have some brick and some smart concrete and stuff, demolish. Also, I can pick up these asteroids, which are mainly resources, but this should keep our little drones active for quite some time, just dismantling absolutely everything. And should hopefully refill our resource stores by an awful lot, and also means that maybe I'll be in a position where I can actually build the areas required for, well, our new friends are going to be crash landing in 100 days. We got a bit over 3 months. To accommodate them. Yeah, you know, I don't have food, and I technically have a way to make oxygen. Yeah, we did that research, so we have oxygen, maybe not food. Okay, click that one. Sure, we'll grab those as well. Oh god, there's more. Yeah, the map on the surface is quite large, and there's an awful lot of things that we will, we'll end up using a lot of this space as the game progresses. For right now, I guess there's just going to be one poor robot going for some serious driving. Yeah, that one, and I missed 2. Alright. That'll do us. Alright, so they're going to deconstruct everything, hopefully. I've lost my drones. Oh. Yeah, they're wandering around deconstructing everything. Also means that I'm definitely going to take you guys off mining, so I have more active drones to do more dismantling. You are idle, and there we go. We're going to move to there, and this is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Yep, we got an awful lot done. We have an awful lot more to do. We have more research to do, more things to unlock. We did get to... Yeah, farming is not done. Because it's green research, and green research is pathetically slow. And there's a number of things I need in research, like online markets, so I can actually start selling some goods to make some money. Also, obviously, fuel generator to make power easier. And the exhibition center also needs green research because the other 2 are done. That's rare earth minerals, which means we can take some of the stuff and start turning them into goodies. What I can do with the goodies is locked behind yet more research. So I'm going to leave this video here. We'll be back for the next episode. Don't forget, if you join the series late, there is by all means the playlist link down below where you can play catch up should you, want to see exactly how we got this far. Anyway, I'm going to leave this video here. As always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed. I'll see you in, well, the very next video. All right, bye. The good news is I can send you out to the lunar harvest. This is a research facility in the crater. The main entrance are the numerous cargo containers marked with logos of GRACU SA and our ACIL corporations. Drones are buzzing around, and there are active conversations on the radio upon learning about the approaching rover. a radio call comes in. So, Gracu SA. Hola, Director. I represent Gracu, a company specializing in advanced agriculture. Don't be surprised by activity on the airways where we and our partners are engaged in active dispute over the rights to this facility. This research center was our joint project for the development of new types of extraterrestrial crops. After disaster, some of the staff we evacuated and our esteemed partners, decided to take advantage of the situation and appropriate the facility for themselves. I've had esteemed business partners like that. They're very handy to have. Is that so, is it?
Greetings, Director. I represent the interests of the ACIL enterprise. Do not listen to the accusations.
Accusations, they're just accusations. No proof.
They were engaged in the development of a new type of plants, but we provided all the infrastructure and equipment.
Okay.
According
Brains
to
and
the
brawn.
contract, in case of an emergency, the rights to the facility and all developments should pass to us. But these farmers do not want to fulfill their obligations. On the contrary, they demand we transfer the facility and all developments to them. This is simply outrageous.
I agree. It is outrageous. Yeah, I do want to ask, or answer a concern I've seen it down in the comments about some of the voiceovers. Some of them are still TTS, definitely. Some of them are just missing, like our friends from Gracu. And obviously this guy from ACIL is obviously TTS. The devs have said they are replacing a lot of them with real voice actors. It's just going to take some time because you need to cast them, you need to get lines recorded, you need to get lines re-recorded if they were not delivered the way you're expecting, blah, 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 blah. So in this case, we need to ask, what can we do?
Director, in this situation, we can use the emergency powers Crust gave us to put pressure on the corporations.
Oh, yeah.
We can give the samples and with the equipment to one side of the conflict or the other, take it all back, or send a botanical specialist to reopen the facility to benefit our mission.
Okay. So I can hand it to the farmers, which I'd hope that they'd be very appreciative and they could give me something. The thing is, I have no idea what they can give me because they're farmers. They're probably very poor. We can give the material to the construction concern. Very, very weird way of putting it. But the ACIL, they seem to be from like an oil nation that probably has a little bit of money. We can pick up the research subject materials for yourself. But then I have to deal with people, and that requires a botanist. I don't have a botanist because we don't have any people yet. So I think, because the contract says so, that it is property of the ACIL, I think we're just going to give the material to the
The Arabian
ACIL.
concern is very wealthy.
Yes.
Working with them would make us good money.
Yes.
The greatest wealth is intellect.
Ah.
And you are not deprived of it, Director.
Ah.
This scientific facility will finally belong to us. And justice will prevail.
Justice for justice.
As thanks for your wisdom and assistance, we will cover the costs and grant you a license to use our water filtration technology.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
We've been paid well. Working with the Arabian concern is a sound investment in our future.
30 grand. Okay, that solves one of my problems, being money. The other one being bots. The bots are very busy doing things. We do have some research that's about to tick over, especially when I put it back in the right order. We're about to finish the fuel generator. Once the fuel generator has finished, then I can access, well, this one, which I need to access this one reasonably quickly. We still need to get farming and cooking. That's probably going to be important before we have people, which is a problem because I keep knocking it off the queue, and it sort of needs to be on the queue, preferably. Well, I need CPUs as well because I need to have the ability to keep expanding. All right. So, first off, out in the world map. So, you are done. We're going to send you to the paid lab. Actually, we're going to do a scan first, just on the off chance. There is nothing. Okay.
Research complete.
We're going to send you to the paid lab. You are coming back with some goodies, which will be great. And research complete. That is the fuel generator. Okay, so 2 researchers. Can we go to fundamentals? I want to get the fuel factory. Not that I need a fuel factory, but I want to have a fuel factory, preferably now, because this is going to be large batteries. Large batteries is going to be very important. I also need the expedition control center, so I can actually send the rover out. But that needs green research, which is a problem. Actually, can I cancel you? Can I put you? And we're just going to move you up the list. You need 1450, you need 1500. That's 5.9 days, that's 13 days. You were making 120, and the online market has social. Online market has 10 days total. It says there's 10 days, and then that says 5.5. Yeah. It says 5 days. D5. Okay. Fuel factory is D4. And then fuel factory is D17. We're going to finish out all the orange research again before I have something that I can spend it on. Alright. So, okay. Drones are where? Drones are still deconstructing things. Okay, that's fine. I want them to keep doing that. Meanwhile, there's a couple of things I want to do. So we have access to digging basalt, right? Yes, we can do that, and we're working our way towards that. So I want to definitely make sure that that's marked as high priority, and we'll extend that out a little bit. Okay. And I want to get into this silicon. My plan was, I have 62 grand. I might be able to afford to do this now. Okay. Can I do a little bit of demolishing? Yeah, we're going to do some demolishing. Okay. Can I rip out this, and this? Okay. You're still fine, except you have nowhere to output. Can I get you somewhere to output? Being right there. Can I copy that? Can I run a belt from there to there? You're going to be storing those, and bring back up the belt interface. I'll pay the $600 for one piece of belt. Okay. So once that's done, which we're going to up the priority on, you should be able to get that built. Okay. Can I copy a smelter? We want to put a smelter here. And you are going to be doing iron. Okay. I also want to have you. And I want to make sure that you are going from our left to our right.
Delivered.
And I need to work out where you guys are going to drop off our loot. Okay. Can I get a belt from there to there, to there, to there, and there to there? Okay. Build all. Can I get that powered up? And that powered up. Okay. You're going to be doing that one. You're going to be doing that one again. And that means I should be able to get a belt through here in just a minute. But online market. Okay. So we now have access to the online market, which is going to be very, very handy. What was the next one I wanted? Expedition Center, which is 11 days. Then CPUs. We're going to run our orange research. Orange research being the engineering research. Belt. Underground belts. Underground belts. Underground belts. Is there anything in here I desperately want that requires orange? Blue's a shortfall. Okay, so we're gonna go for conveyor belts. 2849. We're gonna go for the conveyor belt Mark II. No, we're gonna go for underground conveyors. We'll get down this tree, I believe. I think. I hope. I don't know. Alright. So, confirm cargo unload. Can you just drop the cargo here? Looks good to me. Alright. And you're going to drive through the map and drop off... What do we find? We found some steel, some silicon, some rare earth metals, and some titanium plates. I will take it. Alright. I don't think I need to do anything about power. I think power is okay. What is not okay is... you guys. Can I get three of you? And you guys are moving slag. Can you not move slag, please? Okay. Do not bring slag here anymore. This one has... Nope. Wrong button. You're a low priority regolith. And therefore, if they're bored, they can bring in regolith. But I'm hoping that we can get back to digging. You know what? We're going to go for 5 out of 5. Okay. Because I want to get into here. And I also want to get some belts organized. Because I need to make smart concrete. Smart concrete is going to be a problem for us. Currently it requires slag. And I don't have a lot of slag. Actually, can I? No, we're going to leave that off. Alright. So if I can get into this, can I use the rubber? Can I remove that? We're going to come out, left, down. Yeah, I'm trying to keep belts as short as possible due to money concerns, mainly money concerns. And you're going there. Our rover's back out in the world map. That helps us. And you're back up and running. Okay. Can I grab power? Can we bring power to here? And then we'll wait for that to be built. And I just need to have as much digging done as quickly as possible. Yeah, because if we can get to this, I want to put another smart concrete factory. Which means I need to have you there. Yeah, once we've uncovered that, we should be able to get a mono regolith refinery, and everything done. All right, so the paid lab. The paid lab, I can buy science. If I want to get fundamental science or any of the other ones, it's 60 for 90 days for 30, 100 for 90 days for 50, 200 for 90 days for 100, or 400 for 20 days for 50, which is just a massive amount. But yeah, all the prices are the same. Okay, but I don't have a lot of money, so we can't do that. But it is an option, a very important option. Can I see? Can you scan anything good? No. Okay. All right. So back in here, we have almost uncovered this. That's 9 out of 9. Come on, dig another tile or two for me. That'll do me. Okay. So can I put you there? Can I put a mono thingy here? We're gonna have you go that way, and then I want to get a smart concrete to go. No, I want to have a storage. Storage. Can I put a bulk storage? Now, bulk storage is funny because it requires a component, which is not what I expected, but it is what it is. Okay. Can I get a belt? We're going to go belt from here to here to here, and then a belt from there to there. Okay, build. Can I get power? I'm going to drag power to here, and then into there, and then into there. You are obviously going to be doing silicon. And then, can I then get my smart concrete? All right, I'm going to put you... 3 tiles? 3-ish tiles. I hope that works. Okay, can I get a bucket? I'm going to put a bucket here for catching the concrete when it's done. That's going to go into there. You are going to output into that slot. And then you are going to have slag, which we're going to bring out. And cancel. We're going to get that much done. Yeah. Okay. Can you store that? And can you store that? Okay. So, you high priority. That way you won't complain about power. And can I plug that in as well? But yeah, we're 60 grand down to 52 already.
Research complete.
It doesn't take long to spend it. Okay. What's the research? It is the Expedition Control Center. Great. I want to have that built now. So, you're doing green. You need green. You need red and orange. I need to have farming and cooking still, which is more important than rare earth minerals. So get the CPU data center because I need that. We're going to need more CPU power sooner or later. And you are processing and you have a bucket to store things in. Great. All right. I want to... This is where things are going to get tricky. All right. No. Can I go to... No. World map. Can I get the Expedition Control Center? Which is a tiny building. And it's a tiny building I'm going to put here. Now, this does allow for belt input and output. We're going to cover that in the future sometime. But for right now, we're just going to get you thrown down and plugged in. I want to remove that before it's built. Okay, can I run the power there and into there? Cool. Can I up the priority on that? All right, once this is built, which is super expensive, okay? Whole bunch of steel, whole bunch of smart concrete, whole bunch of silicon, whole bunch of components, and titanium, and microchips. I don't have that many microchips. I can't make microchips yet, which is a separate problem. But it means we'll be able to go out to the world map and actually send the rover out to collect things, which is going to be very, very important. You're doing nothing. Okay. So, if I can get that done, that would be awesome. What do you mean no power? Oh, is that all the wrong buttons? Oh, that's a... No, that is definitely a power pole to nowhere. Okay. Yeah, alright, better. You now have power. Okay. You. I want to plug you in. And I want to spend some materials. So, we're going to get slag coming from there. I don't have underground technology yet, but I can pass through one of these mono machines. So we're going to pass through that one. That's 10 grand on belts already. Then we're going to come up to here and then pass through that one. That's 15 grand on belts. Then we're going to come to here and go up to you there. So I want this tile, I think. No, I want this tile. Yes. Build all.
Director, our operation requires a colossal amount of funds. The budget is stretched to its limits, and there are no new investments in sight. We need to come up with something urgently.
Yeah, tell me about it. Alright, so that should get us slag. And hopefully, I can put a second machine near this in the not-too-distant future
I have a
after I
solution
get
to our
underground
problems,
technology.
Director.
Underground
We
belt
can establish
technology.
trade with other organizations on the moon. This way, surplus resources are converted into money, which we currently lack.
Tell me about it.
To send resources, we need a landing platform. And to access the market, we need to research the online market.
Okay, got it.
This is why you get paid the big bucks,
Big
Ledger.
bucks, Ledger.
Great
Ledger.
idea.
Ledger, the big
Director,
buck man.
Let's get started immediately. Research and construction will take some time.
Everything is ready for trading. To sell your
Oh,
surplus
it's
resources,
already done.
go to the online market section of the control center.
Just doing deliveries. Okay.
Now
So
select market at the top of the screen.
it's moved. It's down over
Not
here.
only sell missing resources, but also buy them. Since we are currently trying to restore our budget, go to the sell tab.
But I want to look at the buy tab because I want more rovers, and they're just $46,000 each. All right,
If you
sell
select
tab.
an available resource on the left side of the screen, you'll see the fluctuations and its cost on the right side. To send a resource for sale, select the appropriate option in the bottom right corner of the screen. Director, you should carefully monitor supply and demand. The more resources of a specific type you put on the market, the lower their price will be.
So, there are definitely some good trades on here, like components. Components I am short on, but I can sell 50 of them and make 83 grand. There's a catch, and that is I need to spend $1,000 on the cargo pod, plus there's an intermediate that I need to pay along the way, which is very, very bad and very expensive. I think this would cost me 10 grand to order this. Yeah. I make the money back, you know, when I sell 82 grand's worth, but also it means the bots need to move 50 things. 50 things is not too bad, but if I... control? Shift. Okay. If I do 600 of this, 600 is a bit too much. 600 each, because they're a ton each, or whatever the maths is. 5 tons each. Then this is 22 grand worth of profit. But after I subtract about 10 grand in costs, it's only a 10 grand profit, and it means the trucks need to move, or the bots need to move 600 items, which this is about 600 items right here, and it's taking some time. So we need to look for juicy contracts that we can afford, and right at the moment, I'm going to try and save my dollars as best as possible. Or make things that sell for a lot more money for a lot less moving of items. Obviously, having a second one of these would be a great idea, but to do that, I need to have underground technology, which I do not have yet, and even then, they're going to be like 2.5 grand to do 2 tiles worth of undergrounds, which is going to be not fun. All right, so CPU data centers are about to be finished. That means we can move on to farming a cookie. We have rare earth. I need another orange. Orange. That one. Large battery, 100%. I want to have large batteries. Okay, large batteries, again, it's about saving CPU power. Oh, what are you doing? You've done a touch of blue. Can I do you above that? Because that way the drones just dig faster outright.
CPU is the heart of our base, responsible for all computational tasks.
Spoke about earlier.
Our automated production requires enormous computational power. Every module built and every drone operating uses CPU. We will soon reach the limit, and to continue construction, we will need data centers.
An important note, if I may. Data centers are very particular about installation conditions and require a lot of microcircuits and microprocessors. It would be more cost-effective to focus on optimizing existing production. More technologically advanced modules consume less CPU. By studying new technologies, we can replace low-efficiency modules and free up CPU for other tasks. For example, one large solar panel generates almost as much energy as a dozen small panels,
quite a
with
dozen.
significantly
Spoke
lower
about this earlier. It's 2.5.
costs.
Okay. So we need somewhere to put the 5090 Titans in a data center. Okay, you are making 12.9 of our wonderful silicon. You need to use 12 plus 48 slag. 48 slag is a giant amount of slag. You only output 5. You output another 7, so that's 13. You output 3, so that's 13, 16, 17, we'll call it. And then you do another 5, so that's 20 odd slag on this belt. Currently, it's all backed up because I have a lot of it to start with. You do another 8. So what's that? We're starting to get closer to the 48 I need to run this at full speed. But the good news is one of these will get rid of an awful lot of material. The bad news is, well, the belts are expensive, and I don't have a source of income just yet. Not a good source of income. Okay, up to you. You are now done. Great. Can we go out to the map view? And I can now send out our little drone. So can I go to the WeGo? The WeGo, we just need to send the cargo truck with 2 drones, expedition setting, fill all, and then back to base, and clicky. So you are now going to come back into our little map, drive through the base, into the expedition center, which will then pick up a couple of little drones. They'll come over and jump on the truck, and then he'll go off and hopefully get me some goodies, hopefully. Whilst we are doing that, we should probably take the time to increase power. But every power line is going to cost me more money, which is a problem, as it's been for quite some time. Okay, that's a choice. You know what? We're going to go this way. Every single power line is $120. Another quick way to go through another grand a bit. All right, so, wrong button. You are now off and running. Unfortunately, you're heading in towards sunset, so hopefully you'll make it there today. Meanwhile, with more power going in, did we finish? No, we haven't finished rare earth. I want to get rare earth done, which is here, which is waiting on our green. So farming, then large battery, then a drone rover, then you. Is there anything else I want to squeeze in? I really want to have sociology research labs. That way when people arrive, one way or another, reduce the market commission line for more favorable transactions of the global market. Size discount depends on the global reputation index. Yeah, sure. Cargo dock, no. Radiostopic thermoelectric generator, RTG. No, I don't want one of those. Elevator for conveyor belts, I do. Repeater, I wouldn't mind either. There's lots of things I want, but I guess we're sort of at the point where The trucks are not super busy. So maybe it's time that I caved and we build out our room. Okay, standard room. We're going to build you here. And the minimum I need is 15 by 15, but I think we're going to go 16 by 16 intentionally. And I'm going to throw a double door in here. Nope, we're going to cancel that. I'm going to try again. All right, from there to 15, but 16 by 16. Okay. Then can I throw a double door here? All right, it's going to cost me 250 brick. We're fine on that one. 250 iron, 250 brick, 4 bits of silicon, and now 2 of our components. We're good on all those. So let's hit the button and let them get to
Provide
work.
the drones with materials
51
and complete
days.
the construction. Keep a close eye on the supply of steel and concrete, and
cool,
repair
boss.
modules of the product chains in a timely manner. Also, you can convert drones back from miners to speed up the building process.
The observatory is in an extremely dismal state. The main dome with analytical equipment is damaged, as are the L-shaped 4-kilometer interferometers. The entrance terminals and workspaces are also damaged, and the doors appear to be jammed.
So, attempt to open the door carefully, which will take time, or blow up the door. Because drones are super expensive. We already looked on the market, they're like 45 grand a piece. I do not want to lose them. So we're going to attempt to open the door very, very carefully.
The drones have started the job. I'll let you know when there's more information.
No circle for us to look at? Okay. Alright, so can I do priorities? Can I add priorities to these so they get finished, please? And then I keep hitting the wrong button. It's tab to go up and down, and then X to go to and from global view. Yeah. All right. So you are storing a little bit of regolith. That is when people want to bring it over. You're having a repair. You're fine now. Okay. Research is complete, which is farming and cooking. Excellent. We're going to want that. Social. All right. So farming and cooking open up. Organic growth plus 20%, a carbon fiber factory, and that's it. I want to get carbon fiber. Also going to give me a refrigerator. I think that'll probably come in handy. And can I put that? Yeah, above all this. We only have 9 days worth of extra science from Crust. And then otherwise we've got great. Crust Laboratories, again, 9 days. So we're going to have an awful lot of science disappear in about 9 days. Large batteries. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to actually have enough time to finish everything. You do not get a lot of research points. There is options to buy research, but it's expensive. And I don't have a lot of sources of income. Okay. So, enough power to run the module. Okay, that is our rare earth minerals, which means that unlocked you. Microcircuit factory. That's going to be high on my list too. Like above that. Yeah, large battery still wins out. But then microcircuit factory is going to be next. Okay, can we? Now we have access to rare metals. Can I grab production? No, it's under mining. I want a rare earth minerals, and we're going to put you here, mainly because it's going to keep my belt costs very, very cheap. So we're just going to do that. Okay, we're going to hook you into the power grid, which is going to be that one. And actually, wires. If I cancel that, I get 200 back, and that cost me 400 in the first place. Okay, cool. But it's 418 to build to there, and then 80 to build to there. Yeah, it's almost worth putting in more power poles than putting in more power wires. Okay, so 42 days to get that built. And it just needs an awful lot of things to be dropped off. But it should just be a case of drop it off. Can I cancel back you guys? So hopefully we have more drones running around. Okay, you're taking silicon up here. And you guys are picking up the resources from miles away rather than using the close stuff. But look, you're technically tidying up, so I guess that's okay.
The drones took a while to connect to the internal systems and analyze the options for safe entry. Sensors indicated the presence of air in all compartments, so before the opening procedure, the air was preemptively pumped out.
Okay, good. We set a cargo rover for the drones and resources. Well, I have a cargo rover right here. Can I select transport you? Expedition settings, pick up all those. It's going to give me back my drones, plus it gives me more components, which you can't argue about. Some titanium plate, titanium, and some steel. Okay, can we grab all of that? I can't do anything.
The internal compartments of the observatory were found to be filled with air. This is strange because during autonomous operation, the air is usually evacuated, and there is no permanent staff here. Judging by the disorder at the workstations and the active terminals, someone was here before us.
Okay.
Information in the database has been partially lost and the log files have been cleared. Whoever was here extracted data about the explosion and deleted the original file.
Great.
Nevertheless, we managed to obtain data on gravitational wave research and dismantle valuable equipment.
Okay, how much research did I get? Because that's what really matters to me at this point. 60, and nothing. Okay, it's a start. It should continue our 2 sciences for a little while longer. You're producing 0 science. You just need to move. Yeah, if you hang around, you make less science, which is bad. I should have had you moving the whole time. All right, so these guys are bringing over steel and brick, and they need to put steel and brick in there every tile, and then eventually someone needs to come along and actually build them. And this is going to take a minute or 2. So, the one rover's on the way back. You need to have drone maintenance. That is on. And can I up your priority? Because you only hold 240. And I have 850 laying around the map. Yeah, we should be able to hopefully get all that processed. Are they now all collecting that? Okay, can I do a priority on this or not? No. Okay. Alright. Set you for low priority then. Okay, Rover's back up and running. You're back to making 100 science. You're about to bring back goodies and a couple of friends that'll help out. And large battery. Okay. Alright, with large batteries. That's a fuel factory upgrade. Don't care about it. I can live without that. Microcircuits. I really want the mega multi-regolith factory, but I'll have to wait. I don't need that one as well. Okay, so I need to be able to make social science. That's going to be important. Probably more important than a carbon fiber factory. Especially when you... Oh, you need 20 days to finish that research. Can I do that one then? I have 14 days worth of science and you need 14 days worth of research. Oh, okay. Alright, can you drop the cargo there? Alright, we have access to bigger and better batteries. So, bigger and better batteries cost me... well, mostly the materials that a small battery does. It does add aluminium, actually. It adds aluminium. I haven't found aluminium. Have we? That's water, that's titanium, that's water, that's silicon, that's iron. That's iron, that's silicon. No, we are yet to find. Oh. Okay, that's going to be a problem. Definitely. That's going to be a giant problem. Regolith is not a problem. The iron oxide, the 1,000 that are hanging around the ground is a bit of a problem. Silicon oxide is technically not a problem because what we're going to do is tell that on and low priority. And that way if they find silicon that's in the way, they can drop it off. Bricks should go down without a problem. And what we're going to do is, rather than run the episode too long, I'm going to call the episode here. We're going to go a little bit shorter, but that means the next episode we can talk about, well, our wonderful new building and all the friends that we're going to be storing there. Oh, actually. Phil. We'll send the truck off to get that. And by any chance, do you find anything in your scan range? No. Well, keep moving. Otherwise, you know what? Move. Just keep driving that way. That way, hopefully, the power stays. Yep. All right. You're going to come you're going to grab 2 more drones. With your 2 more drones, you'll then leave the map and go and pick up the organics from over there, which would be handy to have. We do need to get the batteries done, but they'll have to wait for the next episode. Along with, well, actually putting, you know, some life support in here and some CPU data centers and life support. Yeah, ice melters and electrolysis and hydroponics and all those things that we're going to need within 26 days. But I'll leave this video here. As always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed, and I'll see you in, well, the very next episode of The Crust. All right, bye. First thing we need to do is we need to, well, crank up the game speed. I need to have this done now. We need to have a room for, well, Hope to land. Also, well, a room for the crew of Hope. Also, production. I need to get another smelter. I'm going to throw this, well, right here because I just need a smelter that works. You are going to be making aluminium, and I am going to intentionally crank up the priority on this because I want this to happen now. We need to have aluminium because we got access to the large battery in the last episode. Large battery does require aluminium, requires 5 sticks. I only have 6, so we might as well get some of those up and running. Research. We're about to finish the sociology research labs, which seems important. Then we're going to get into the micro circuit factory, except I have 0 science left, which is a problem. I don't have any green science coming in, which is definitely a bad problem to have. We're going to move you to the top because you don't require green. You're 1700. We'll put that afterwards, I think. Yeah. Okay. So Hope is 19 days away, and this is not built, which is a problem. All right. We have 1 rover that I've brought back this way because I didn't want it out and about too much. Yeah. Can I hit a scan? By any chance? Nothing. Okay. Stop. Can you? I don't know. Go to there. We haven't scanned over there yet. And this rover is out to pick up the organics, i.e. hopefully food, or hopefully we can turn into something we can turn into food, along with, well, hopefully when you're done, return my 2 robots. That's going to be our plan. And for right now, we just need to get research mode through as well. Research, we need to get building mode through as fast as possible. And then considering our deadline, okay, research outposts. The sports supplies and broken equipment are unlikely to be useful for us. The research will help us understand the biological capabilities of organisms on the moon. Got it. But that does give me 60 blue and 60 green for 90 days, which is very good because I was all out. It came up with wasting science points. I don't think I'm wasting any science points. But it does mean that we're going to finish off the sociology research labs. And you had a refrigerator. We're going to put you up. Yeah, can I get carbon fiber factory? Because we are very, very, very short. Oh, I need 107 days worth of research on that. Okay, compared to 20. Okay, we're going to get that, then we're going to get that. I am out of green research. Green research is not happening. All right, you're done. Can I?
Quarters require electricity and oxygen in order for the life support systems to start working.
Electricity board.
Let's start with electricity.
Yeah, put that right there. Plug that in there. Okay. Can I have that on a high priority? All right, next thing, whilst we're waiting on that, can I go into mining? I already know for a fact we're going to need an ice extractor because they mentioned it earlier. We're going to throw this as close as I possibly can because I need to keep all the belts and power lines. I keep hitting X for deconstruct. As short as possible because I am very poor. We're going to flip you. 1, because it's going to put the ice closer. 2, it means the slag actually is going in a direction where I can use it. Okay. Then under life support, an ice melter. I'm pretty sure that's going to be required. Having ice that's solid is great, but melted ice is probably better. Can I get a belt? We're going to run a belt from here to here to here. Belt to here. Thank you. And can I plug that in a power? All right. Can we, same story. I want to up the priority on this and up the priority on this. And hopefully somebody will come along and get this stuff built. You just need one green circuit. Can somebody drop off a green circuit, please? Please? Please, please? Please? Okay. And then build it.
Install an electronic board on the wall and connect it to the main network with a wire. This way, the whole space will have access to the power grid.
Cool. All right. Done. All right. When that's done, we then need to have ice. After we have ice, we need a few more things. We're a bit down to life support.
We need to find ice deposits among the regolith and set up its extraction.
Was one of these
Use the ore
things?
detector to find ice deposits. We've set a good pace, but time is still working against us, Director. Try to keep that in mind. Select the finished ore detector and build the ice extractor and then the ice melter.
Yep.
This will allow us to produce water and oxygen and supply them to the living quarters.
Okay, this puff of smoke right here.
It's about time
Means
to
I was
build an
just short.
ice melter, an essential element for producing.
Titanium. Okay, we found a titanium node. Can I do another scan in about that direction? Can I also... Okay, dig that. Can I get a... Can I get the rubber? Okay, can we rub out some of this? And high priority. Can I get... no. High priority. Can I get to the aluminium, please? And unhigh priority, I want to make sure that we're going to dig to this titanium. Something I highly recommend. If you scan something, you make sure that it's tagged to be dug straight away. Otherwise, you're going to lose them. And you're going to forget that they're there. I didn't see where that scan actually went. Oh, we already scanned that. Okay. That's all right. Another titanium. And pause. So I'm not going to definitely waste any science points. Okay, that's an iron as well. We're doing well with this scanner. I like this scanner. How much power do I have? 16 days. Sunrise is close. Can I get that one done? Okay, and then can I do... Let's go with that. Okay, can we decommission you? And can I make sure we've dug out to this iron plus this titanium? And that was it. Okay. All right. So we're going to leave the mining drones to get that done. I only have one active mining drone. Everybody else is on building. Can I also get you? Can I make sure that you have delivery for aluminium? And we're going to even up the priority on that. We're going to up the priority on this. And we're going to continue going through our list of things that we probably need for people. Okay, I will probably need life support. A kitchen, that probably sounds important. Hydroponics farm, that also sounds important. Beds, they also sound important. Let's go with 4 of them. I'm pretty confident I'm going to get 4 crew. All right, and also we're going to crank the priority on some of these items, like all of them. And actually, one other thing I want is storage. Can I get a water tank? And also an oxygen tank. Because eventually, this is going to go into maintenance. All this is going to go into maintenance. And not having a backup plan sounds like a bad idea. Okay, so we got a excavation speed upgrade for our drones. And that's a wheel speed upgrade. Can I get a wheel speed upgrade too? And that is more important than micro circuits. Definitely. Yep, because if they can travel around 25% faster, that means hopefully they can get 25% more done. Because at the moment there is a lot of driving back and forth, and I'm down to 9 days. That's not good. All right, you need a half a dozen bricks. You need... Actually, where's our friend?
Package delivered.
There's our friend. Can I get... Confirm unload. Can you come drop off that cargo there? Which means, more importantly, I get my little drone back. Having an extra drone on the field sounds like a great idea. Okay, so ice extractor. Ice extractor is up and done. And I do have to admit, I love... So, the graphics for 8 mining. A regolith extractor. It's a mining drill. It's a mining drill. We've all seen mining drills. Boring. The ice extractor, whole different story. It's 3 diggers hanging on the back and they just scrape the surface. I do love this little animation. I love that the whole machine spins left to right with the diggers on the back. It's just a great little machine. I'm a real fan of that one. All right. You are being built right now. So that's going to be our ice melter. That should finish that quest part, hopefully. And then we'll go on to whatever's next. Okay, now we have ice mine. We need to learn about oxygen facilities, create life support systems, complete the appropriate research, and build the electrolysis plant. Electrolysis plant, done. All right, backup plan. Call me a pessimist, but I've heard enough stories of sudden water and power outages leading to the death's entire base crews. Let's make sure that doesn't happen to us. Yes. Construct a compressed air tank, an oxygen receiver, so we can have reserves for a rainy day. And I'm also putting together a water tank. We're going to up the priority on, because if I bring in organics, you should make food. And I'm going to up the priority on. Up the priority on, yep. And you are turned on for bringing in slag. If we bring in slag, we get organics. Don't ask me how, but it's something. And now colonists won't die from lack of oxygen, at least not until they run out. It's a good start. Keep in mind, additional rooms facility will be uninhabitable until we connect them to a source of oxygen. For this, we need ventilation. It will distribute not only oxygen between rooms, but also heat. I do not have that research.
Director, we now have living quarters. It's time to make them habitable. Build beds, a farm, and a kitchen. The new residents will need them. Hydroponic farms will allow food to be produced as long as there is access to water. A kitchen will allow colonists to cook and eat. As for the purpose of beds, I bet you can figure that one out on your own.
It's to repopulate Mars. Sorry, the moon. Okay. You're, beds need... Why do beds need aluminium of all things? Okay, well, look, that's got high priority on it. That's the best I can do. These have high priority. They should get deliveries fairly soon. We're back up to 12 diggy boys. The rovers are idle, which means their battery is hopefully fully charged. Nothing. Okay, your scan range is like that. You can go to there. There's nothing to do except randomly scan around because we're down to 6 days. 6 days to hopefully get enough materials to get an extra couple of beds. Yeah. Are you guys actually... What are you doing? Okay, you're bringing iron to build that. You are bringing in slag. From there. Okay. 32 days to get some organics grown. Oh gosh. Hope nobody arrives hungry. Hope you ate the last of the food before the space station crashed out of the air. Alright, so I need aluminium oxide. I don't have... Actually, didn't we have... You have aluminium right there. Where are my diggy boys? I need you to dig this. Like now. High priority. High priority, please. Okay, that should be wide enough. Alright. The problem is there's only one digger. Alright. So that's being built. So I've got 1 bed left, which means I need 4 aluminium, and I have 4 days to get that done. Okay. Alright. Sure. 3 aluminium. Alright. Let's go. Crank up the game speed. That is our water tank, which will fill up, well, steal everything from there and dump it in there. You are being filled, and oxygen will do the same after it's fully built. Meanwhile, hopefully, there's another 1 stick of aluminium. That gives me 2. That gives me 3. And this is high priority. There we go. That's our last stick. 2 days. 2 days. We've got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Can somebody build this right now? 2 days. 2 days. We've got all the time in the world. Everything went to plan. And slow the game down.
Director, colonists will come to the base to work, not to relax. Build a fundamental science lab so they can help generate fundamental science points.
Good idea. Except
Don't forget
I
about
don't
the
have
medical
one of those.
block. The healthier our employees are, the better they will be able to perform their duties.
Science block. Okay. That one we should probably upgrade the priority on. And yeah, we can have that. All right. So there's 1 day left before they get here. Can you do a quick scan? Nothing? Nothing. Okay. Just sit there and make sure your batteries are as charged as possible. All right. So with us, got nothing to do but wait. I'm going to leave you running because if I can get a couple of bits of aluminium, I should
Director, we have detected an object approaching the surface of the moon. It must
be able to make big batteries. I think it went to plan. Oh, cool. Low oxygen. That's dropping very quickly. We've got this. We've got this. Hopefully they're right outside.
Yes, we're receiving a message on the emergency channel. Putting it on the screen.
Okay.
We're out of time, Director. The station is falling apart before our eyes. Thanks to the components you provided, we've repaired the second escape pod.
Okay,
Part of the crew is on their way to the moon, while the rest will be departing shortly. You'll have to retrieve people from 2 locations within an extremely short period of time. Their oxygen is almost depleted.
That's not good.
I'm redirecting energy to the maneuvering thrusters to soften the impact.
Oh, God.
May God help us.
Okay, can I just say, after years of experience, maybe over 1,000 hours worth of Kerbal Space Program, number 1, not number 2, you don't wait till the last minute to use your maneuvering thrusters to try and soften the impact. What you do is at the periapsis is the highest point. At the highest point in your orbit, you use your thrusters to try and raise the perigee, being the lowest point of your orbit. And even if you're using maneuvering thrusters, which have horrible specific impulse, and they do not provide a lot of thrust, a lot of delta V, it's going to do way more for you at that point of your orbit than when you're already on the way down. If you're already on the way down, it's too late. You should have spent the fuel beforehand. Also, it'll have less mass, and less mass means, also easier to maintain orbits, blah, 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 blah. Okay. All right, fine.
The emergency beacon is fuzzy, so we only know the approximate position of the escape pod. It'll take months to survey the entire area. Ratchet, can we do something to speed this up?
Our rover is equipped with the LPS, lunar proximity scanner.
Right
it can
there.
detect even the weakest signals on the surface.
Can you get moving too?
Director, send the rover to the landing area, and we'll find them in no time.
If we want to find the
I hope
crew
so.
alive, we must immediately send the rover to search.
It's
Estimates
on its way.
of the oxygen levels in the capsule are bleak. I've added a timer to your interface, Director.
I'll get 21
Director,
days.
the lunar proximity scanner emits a
Yep.
focused beam of electromagnetic
Yep.
wave. When
Yep.
a hidden
It
object
spins around.
within the radar...
Yep. Okay, cool. Scan. It's that direction. Okay, move here. Okay, can we go back to base? So back to base, you're going to get a Scientology lab or Sociology lab on the surface, not a lot's happening. And you scan again. No, we're still not close enough. Okay, keep moving. We're about to hit nightfall. That's the thing I'm worried about. Because then we're going to run on battery power. And battery power is going to add a delay. Don't forget the nights are 14 days. So, like 20 days worth of timeline. If I get stuck without power, boo-boo. Bad things happen. That's something in the base. I can live with that, whatever that is. It's still that direction. Move. Okay. Can this rover go to there? And like, it's still in sunlight just. Its batteries are fully charged. Yours are no longer fully charged. No. Problem is we're scanning this much area. So exactly where this thing is, it's literally a needle in a haystack. I'm 2 bars down already. You have a bigger battery, so you should be better. Okay, and scan again. Up. It went ding. There it is. Okay, move. Well, the other one's basically coming to exactly this point. Alright, can we get there a little bit faster? And then once I'm basically on top of it, I need to scan again. And escape pod investigate.
Great. We know the exact location of the escape pod. Now send them a cargo truck.
On my way. Set up an expedition. Escape pod. There are 6 people, along with some carbon fiber, some components, some microcircuits, and some food. That seems all important. Fill all, and then go back to base. Alright, cool. So that's one problem sorted. You, I'm going to leave parked right there, because I do not want to waste your battery, because they said there are 2 cargo pods, which could be bad. Alright, so, back underground. Alright, so I need to get... Hello? I need to get this built, which is just waiting on some electronic circuits, which I still have 19 left. That's not a lot, but it's something. And power is... fine. Yeah, they're draining at a rate of -9. That should be fine. Okay. Alright, we need to ignore that for a little while. Alright, first thing I need to do is I have 17 aluminium. So can I go to the surface? Can I go electricity? Can I get large batteries? And we're going to go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to be problematic because I also need aluminium for the beds. And obviously there's 6 people, so I probably need an extra bed or 2. And we haven't got there yet. Okay, so I still need to get to here. Can I have a second one of these guys? Research complete, which is... all vehicles travel, well, all the drones travel 25% faster, which sounds great to me. Next option is... drones dig 50% faster. I need that too. Okay. Ventilation is 7 days worth of research. Then we're going to go on to the carbon fiber factory. I need drones digging faster, more importantly than I need carbon fiber. Carbon fiber comes with a refrigerator. 23 days. I don't know if I can build a carbon fiber factory. Or a refrigerator, to be more exact. Okay. Can I up the priority on that so at least you're done? Because I have no idea what you guys are doing. You are repairing things. Okay. Alright. A couple of things I do want to do. Can I get construction? Can I get production? I would like... I don't have the microchip factory yet. We're waiting on getting to that aluminium. I don't have enough battery power to power everything. Let's turn you off to conserve a little bit of juice. You need deliveries, which you don't have. I could turn off some of this, but I prefer not to. Module offline, that's fine. That module's also offline. Alright, we'll just deal with power being not perfect. Alright, so that's aluminium. That's what I want to grab next. So can I get mining? Can I grab a regolith extractor? 4, 7. There, that's the tiles I need. Okay, so I need you guys to dig out this. After I have this, we can get this built, but in the meantime, I should be able to... Oh.
Objective achieved.
What a relief to be back on the surface. Our colleagues
Really?
are gone in
That's
the
a relief?
second capsule. There's wounded and their oxygen supply is running low.
Oh,
Find
God.
them before it's too late, please.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, try again. Okay, there. And we made a hard landing, injured, beacon malfunction, navigation malfunction, impossible coordinates, emergency evacuation. Okay, cool. So you guys are going to be dead easy to find. Great. All right, can I get that built in the meantime?
The message is recorded. We don't know how long the crew has been on the moon. How do we locate them without an emergency signal? I keep updating the data, but so far, nothing. Professor, do you have anything?
Yes, we have the seismograph data. I've marked the impact zone on your map, Director. But it's a large area, so we'll have to use the rover scanner once again.
Chance? No. Okay, so it's definitely not within that circle. All right, so we're going to go... Can you go straight to there? We're going to park at the site because like we've scanned everything on this side. So in theory, it's going to be somewhere on this side.
Research complete.
That's a different wreckage. Okay. What was our research? It was the microcircuit factory. Okay. This is not being built. Okay. I don't really want to do the digging. Well, I do want to do the digging. All right. Can I do construction? Can I do production? Can I grab a furnace? And that's going to go there. Can I plug you in? And can I plug you in? You are going to be doing aluminium oxide. You are going to be doing aluminium. We're going to want a storage. We've done this enough times. Right there. That one's going to be doing not titanium, aluminium. I just need to have enough access to actually be able to reach this. Perfect. And then you can be plugged in there. Okay. With that done, can I get belts? Can we go a belt from there to there, a belt from there to there, and a belt from there to there? And now I look at it. Do I want the regolith to go up or down? Probably up. I did it again. Hit X. Okay, can I do construction, regolith refinery, flip so the slag goes up, and then we should be able to go belt to belt, belt to belt, and belt to belt. Okay, and then you just need a rescue set being that one. Okay, so you're going to be doing aluminium oxide, which means I'm going to be turning you to low priority. Yup. And they're dropping the slag there whenever it's in their way. All right. And okay, so back out here. You're out of power. Shit. Oh, it's this direction. Okay, sort of glad I ran out of power and checked. All right. So you need to wait for day 4, which is a while away. And I have 13 days. That's not good. You have power. You're going back to base. It looks like you're going to make it in one charge, which will be great. Can I up the priority of these, please? I want them built. They have the aluminium. I want them built before daybreak hits. Please. Very important. Just like I'd like this built before daybreak hits. Alright, what are the bots busy doing? This maybe? You're moving resources. You're moving silicon. Okay. You're moving silicon to the surface to get this stuff built. You need a couple of titanium plates. You need titanium plates. You have 7 grand. Wow. Okay, that one's mostly placed. Problem is, no one's actually stopping building things. They're just putting down stuff. All right, research. You guys want a medical block? God, that's expensive. Sure. Oh, actually, you also want a fundamental lab. Maybe a fundamental lab, and then maybe medical. Fully equipped automated medical module installed together with a robotic operating room and a single person medical capsule. We're just going to hope everybody arrives healthy. Okay. He didn't tell me what research finished. Microcircuits. Not rovers. Not you. Okay, so it must have been microcircuits. Okay, if I can get microcircuits, can I build production? We're gonna want microcircuit factory. Okay, you need rare earth metals plus you need silicon. I have silicon right here, so we're gonna jam you in right there because, well, I'm still poor, so you know, you'll at least have one item direct fed. The other one will be there. It'll have to be freighted across via truck, but you can't have everything. There's plenty of brick in both of them. They're just driving to that one because they feel like it. They're keeping them load balanced. That's interesting. I think I prefer you to grab it from the closest one rather than worry about load balancing things. Okay, surface. Batteries are built. And you need 2 more bricks and then you'll be built. Good, okay. And you have some organic, so you're going to be making some food. That's good. And I still don't have 2 beds. Can I do... One bed, 2 bed. Yeah. We might not have enough resources for them, but... no, we should have... No, I definitely don't. Okay. I have this running. Alright. Up the priority on all of these. Yep, the bots are coming over to get all this done right now. And hopefully that solves that problem. And you haven't started moving yet. Confirm cargo unload. Right here, please. Okay. Yeah, can we get this done? You don't have enough power yet. And where's our rover? Our rover's right here. Okay. So you have carbon fiber, composites, microcircuits, and food. Oh, actually, super important. Logistics. I now have, what was it? Microfiber, nanotubes, whatever it is. Can I get one of them? There's your message. The Crust is still in active development. All planned features have been added to the game. Continue working on colorless mechanics, so you may encounter bugs, temporary imbalances, and the absence of functions in the modules related to colonists. If you encounter any problems, please do not hesitate to report them back to our Discord channel. Your feedback will help make the game better. That is perfectly fine. I've been playing this one for a while, since colonists were just a pipe dream. Okay, I want to make you, except it turns out I don't want you there. You're at 5 of 5. Can I put a construction, logistics? I want a hauling drone reconfigurator. Can I put you here? Okay, can I wire that into that power pole? And can I slam the priority on that? Alright, whoop. The colonists are already out and about. Alright, so colonists are already out and about. We have... our wonderful colonists. That one. Nope. That one. I have Nicholas Baker. I have Ralph Harris. I have Frank Martin. I have Astru Mahal. I have Dorothy Evans. And I have Rosella Collins. Okay. We can see that some of them have traits. So Ralph is a optimist. That's nice. You're welcome. Frank is a introvert. Okay. Ashuri, Dorothy. Dorothy has having a bad day because she's an alcoholic who's stuck in space, probably without booze, and also a pessimist. So nothing can go right. And Rosemary has, Rosanna has energetic extrovert. Okay. More importantly, they're both doing science. What is that doing for my science count? Holy shit, 160. Okay, I like you guys. And even better question is, what are the other ones doing? They're working at the hydroponic farm. Oh, 2.2 days to make the organics. Well, that's way better. Okay, we're going to drop the priority on that. There's food here. So I'm going to drop the priority on that. I'm going to hope that you guys can move around materials. I've actually got no idea. And that needs to be built, but these need to be built as well. Okay. We're going to... Actually, I'm probably not going to enable you. 69% aluminium. Okay. So I'm willing to bet that'll take care of itself. And it's definitely daytime, which means I'm actually going to have to end the episode right here. Is that... Oh, that's a move. You haven't quite made it there yet. We've rescued one half of the colony. So what I'm going to do is we're going to move you out here because the other half of the escape pod is out here somewhere. I got 5 days to get there. And what I'm going to do, whilst they have 50% success rate so far, is I'm going to end the episode because that way I can't screw it up. I at least rescued half the crew, and it also means that you need to come back for the next episode to find out whether I managed to get the other half of the crew safely rescued. Either way, I'm going to leave this video here. We are making good progress. We have some of the bigger batteries, which are going to save us a whole lot of CPU. Also, the little batteries hold 10,000. The big batteries hold 50,000. They also have a max discharge rate of 50. So I can recycle, well, what are they? They're 10 times the size. So I can recycle 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So pretty much all the old batteries. With just 5 of these, which is a whole lot less CPU power, which means I have more CPU power to get more things built. Also, we're putting in a hauling drone reconfigurator, which means I can turn some of the basic drones into haulers. They're a little bit slower, but they carry more stuff. And considering the amount of time we have them driving back and forth hauling stuff, that's probably going to be well worth it for us. But either way, like I said, I want to leave this here before anybody dies, before anybody screws it up, before anything bad happens, and I will see you in, well, the very next video. All right, bye.
The chances of picking up the crew alive are getting slimmer every single day. Director, we have to hurry.
So stop talking. It went beep. Okay, so I need to move to there. And then I need to get the other cargo vessel to come to, well, that's close enough. All right, can I get you to rush? 4 days. Can I drive that far in 4 days? Well, let's just locate it. Investigate. Go. Investigate. 4 days. Got plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Objective achieved.
Okay. You've only got 3 crew. Cargo truck. All. Okay. I can leave some of them. Well, that's fascinating. I'm glad we have options. All right, so we have the second escape pod, which does have more carbon fiber and more food, which is good. Can I set our scout rover to there? Because like we've done everything we can for you. They're just gonna get picked up and everything should be hunky-dory. All right, so down here, power, no connection. This is true, but now you're connected. All right. I have a couple of problems. I have many problems. The first problem I have is money. The second problem I have is aluminium. Aluminium should now be sorted because, well, you should be running. You're going to be producing 20 slag every minute, and the 20 slag that you process gives me 13.9 aluminium. 13.9 aluminium is more than enough to run this at full speed to give me 3 aluminium every minute. Aluminium rods are going to be great, and you are now going to go away. I don't need you. All right, that's my first problem. My second problem is the drones are picking up regolith. I don't really want them picking up regolith. I'd much prefer it if they were picking up, rare earth minerals. Okay, and that was a bunch of bots that appeared from nowhere. Oh, because they finished this. Okay, can I convert 5 of you to super duper rovers? Okay, super duper rovers are wandering around. They're a little bit slower. But hauling 1, hauling 1, hauling 2, hauling 2, hauling 3, hauling 3. Okay, I'm so going to turn this off in just a second. 4, 5. Research is fine, I hope. 7, 8. 10. Okay, so you carry 10 apiece. All right. Can I copy that building and get a second one? Can I turn that off? That's connection number 4. That's fine. All right. I'm turning off. I do not want drones doing this. Okay? Go do something else. Preferably something more useful. Like this one, rare earth magnets. Okay. You need to have deliveries of rare earth elements, which you have. And you're going to be making me microchips very, very slowly. Meanwhile, the beds, one bed's being done, the second one bed's on its way, hopefully. And I have people can do science. Courage, very negative hunger. Starvation. Recreation. Do I need to give you a dining room table? Is that a thing? Okay, first off, I have 3 more beds I need. Can I copy the bed? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's our bed's done. All right, science. I don't have access to the other one yet. You have 19 food, which implies that they have food to eat, but maybe they need to have for meals and leisure activities. Seats 8. Well, we've got 9, but let's go with that. Okay. Can I get that one cranked up in priority, and hopefully we can have a dining room table, and that way hopefully nobody starves. All right, research. I meant to research a medical block and a fundamental science. We're going to get both of those done. Fundamentals are the blue ones. There's a fair bit of blue research to go, so probably not a bad idea. Orange, there's also a fair bit of orange to go, so yeah. And we're researching drone excavation speed. Yeah, that's definitely the one I want for right now. All right. Meanwhile, you are heading out to pick them up. You're going to the wreckage. So there's not a lot I can do there. On the surface, things that I can do is crank out 5 more of those. No. Salvage those. Cancel. What I can do is I can look for a way to make some money because I have 5 grand. 5 grand is dangerous. Can I do commerce center? Can I do market? Can I find something like components? Sell. They're worth 1,000 each. Okay. And normally I would say no, but now I had colonists working here. They just emptied the storage. Like, of all the steel I had. Just completely obliterated it. Because they cranked them out a lot faster. There's 87 in there. I have 141. Yeah, we're definitely doing this. Okay. Yeah, that has slag. That's fine. That has food. That's fine. That has a dining room table. That's fine, I hope. Colonists. Sleeping. Doing science, working the microcircuits factory, which makes this way more efficient. Can I put that there? A crash site. Okay. Desolate Lunar Valley lies the wreckage of a crashed spacecraft. The cylindrical body and remnants of solar panel mounts suggest it was a satellite disabling explosion and fell from orbit. Scorched marks and sign of extreme heat are evident, telling a catastrophic event that caused the downfall. The scenes are both awe-inspiring and tragic, a stark reminder of the perils of lunar exploration. Okay, so we got that done. Can I copy you? Can I run you into there? Build all. And can I set you to be electronics? Okay. That's being built. That should be built shortly. And yes, I need to make some money. So I just spent some money on belts. Okay. Can I go to the idle rover? Distress call. Can I send the scout rover and hopefully they don't need resources because I have no resources. All right. Especially money. Okay. Commerce center. Can I go to market? We're going to go to sell. I'm going to choose components intentionally because they're worth 1,000. 1,400. Lowest point's 875. That's fine. But just as important, they're heavy. So I can almost get a full cargo vessel from 128 components. This is 143. Can I keep... Let's sell 130. Okay. 150,000 profit. All right. And I now have minus $200. Okay. So remember how the cargo vessel said it was going to be $1,000 and I had like $4 grand? Turns out there are some extra costs applied. Yeah, somebody else needs a cut along the way. Yeah, mafia works everywhere. All right, so we're going to max out the priority on that and hopefully get that stuff delivered fairly quickly. If we have the big guys carrying, they bring 10 apiece, which should make one hell of a difference. Can I get that done, please? Because I would happily upgrade probably another 3 to big rover dudes as well. You are processing, and if I get that launched...
Director, our main account balance has reached a critical low, which poses a significant risk to our company's operations.
Fine, we'll just put it on the credit card.
It's important to remember that constructing conveyors and laying electrical wires entails financial expenses. Moreover, all capsule shipping operations, including sending contracts or buying and selling resources, incur transportation costs that are our responsibility.
That's what I just said.
Without funds in our account, logistics will come to a halt.
About $5,000.
I will initiate a transfer of 30,000 credits from our reserve account, but please be cautious, as this exhausts our reserve funds. Proceed with care and closely monitor our credit balance.
It's fine. We got plenty of money. Plenty of money. Look, 29 grand. We'll be fine. All right. Once that launches, we will be set for funds. Hopefully.
Objective achieved.
Objective achieved. Second escape pod. Director, landing was rough. Not everyone survived. The commander did everything to save us. Several people died from injuries shortly after landing. If only you had... I went as fast as I could! Okay, back to base. Oh, actually. Turns out on the way, go pick up those. Then go back to base. You're fine. You're on the cargo ship now.
We've arrived at the base. It's still hard to believe that it's all
Been
in
at
the
work
past
for
now.
a little while, actually.
Thank you, Director.
But, okay. Alright. You are launching, which should get me all the money back. Hopefully. 250... Yeah, 180 something thousand. Nice. Okay. Can I copy you? Can we build you out to here?
We detected a faint emergency signal coming from a point not far from us.
I'm James Sullivan. It's always a Sullivan. It's always a Sullivan. Station employee. 3 of us. Have food and water. Base 4 and 5 are depressurized. Need repair materials. We need help. I repeat, we need help. Interference is making it difficult to pinpoint the exact location. According to this, signal data should be a radar station number 23 in the area. Find out more details. We'll have to dispatch a search equipment. Okay, got it. Can I plug in those? Okay, I want to plug in those. I want to get them built. All right, next up, space. You. Scan. Okay, it's somewhere in that direction. Move to there. All right, so 3 more beds are going in. They're not built yet, and I've got no idea why. Can I get 1, 2, 3? And that gives me 2. So that gives me 2 bog standard builders, bog standard units, and then 7 of the haulers. So the haulers are slower, but they carry 10 at a time. So at the moment, they're just spending their time filling this up, which is going to give me rare earth minerals. Rare earth minerals need to go in there to make our microchips. That's fine. But now I actually have some money, which now I have some money, it means we can actually look at some actual automation for a whole lot of things. An awful lot of things. All right. First thing I want to add some automation to is smart concrete. Can I get belts? You output this side. And you have how much slag? You have 2k slag. Okay. Can I very quickly press all the wrong buttons again? Can I remove that belt? Can I remove that belt? And can I remove that whole building? Because you are facing the wrong direction. Alright. You need to have more iron, which is a problem. You don't have any more iron over here. I have some iron down here, and there's some iron there, and iron there, and that's titanium. That's titanium. So there's a bunch of titanium on the right hand side of the map. Okay, idle rover. Can you do a scan? There it is. Okay, move to. Cool. Alright, And you are still on your way to that crash site to pick up the goodies. All right. You guys have found hydrogen. That's fine. And you got to that destination very quickly. All right, Charlie, investigate. I'm James Sullivan, station manager of Charlie 23. Thank you for finding us. We now need your assistance in repairing station and preventing further destruction. Our urgent requirement is industrial materials, which you used to get from Evergreen, but the facility is no longer reachable. Though we have ample food supplies, repairing the station must take precedence as the damage is jeopardizing its integrity. We'll send you a list of required supplies. Please act swiftly to help us. Sure. I actually have all that on stock. Okay, well, as soon as you guys have picked up that, you can drop off that. Call for help or a transit station. Can I go get a transit station? No, we're gonna go south. Because it's easy to go around the moon this way, because that's the way the sunlight travels. Okay. I need to keep an eye on you guys. As soon as you pick that up, I'm going to send you to there, and you might as well drop off that stuff. Cargo bay. It says I have other things in the cargo bay. But I'm guessing I don't have them in the cargo bay yet. I'm guessing I still don't have them in the cargo bay. Okay, set up an expedition. Bring resources. Expedition. Fill all. Send. So you're going to go back to base, drop off everything, I hope, and then head out? Just to be sure, we're just going to give you a back to base command. I'm going to say stop and then back to base. Cool. All right, so we need to send him out and drop off materials after that's done. All right, you are not
research complete.
Building things. Okay, what's our research? Our research is excavation speed by 50%. Nice. Drone battery upgrade. Very, very nice. All right, so fundamental science lab, which is orange and green. Green is fine now because we can make our own green, but I can't make orange yet. And I definitely can't make blue yet. But as long as we have the rover wandering around, we have some blue and orange coming in. Okay, so medical is going to be important. And we have no idea what this unlocks. But we're going to find out in 5 days. And you unlocked just drone battery upgrade. Okay. Alright. Except things are not getting built, as we can see. Okay, so you're picking up rare metals, and I'm willing to bet you guys are picking up rare metals as well. Yeah, okay, so you guys are you're just wandering around tidying up. I don't really need you to tidy up. I do want that powered down. Okay. So, what to do? Alright, first off, that got removed. So, with that now removed, I want to copy you, and I want to put you here, facing that direction. How much crap's there? 2,200 slag. Okay, that's going to take a minute to move. Can I definitely still put that? Yeah. Okay. Can I put that to around the wrong way? Cool, copy. That direction. That'll do. Okay, so can I plug you into that one? Alright, can I grab a belt? I'm going to bring a belt from there to there, and a belt from there to there. Okay, build all. You are going to be doing that one eventually. Alright, so whatever silicon oxide's in this pile, there is none. That should be fine. Alright. You can stack up with regolith. That's fine. Then we have somewhere to dump it. I'm not having you make smart bricks currently because I would prefer to do other things with that regolith. What I do want to do is I do want to get your export and bring it up to here and into here as cancel. Okay, I love that feature. All right. can I go up and then across in a straight line this time? Yep. Build all. Okay. Because you have 1,000 slag as well you can dump on this belt. That at least means you will crank into high gear because you'll have something to do now. You have evacuated all your slag. You're actually full on iron. Can I put another box right there then? And continue with you making iron. Alright, so we have something for them to do. Can I have a higher priority on that? Can I also probably have a higher priority on these beds so they actually get done? Alright, and if we're going to continue this high priority sprint, let's do all of those as well. Alright, you are making us a rare earth element, which in theory need to go into this. This needs to have 12. You in theory would make 3, which is very short of the 12 that I'd need, but we'll work out one problem at a time. Flip you. Okay, first off, can I get a dig this post? Not enough power. We should have plenty of power. Max consumption 400. I have a research complete. I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. So I can output 14, 28, 32. And my output is 400. Okay, so I'm actually drawing... So this is -6. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. 14 is 140. That's 280. Oh, that's 420. 480. Okay. No idea why it's giving me those numbers. Okay. What was the research complete? It was the carbon fiber factory. Okay. Carbon fiber factory is under social, which gave us access to the large hydroponic farm. Large hydroponic farm food production facility. Probably sounds important. That one. Blue science. You're a bit of everything. Medical block. You're going to do it that way. Okay. Alright. So what are you're carrying 0. Okay, you are done. Can I drones off? Stop bringing that stuff here. Alright. That means hopefully they get this stuff delivered. Hopefully. Hi, autosave. You have 70 in stock. Okay, so hopefully... No. Go in an elevator. You're bringing down one at a time. I don't really want one at a time.
Package delivered.
Oh, that's the package. Amazon has arrived. Can I put you here? Can I put a belt from there to there? Build all. Can you have that and high priority? Alright. So, confirm cargo unload. Our passengers plus all our other goodies we can drop right here. Okay, these are actually getting built now. Great. So I want another row. I do, but I want the row above. Alright, so next Daybreak, which is coming up real soon, we're going to rip out all the old batteries and put down another row of these. Probably also put another row of solar. Because money is less tight, although I've already spent like 80,000 on a few belts. Okay, can you please get built? You are hauling some bricks from that spot to up there to make a battery. That suits me. And Rover has dropped off stuff. And, okay, before Rover attempts to go anywhere, can I set up an expedition? It is going to be selected transport. It's going to be you, expedition settings, fill, and go. Alright, because otherwise he'll leave the map, and I just want him to come to here, and that way we can load him up with the goodies and send him off. Alright. Not enough power. Yeah, that's an ongoing problem. It's fine. Alright. Once these are built, which is aluminium, bricks and aluminium, yeah, we're getting there. Alright. And that 2,000 slag I'm a little bit worried about. Drone maintenance. Turn that on. I think that's what's going to be required so they can actually drop off stuff. Now, I don't think the hauler bots can actually do building. So I might be in a situation where I can get a lot of stuff done, but not a lot of stuff built. And oh, actually, we got access to life support. Recreation. Music box. That sounds fascinating. I'm actually looking for the refrigerator. Logistics. Storage. Refrigerator. What's it say? Vending machine that maintains a low temperature in an insulated chamber used to store and dispense simple food. That's exactly what I want. You can go in that one tile there. Can I max out that priority as well? Because I have no idea if they're actually eating. They're idle, which is never good. Food 0. So the fact that you don't have a refrigerator means that even though... Okay. Okay. Oh, they're now stuck doing this. Hopefully with some priorities we can do other things. So now you are making organics. You had food. I have 500 food. Where is it all? Okay. Drop the priority on that. 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 We rescue everybody. They starve. Why? Because they don't have a refrigerator. Getting resources. Recharging. What are you... You're going 8 miles to get something. You went to get 1 iron. Oh, and we're delivering that. Awesome. Okay. So this is giving me more food. But nobody seems to eat at the dining room table. So... a refrigerator is needed? You're maxed down slag. Okay, if you guys can get this built, I promise I'll let you deliver slag to the other one. Okay, we're dropping the priority off that. We're dropping the priority off that. Come on, guys. We have workers over here, but it doesn't actually help me because the health's actually quite good. Fullness 1.2. So they're definitely eating. Working at the hydroponics farm. Comfort. Energy. Hunger. How quickly do we eat food? Oh. Your food is recovered. Okay, so food is actually being eaten. I just need to up the priority on these because the colonists cannot take food from there to there. Awesome, cool. All right, you are still a problem, and that's just because there is so much slag there. You're burning through the slag. I give you guys more options. Complete. Here, you can bring slag there as well. Research complete. Fundamental science lab. Okay. Fundamental Science Lab unlocks the large storage unit, maintains low temperature in an insulated chamber, used for storing food, medicine, or organics. Okay, so we get a different refrigerator. Okay. Let's throw the hydroponics farm into the list. No, I have big batteries first. Hydroponics is really, yeah, not super important. Medical block is probably important. Okay, so you are waiting a few deliveries. Okay, can I build construction, sciences? Can I get a fundamental science lab And can I throw that there? Okay. Can I hit the priority on that? Because otherwise nothing happens, because they are trying to pick up 1,000 slag still. You hold 800 and you hold another 800. So they are getting used, although this is being belt fed faster than what it can consume. Yeah. Yeah. So that's all those smelters done, but now I have a new smelter over here, which is also not being repaired, so I have no idea how much slag you have. You only just got built. Okay. Dig. Can I get a dig from there through to here? And can I put a bit of fire under you guys? Because, yeah, I will probably hook this one up and have it dump slag as well. Alright. Rare earth metals. I don't know what to do about you overall. I do have undergrounds, don't I? I do have undergrounds. Okay. Can I do an underground conveyor? Incredibly expensive. That's 5,600. Oh, it's still 5,600. Hang on. How expensive is this? 2,700. Okay. Still very expensive. Alright, can I get a normal belt? So from that output to that output, or input, whatever. And then from there into there. Build. Okay. So now, if and when somebody decides to build this with bricks that we have massive amounts of, drone maintenance. You can pick up, you're not allowed to bring new ones here, that's fine. They're bringing this because they're trying to build that, even though that's not a high priority. It just is. 600 to go. Okay. They're stuck on one task and they won't change to a new task, which is just annoying. Okay. Which also means these batteries are not done, which means, you know, they didn't get charged during the daytime, which would have been handy. Because they were trying to move 2,000 slag. They now have 400. Okay, but yeah, if we can dig straight across there, I will bring this slag belt out as well. Your slag belt will also get tagged in. And what are we up to? You chew 48. I think we're up to 30 something. You're going to be way lower. But it also means that when we get this iron hooked up, it can probably go through there. And this is silicon as well. I need to do some scanning. Alright, there are a lot of things we need to do. Alright, so out in the world map. You're driving to there. Charlie is not done because you're not loaded. Why? Because all the bots are busy. And you are definitely picking up, yeah, you're picking up 10 at a time. I'm so glad they're carrying 10 at least. Although that's almost full. Oh.
The WES-45H station is located in a deep crater, the walls and bottom of which are covered with a thick layer of ice.
Okay.
Due to the slight tilt of the moon's axis, some areas always remain shaded, allowing ice to accumulate despite temperature fluctuations. In the middle of the crater is a small administrative and residential module, where a work shift resides. The station dispatcher contacts the rover as soon as it is detected.
Cool, let's take a call. Director, do you copy? WES, the 45H station, dispatcher speaking. Our mining and filtration equipment is broken down. We lack the spare parts and free hands to complete the repairs. Help us fix the equipment to resume water supplies to the nearest outpost. People's lives and health depend on it.
Director, I've analyzed the equipment's technical condition on the station. Most ice extractors require major repairs and all filters need to be replaced.
Uh-huh.
We have several ways to solve the problem. We can send spare parts and repair drones, but fixing the center will take considerable time. We can also look for a construction expert. They'll help speed up the process. And, of course, we can always leave the technicians to solve the problem without our involvement.
Okay, I have engineers now. And I'm assuming if I send them out, I don't have to feed them, so...
We have one person who once worked with the Arabian concern. His presence will considerably speed up repairs, as there's a lot of the concern's machinery at the station.
You have a number of engineers. Okay. Alright. So we need to do that, but I can't do that until well, I have the option to get the truck back from the last mission. Okay, can I go to there? Alright, so you're going to start heading out at daybreak and you'll just keep driving probably all day and all night and you should get there no problem. You still have a tiny bit to go. Yeah, they're hanging around idle. They can't compute that there's another job to do because this is the current job and get rid of the slag is the only job that matters. Alright, let's just... It's going to cost me money. Okay, let's remove that and remove that. Okay, cancel. Okay. Alright, with that cancelled, hopefully we can now get all the other jobs done. So hopefully you just need a bit of aluminium. You need a bit of everything. The beds are done in here at least, so everybody has a sleeping spot. We don't have medical done yet, but it's on its way. We're researching that bigger battery. I still need to get more things in the engineering tier, because there's lots of things we still don't know how to make. And... bricks. Oh, that's getting slag delivered. That's getting agricultural, organics delivered. That is still getting slag dropped off. Why? From where is a better question. There's another. There's just a pile of slag on the ground. Okay. Can I just drones off? And drones off. That solves that problem entirely. You guys just not allowed to do it. You're banned. Choose a production mode. Oh, you're going to be iron. Sorry, I forgot about that. Alright, so you're built. You're built. Select resources. Food. Food. Organic storage. Okay, food. And in that case, copy and paste you. And we'll have a new one. Going to microcircuits factory. Okay. You can be organics. Alright, we'll get a second one then. And on the surface, the batteries are being installed now during night time. Of course they are. And this is being drilled out still. The belt's gone in. The storage has gone in. You have a decent amount of rare earth elements. I have 126 of them somewhere. Can I... drones? I'll let you guys deliver. And... you have room for not a lot. And you have room for... 80. And I have 200 to get rid of. Cool. A slag bucket. Actually... can I... block your output? I just dumped everything on the floor. That's not really what I wanted. That's not really what I wanted, but okay. Block your output. Okay, so that's hopefully dropped low enough that I should be able to no, get you, rotate you into place in that direction, and we're just going to put you right here. Okay, throw the priority on that because I just want to have this done. They're just building straight on top of slag. Why couldn't we do that earlier? Okay. Copy the belts. Build ore. Okay. Can you please do silicon? Alright, so. Drones are idle. Yep. Okay. Drones. You can deliver into here. You were already enabled for deliveries, and that filled that up. We're going to enable deliveries, and we're going to unlock that, and we're going to unlock that as well. Alright, and we're also going to enable deliveries. Alright, so now they have something to do. We're going to make sure you are low priority, and we're going to make sure you are already low priority, and you are for organics. We hold 700, and you do 160 science. Okay, so science is booming. Drovers are out and about, and power. We're going to...
Director, we have reached the CPU power limit and cannot continue construction or order drones. We need to free up space to install new data centers.
Okay, it's on my list. Alright, we're going to get those done. I'm going to max out my power, my CPU first, because I need microprocessors for CPU data centers, and I definitely don't have them. And I think the only way we're going to get them is by buying them. And I cannot afford to buy them right now. But if we get the bigger batteries in and done, then in theory, that is on low priority. In theory, if we can get that done, then that means I should be able to rip out all the old batteries. There, and there, and there. Okay, anyone want to build this stuff? Yeah, they're building it slowly. And meanwhile, no, you're going up the elevator. And you guys have slag. Because you picked it up off the ground right here. Fixed. Oh. Also fixed. Okay, alright, so slag is moving, that is moving, rare earth metals are moving, unloading. I don't know what you're unloading. Oh, and they're picking up slag and other stuff from here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and can I also allow you guys to put regolith in there? Wasting science points. No, we can't have that. All right. Science points. We're orange. Cargo. Manage cargo brought by heavy vehicles equipped with outlets for the connection of conveyor belts. I'm nowhere near having conveyor belts on the surface because I don't have that one. Repeater. We haven't done the repeater research yet. All right. Engineering. Can I do the rolling mill upgrade? Or large bulk storage? Large bulk storage. Yeah, you're not as heavy on the orange research as I might have liked. But that's what we're going to do. Okay. Charlie, Director, I can't express my gratitude enough. After the explosion, we all do was still have to depressurize compartments one by one till none left. Without you, we would have been left waiting in terror for the inevitable. I wouldn't wish that fate on anyone. Before I began uploading data collected by our servers to your system, it should contain some pretty useful stuff. Additionally, we were provided with the location of our backup vault as the means of reach after the explosion. Your transport should be capable of making the journey. Thanks again, Director. We'll stay in touch. Nice. Okay. What is that? That is Charlie backup vault. I will take it. Definitely. Cargo truck. Fill all. That is a definite trade up in resources because they are... Will you tell me? Will you tell me? Nanotubes, modular frames, aluminium, and microcircuits. And I'm definitely low on microcircuits. And you're still traveling across there. All right. We've made a lot of progress. We've got a lot done. This is not going to get done because they are busy moving around junk. Even though this is a low priority and therefore things that are a normal priority or a high priority should take precedent, but they're not. So my only option is I turn that off again. Yeah, because I really don't want them moving around regolith. Like, there are other things to do, guys. Like, mainly on the surface. You're still bringing stuff over. It's turned off. It's turned off, guys. Oh, you're now picking up slag. Okay. Slag is still turned on. But there's not that much slag for you guys to pick up. There is 1,000 somewhere on the map, but a lot of it should be in belts. Oh, you're going to output slag as well. I'm going to dig and we'll just rip out that wall. Yeah, and I can move the slag up to there and dump that on that belt and just have it pass all the way through here to this guy. But what I need to do is need to leave this episode here. We have made good progress. We have now got ourselves out of the trouble that was the complete lack of money we had, which now means I can build ridiculously long belts and actually have some automation here, hopefully without too much trouble. Please tell me I got this around the right way. I did not. I did. You're going to go into there, and then I guess you can come to here then. Yep, another 35,000 on our belts, but that means I don't have to worry about this slag. It's just going to get turned into smart concrete for me, which is now full. Have a second box. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Copy, build all. Alright, that should do me. That should do me for today. We've made good progress. We have a lot to do. Hopefully these guys will run out of rare earth minerals sooner or later to dump to here, and then we can actually get into, well, hopefully upgrading this stuff on the surface. Yeah, that's high on my list. So high on list, but I think I'm just going to turn that off again. Anyway, like I said, going to leave this here. 2 out of 2 rescued for hope. I'd call that a win. I call that a giant win. I think we're doing really, really well. Oh, really? There's always something else. Medical block. All right. We'll build the medical block in the next episode. Anyway, like I said, I want to call it here. Thank you for watching. Hope you've enjoyed. See you in, well, the very next video. All right. Bye. First thing I need to do is I need to jump through a few technical hoops. We're going to jump into fundamentals. Yes. And I'm going to put the repeater on the research queue. I'm going to pop that up a little bit higher. I'm also going to get rid of the large hydroponic farm. And I'm actually going to put, engineering. Engineering? Yes. Multi-regolith refinery. And I'm going to put that even further up the queue. I want to have that high on the queue. I want to have that one high on the queue. And I also want to dump large bulk storage. Yeah, let's dump that. And can I get the rolling mill on the queue? Yeah, rolling mill at the top, because I want to get access to the modular terminal factory. I want to have the multi-regolith refinery eventually. I want to have the batteries eventually as well. Can I put that there? Yeah, rearrange the texture a little bit. Okay, that's going to be a plan for right now. All right, next thing I need to do is, well, we're waiting on the bots to build some batteries. That's going to be very, very important. Now, first, tomorrow, daytime, I want to remove, well, a whole bunch of the old batteries, but I'm also absolutely maxed out in CPU capacity. So I want to do a few things. I have been reading your comments. I also had a chance to, well, stream the game over the weekend where, well, I'm doing a slightly different playthrough. Because this is storyline based, therefore all your choices are potentially major and important, I made some changes. I'll link to the stream up in the top right-hand corner if you want to have a look. But let's just put it this way. The main theme of that particular stream is, well, there's not much hope for Hope Station because I was put in charge of saving them, and, well, we're not really doing a lot to save them. Yeah, the other thing I saw a lot of comments about is how smart the hauling robots are. And I agree, they are terribly, terribly smart. So smart, I'm actually going to get rid of all of them for right now, and all my mining bots. Hopefully somebody actually does that. And, well, we're going to be decommissioning these buildings right about now. Hello? And decommissioned, and also decommissioned shortly. Yeah, now I do need to mention very quickly that I'm playing on a beta version of the game. The devs have been hard at work patching a lot of things, but I have had problems running the current stable-ish release. So I've actually swapped over to a beta tier, which is public available if you are curious, and does come with a couple of features. One of them, they've turned off a whole lot of things that are just not implemented in the game when it comes to people. Also, I now have work modes, which means I can make the people work harder, which we're definitely going to be doing. Yes. Also, I probably want to make sure the botanist assignments. I want you to do not research. And do I have a cook? I don't have a cook. Okay, who's good at cooking? Anybody? You're good at cooking. Can I make sure that you do cooking? Yes. Okay. That's the first thing I'm going to do. Second thing I'm going to do is that we've upgraded the priorities on these, but I also want to upgrade the priority on the hydroponics farm. And I have lots of idle bots. Okay. Whilst I have lots of idle bots, can I do 2 storages? I want to have a bulk storage here, and a bulk storage here. This bulk storage is so we can install some ice, and this bulk storage is so I can store some slag very close to, well, the hydroponics farm, which needs slag. Can I put ice in there? Can I put slag in there? Can I also copy that hydroponics farm and put a second one over there, just so I have more room for more hydroponics? All right, next thing I want to do. Now, I was going to wait till daytime, but I think we're okay on battery charge for right now. I want to remove 3, 6, 9 of these guys, because that means I should hopefully have enough to do that. Cool, I do. All right, that'll keep the bots busy and active, and I also want to put my drone reconfigurer up here, and my logistics, my hauling drone reconfigurer up here as well, because they don't actually have to be, well, down underneath. They can be up on the surface. Belts. No, that's fine. Can I run that to... You know what? If you get in the way, you get in the way. Yeah. Alright, so that's 2 things I want to do, and then...
The logistics station comprises a complex of buildings, including a large structure built into the crater wall, and several technical buildings in the vicinity. Preliminary scans indicate an inordinate number of people inside the residential block of the station. The facility is owned by the ACIL concern, and their representative is quick to get in touch with.
We've spoken to the ACIL concern. They're the ones that we're about to go raid their parts for their disagreement with the farmers. And they're just bothering to contact us now. And that's just because we stumbled upon their station. We've already had conversations, and you're telling me that now they're trying to say, hey, now you've stumbled onto our little problem, where we have far too many people living in the habitation quarters, that now you want to have a chat?
Hello, Director. I'm glad you're here.
Still lost your sunglasses.
Could you support us by providing supplies and spare parts for repairs?
Now you're here, I'd like a favor.
There are more people at our station now than we'd planned, and we need help. After the disaster, tons of survivors started flocking to us from all over the area.
I'm not surprised.
But we don't have enough food or medicine to feed and treat them.
I don't have enough food or medicine either.
The support system has started to wear out due to the increased load.
Okay, so I can tell you right now that this, and this is one of the things I don't get about the game. I'm not particularly happy about it. They blur out the background, so I can't see my resources currently, but I can tell you from playing the game a fair bit now that this is my food. So I have food, but also I can tell you that my quest over here is build a medical block. I don't have a medical block, which is a problem because I don't have medicine, which means...
Survivors have gathered here.
I don't know how well I can help.
Huddled together in the cramped quarters of the small station and suffer from a shortage of food and medicine. We could assist them in their accommodating corporations for free, or offer to sell supplies to them. Alternatively, we could refuse to provide any assistance.
So as we're all sort of a bit stranded, I really should help them at no cost. But let's be honest, they should have contacted me earlier when they started running these problems. So it's going to cost them, because it's obviously going to cost me something to get the medical supplies to help you guys with the medical supplies, so you're paying for this privilege.
Well, Director, we agree with your proposal. All labor must be paid for, right?
Exactly.
Everything comes with a price, especially when it comes to food and medicine. It's fortunate that we were able to reach an agreement with the conglomerate, Director.
Alright, so this is this station, which requires 120 food, which I have, medical, which I don't have, modular frames, which I don't have yet, but I'm about to have, and steel. I have plenty of steel. Steel's not an issue. The other ones are an issue. Okay, can we do a quick scan? Nothing good. And can I get you to go visit the private lab? Alright, package delivered means my cargo drone is back. We're going to get them to come over here and drop off those goodies. And then we're immediately going to send them back out because, well, I have things that I'd like them to be doing. Research complete, which is drone battery upgrade. Nice! Okay, so we're going to get the rolling build done. The engineering science lab is really not that important. Honestly, it's going to unlock, and that's something else the devs have added since my last playthrough. Well, since the last episode, they've now added the ability that you can see. Well, originally it was a couple of researchers in front. Now the whole tech tree is there, and you can hover over things and see what they're going to do. So you can sort of aim where you want to have your research going towards, which has definitely helped. Yeah, definitely helped. Oh, actually, that one. Yeah. I think we're going to do things in that order. Alright, can you drop off the goodies? And then before you drive too far, can I get you to go to here? I want to select that transport. I want to fully load you, and I need to send you an engineer. We're going to send in Diana, and send you off. Okay, so you're going to come back in here, get fully loaded, hopefully, and then we set out. I really wish, like, can you guys build these things? I really want this stuff built. I need that loaded as well. Diana's loaded. Nope, wrong one. I should mention. I know Diana says she's alive. Okay, I've had issues with the game crashing. I also have trades here at the moment, which is probably not helping. Which means occasionally I have to, go and remove things because, yes, background noise. But actually, no, it's done it perfectly. She says she's dead. It says she's dead. I'm pretty sure that's a picture of one of the devs. Yeah. But Diana is hopefully being loaded onto there. Hopefully. Alright, so can I get you two built? Are you guys sidetracked loading that? What are we doing, drones? Bots, what are we doing? We're picking up modular frames. Actually, that's one thing I do want to give them a chance to do. Can I get a general storage? And can I generally put that there? That way they'll generally clean up the floor. Alright. Can I get... three miners. And then I want a couple of haulers as well. A couple of haulers. Okay. Alright, so, mining. I want to dig out this corner. This is going to be for a future project, probably next episode. And I also want to dig out this corner. Yep, I want all that to go. Alright, and we're about to hit daytime, which means I want these batteries built, and then we're going to be ripping out the old batteries. Alright, you're off and about, which is good. I have 5 normal drones, 3 mining drones, 2 hauling drones. So hopefully they'll get things cleaned up, packed up, and built. You're waiting on deliveries, and you... Okay. So you moved all the organics there to make more food. I guess I can't argue with that. I guess. Okay, can I also... I've rerouted power down this side, so I should be able to remove that power pole and that power pole. And also that power pole, so I'm not building on top of that silicon. And that could be a start. Alright, so, bots. Power looks to be fine. Can I get these done, please? Constructing, and then it's definitely daytime. Alright, if it's daytime, can I remove all of this? Now, one thing I do love about the game is, as soon as I tell them to remove, they're still technically in the battery network. Technically. That is until they... Nope, they're no longer in the battery network. That's fine. Alright, can I remove all the wire? But it definitely... As soon as I mark them for decon, they're removed from my CPU network. Which is very handy because I get to have, well, that CPU power back, which is very important because it's one of the things I'm short on. Alright, general storage is built, which means they can pick up some of the stuff off the floor. Not all of it they can pick up, but some of that they can pick up and put on the general storage pad when somebody gets around to building it. This still needs to be done. We're at 96%, which is the rolling mill upgrade. And then I want that building, which, again, just a little bit more research. There's always a little bit more research to do. Okay, and I really want to enable that, but I can't because I don't have any drone power because I need more drones. And where is our... So you're on your way back to go visit the private lab. You're on your way there to go and fix the west station. And do I want to do the medical block? I need to do the medical block.
Research complete.
Okay, that's the rolling mill upgrade. Okay, so I can spend money, not that I have money to do the medical block, but I actually think I want the modular terminal factory. So that is 28 days, and that is limited by, that's 8 days. It's limited by orange research. It's 8 grand worth of, well, 8,000 orange research. Okay, that's unfortunate. And that was how many days? That's 8 days. That's 5 days. That's 13 days. Okay, I think we're going to do things in that order. Yeah, I think so. And you guys are decommissioning things. Great. Batteries are in. I have a little bit of spare CPU power, so I'm going to add in 3. We're going to go with 3. 3 more batteries, just to make sure I'm covered on battery power. And big drones are delivering things. Hopefully a few items at a time rather than in onesie twosies. 4. 4's the start. Prefer it if you delivered 10 at a time, but you know, I'll take what I can get. And can I up the priority on that? And that, because I don't know what you guys are doing. Not enough water to operate the module. I disagree. You make 60 water. Use 10. Use 6. You have a water tank. Charge rate of -9. No, that's oxygen. Huh? Production 5. Consumers 1.4. It's counting up, down, left. It's counting all over the place. You're full. So you make 60 water. You use 6.
Civil engineer has successfully arrived on site.
You use
now
6
it's only
plus
a matter
12.
of time before he can bring water extraction station up to a decent condition. Thanks to the
Use
expert
10.
from the
Oh,
concern,
well, that was
the
quick.
technicians and drones quickly handled the repairs and replaced the parts. A major overhaul was completed, filters were replaced, and spare parts were left for the initial period.
Why do we live in spare parts?
During the repair process, the expert managed to thoroughly study the documentation of the facility and equipment. Thanks to this, we discovered a number of interesting technological solutions for our own developments.
I love it. Corporate espionage. Big fan. Big fan. Big fan. Love the corporate espionage. Okay, got it. All right, can we go out to map view then? Can I get you expedition, select transport, you fill all, back to base. Let's go. All right, so you should...
Our expert did a great job.
Pick our expert,
Well
and we
done,
get
Director.
20 microchips. That's nice. And more importantly, if I go to research, I should now get the ice spring, another 60 out of each of them, which means things are going to be super fast. At least that's the hope. So you are 22 days. And the repeater is less than a day. So the repeater should be done any second now. We're coming to nighttime, and helps if the battery's actually built. Are the batteries built? Yeah.
Research complete.
That's our repeater. Cool. I want to get... So, the surface scanner provides detailed mapping and compositional data surrounding areas to locate points of interest and geological anomalies. I'd like to build that. Yes. Definitely. What else do I want to build? I just want to build this. 23 days. 23 days, 21 days, 3 days. So, blue and green are about to fall over. Blue's going to drop to there. Green's going to drop to there. Green's going to drop to there. Blue. I need another blue research. That one. Yes, because I also need to get to the assemblers. The assemblers are going to be very, very important in the not too distant future. Storage should let the drones clean up what they have on the surface and dump it at least somewhere centralized. And repeater. Can we build the repeater? Now, I don't think I can get the repeater activated just yet. I think I'm still a little bit too early in the storyline. Can I put you here? Great. Of course, that pops up straight away. All right, so our little scout rover found the private lab, or got to the private lab. Private lab lets me buy science points. The problem is I am slightly limited on funds, so I don't really want to buy science. But it does give me the option 60 for 90 days for 30, 100 for 50, blah, 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 blah. All the price the same, which is a benefit if you desperately need science. Yeah. For right now, I'm not too worried about it, but I am worried about getting power around the corner, please, to there and to there. Cool. Can I get that built? And can I up the priority on that and that? Now, this is one very, very big building. And actually, can I turn you off? Cool. This is one very, very big building. Very, very, very big building. Also very expensive building. We'll get that built eventually. Meanwhile, that's my engineering science labs, which unlocks the ability for me to make the moon bar. Very important item. Very, very important item. Definitely going to want a moon bar in the future, but that's a future JD problem. All right. Also, you. Can I get you to do a quick scan? You find a whole lot of nothing. Not surprised. All right, and I need to keep this guy moving because if he sits around, the science potential goes down. So he needs to stay moving. Even if he runs out of battery, that's fine. He's just got to keep moving to make sure we keep making science. All right, so with that done, we have some free computing power, and they have one hell of a job to do up there. Can I get a little bit of fire under that node and that node so they're done? And do I want to... So either concentrate our efforts on this, or I look at extending out our living space. Power should be fine. We have a max consumption of 446. We're currently consuming 380. I have 44 days worth of power, providing all the batteries keep up. These batteries are bigger. They have a max output of 50, but like some of the batteries are going to run out very soon because they're not charged evenly. Very, very important. You charge your batteries evenly. Should mention that. Yeah. But that only works if, you build them all at the same time, or you overcharge them all so they're all full at once. That'd be handy, but yeah. So actually, that's one thing I do hope the devs add, load balance in the batteries. I think that'd be a nice feature to have. Just so, the max charge and the ones that are least charged and like balance them out a little bit better, because I found that when I build them out of phase like this, they stay out of phase. They never end up syncing up. Because they're all being discharged at the same rate, even though some of them have a lot more power. Maybe there's a slight difference. No, that's got 20 on it, and that's got 20 on it. Yeah. All right. So modular offline. Yes, I know about that one. Okay. So we need to have that built. That's gonna be expensive. That's gonna take time. The diggy boys are doing the digging, and our rover's almost home. Our rover's gonna have some goodies on it. Being an extra bot, that's gonna be very, very helpful. And 20 electronic circuits. That's less helpful, but it's nice to have. And yeah, I really want to upgrade that room. I really, really want to upgrade that room.
Delivered.
Okay. Can you drop off our bots and our human worker? Our human worker is hopefully doing our science. That's blue. I don't have... Orange is the one that's slowing me down. No, blue is the one slowing me down. Okay, can I build the blue module? Science. No. It's 5 by 5. So I need to have an extra couple of tiles. I could probably do that actually. Alright, can we very quickly, room building. Can I have a room that is that big? Let's hope nobody dies. I think that's solid room. Cancel. Standard wall. No. Let's go standard wall. Layer it over the top of the existing wall. And then dismantle. That. Place door. What if I don't want to place the door? Okay. Alright, fine. I'll place a door. We're going to put a door on that wall. We're also going to dismantle that wall. No, let's try that again. Okay, there to there. That's 64. That's 65. We're going to do this in stages. We're going to do that. We'll just add a little bit of an extension. Now, it doesn't have air vents or anything, so we don't transfer oxygen or anything over here, but that's all besides the point for right now. Can I... Rover. Okay. If I go to there... I don't have the medical. That's the only thing I don't have. I could take everything else across and then ship that across a separate trip, but let's not do that. That sounds like a waste of fuel, solar power. Can I get you to move? Scan. You happen to be somewhere. Absolutely nothing. Okay. Can I get you to move to here? And then we'll get you to circle back in just a second. Alright. You are half done. And how is my floor going? It is not going. Okay. Can I drop the priority of that? I want a pause button. That's what I really want. I want to say, look, guys, just stop building this for a minute. I have another project I want you to do. And with the floor. That's what I really want. Again, game is in early access, okay? The devs are hard at work. They are doing changes. They are doing updates. I can definitely say they're doing a good job considering how many updates we've had. There are definitely some teething problems. There are definitely some I'd like to seize, but they're getting there. They're getting there. We have plenty of smart concrete there. We have even more over here, which is good. You're not full. You are getting full. You are very full. You're not very full. You're very empty. I'd like more iron. I now have access to silicon. That seems like a... Yep. Okay. And actually, it's something maybe we should do. Okay, where is digging? So we haven't found anything in that direction. Okay, can I drag a power pole? You're at 5 of 5, so no. Can I drag a power pole off this? And can I go mining, ore detector there, and up the priority on it, and put a power pole beside it. Up the priority on that, up the priority on that, up the priority on that. Did I up the priority on a pick up a piece of regolith? I did. Alright. So lowering the priority on that did work. Idle rover. Scan on the off chance. Nothing. Okay. In that case, can you drive to there? Again, I just got to keep you moving. Okay. Come on, quick. It's still daytime. And the batteries are mostly charged. Yes, this has a charge rate of 73 and it's mostly charged, whereas this has a charge rate of 71. It's halfway. Alright, can I ping? Alright. So I've obviously scanned out to here somewhere. Let's do that one. That didn't help me much. And that one, 80,000 power per scan. Yeah, sure. That's some iron. I'll take it.
Research complete.
That's silicon. Okay. That's the modular terminal factory. Okay, that's what I want. Can I then jump onto that one, the assembler? Can I pump you to the top of the list? And can I exit this interface for just 1 second? Because I want to build one of those buildings now. Modular terminal factory. So that'll make the terminal modular terminals, which is one of the important things I need to access the rover. The rover that's out in the middle of nowhere. Can I put you there? Can I plug? No, I can't plug in that power pole. Delete. Okay, plug that into there. And can I get a belt from there to there? Build. And that still hasn't happened, but that's fine. And can I get that dug and dragged back to there, and also that dug? Cool. All right, back to scanning whilst we wait. We've scanned out to about there. Now it's night time, but I'm confident in my battery power, at least reasonably. Okay, titanium. And a puff of smoke. Of course there's a weird puff of smoke. Can I get that scanned? Silicon. It wasn't worth the scan. I have plenty of silicon. That one. Nothing? Oh, there's a puff of smoke. There we go. More silicon. Again, not worth it. Alright. Here. I shouldn't be scanning this deep, but it's fine. Okay. And here. Okay, and then that one. And another scan here. And then we'll do one right the way through that corner. Which I've probably already scanned, honestly. Yeah, okay. Demolish you. can I get our diggy boys out? Can we go and dig for that and that and that? And we'll just drag that back to here somewhere and fork off about there to go get that one. All right, and we didn't find anything in that direction. All right, we still have this iron down here I haven't touched. All right, but the room is mostly done. And our repeater is also built, which should have a cutscene, but I'm guessing the cutscene's coming. I'm guessing the cutscene's been delayed because I am intentionally making sure that I don't activate some events for right this moment. I just want to have a few more things done before we go activating events. But you're now up and running. You're going to make me modular terminals very, very slowly, and I need to have 2 of them. 2 of them? 2 of them. Okay, I need to have 2 modular terminals. So we're going to try and get those done ASAP. I also want to go into delete land and control walls removal. Nope. Hopefully it doesn't remove that wall. Okay, that looks like it's removing. That looks like it's powered down the whole room. Nope. Oh, it's lit back up. Okay. Oxygen. It's oxygenated. It has water. Okay. Oxygen. 100%. Okay, I'll take that as a win. Can I get... No, not life support. I want science. Can I throw a engineering... Okay, can I turn off some interfaces so I can actually see what the hell I'm doing? Alright. Can I throw science? A engineering lab in here. Alright. And up the hell of the priority on that. Because that's one of the things I definitely want to have. You have slag, but nobody's working at it. They're working here, they're working there. Science progressing is always a nice to have. The assembler's on its way. And I need large bulk storage. Where's large bulk storage? Large bulk storage is down there. Can we move that up the list? It's still a month away. So it's 2 days on blue, it's 30 days on orange, and 12 days on green, but we are building an orange lab right now. Which means... I think... Yeah, we're going to crank the priority on that one. And drop the priority on that one. Yep. Hopefully that means we get orange cranked out. And idle drones. Idle drones means, well, idle drones means I did want to get inland to this room. So can we go from here to here? Place a door. Door can go, we've already got a door right there. Can we put a door here? Okay. That'll be our plan. Alright. And do I have... I now got 7 of those guys. Okay. Can we get you... cargo vessel sent, and that should let us find out what is the story with wrong one, that one. What is the story with that guy? All right, meanwhile CPU capacity is okay. Research is hopefully going to tick along faster. You're oh I don't have any green. That was my only source. Colonists, what are you guys doing? Okay, first off, Diana, no, you went on a field trip. You get to work harder. Okay, so they're going to Microcircuits Factory. I really don't want you doing Microcircuits Factory. The Microcircuits Factory is not really very atmospheric. Yeah, if we look at the O2 overlay, it's a little bit poor on the O2 levels. And can I get you to move so you don't stop making science, because that's important. And the drones can do that. The digging drones are still doing the digging. And medical block, medical block, medical block. Can I afford the medical block? Yes. But that needs those things. That needs nanotubes. Can I make nanotubes? No. Can I fit you in? I can fit you in. I think we're going to leave that. I think we're going to leave that for the moment. I think that'll be our plan. And I just want to find out what you discover when we go and break into this thing, which is carrying 1 drone, 2 of those, 3 of those, which is exactly what we need. Yeah. You decided to break in and find out what's inside. I definitely want to know what's inside. Definitely want to know what's inside. And we're making those. Okay. Managed to hack in the rover security system and retrieve several magnetic memory disks containing intercept data for scientific facilities in the region. Obviously, the owners of the rover were engaged in industrial espionage. The amount of data found is small. The recording began only a couple of weeks before the disaster. Since the owners were extracting info manually, finding them now seems quite unlikely. Results of their effort now belong to you.
Director, this rover was obviously engaged in industrial espionage. Crust imposed severe sanctions for such activities, even going so far as to deny access to the moon, a risk that usually very few people were willing to take. I'm curious what lured them here.
I've reviewed the data, and it appears to consist solely of weather observations and seismic sensor readings. It seems the rover was intercepting all the local data, likely in search of valuable information, but it seems circumstances disrupted its efforts.
If we've stumbled upon a fishing rod, it would be wise to determine what it was trying to catch. Our surface scans around the rover didn't reveal any additional information. Whatever it is, it appears to be underground and expertly concealed.
It seems every time you leave two grown men unattended, they'll always end up near a broken rover discussing fishing and how to hunt for classified materials. I hope you have had the good sense to forget about this. Crust has granted us certain privileges, but there are plenty of organizations that could add more complications to our plate.
Have not forgotten about it at all. Very, very curious about corporate espionage. In saying that, we did just go and, corporate espionage whilst we were going and helping the other people. But that's fine. They invited us across to desperately ask for our help. All right, we're going to extend out the room. The room should give us a little bit more area to do things. And I think the answer is we'll just remove the walls rather than trying to put in vents. I think one big room is just a better answer. Wasting science points. I don't think so. Green, orange, no. So, identified vehicle is giving us 60 blue and just 60 blue. And our green is only coming from our scientists, which are 200%. I can't argue with that. They're doing all right. They're doing all right. But we need to get the green research. We need to get the extended trading license to then get the colonist hiring market, which is down here, which is going to be very, very important. Also, I need to work out more bedding for them, more sleeping arrangements, more everything. And I think actually I'm going to put that above large bulk storage. And large bulk storage to unlock you. And you're just about done. You're waiting on... What are you waiting on? No, you. You're waiting on 12 days for orange. This one. Nobody's here. Okay, so what are the colonists doing? Assignments. I don't really want you... Engineering. Please don't engineer. Please do science. I know your skills are with science, with engineering. Actually, your skills are definitely with science. You're, and you're also our botanist. Okay. Yeah. Alright, how many organics do I have? I have 37, so not many. Okay, that has slag. You've just dropped off slag. This is why we have the slag bucket right here, so they can just go grab stuff. And having a door there is probably helping with us dragging slag straight across. Hopefully. Food, we're actually okay on. We've been okay on food for a long time because I have a bunch of food up here somewhere. Exercise points? Really? I don't think so. Okay. And rover. Rover, scan. Anything? No. No. Okay. Alright. Can I stop scanning? Hello? Rover? Rover? Move to there. There you go. All right. Well, look, I think with us finding out about corporate espionage, this just about finished. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it here for this episode. I think in the next episode, we need to obviously move on with the medical block. Also, I do have, where is it? Multi-regolith refinery. That's not researched. Where's that in the queue? It keeps getting pushed down. Orange. Orange is my one killer. 92 days. Damn. All right. Yeah, I think what we're going to do is flog the orange research. Flog less on the green? Less on the green, more on the orange. Yeah. We're going to try and flog the research. We're going to try and get these things done. The cargo truck's come back, dropped off its drone, and this room's almost done, which does mean in the next episode we have a little bit more space. Also means I'm going to remove that wall, and oh, so there's no oxygen, 0%. Water is fine, and yeah, can I just do deletes? Wall removal. Pull that wall out, which then powers down the room, and it all goes critical for oxygen, but then rapidly refills. 13%. Yeah, gotta be probably a little bit more careful about that. Depleting. So it's just emptying. Max output charge rate. It's just emptying to reoxygenate the room. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Is the door? It is door. Yep. That's fine. I don't know why removing the technically go to vacuum. Whatever. That's the research complete. That is the assembler. We're gonna have to play with the assembler in the next episode, but I'm gonna call this episode here. We've made good progress. We have a lot to do. That hopefully means we're gonna be working our way into the multi-regolith refinery in the next episode. It is gonna be 19 days away, so it's probably a pretty good timing. And also, we will probably jump through the hurdle of the medical block. We'll see. I got to keep an eye on Bunny. Bunny is still a concern. But yes, I need to leave this video here. As always, thank you for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed, and I'll see you in, well, the very next video. All right, bye. Today, first thing we need to do is, well, a couple of things. First thing I need to do is I need to make sure the rover is moving because it generates science and I need some science. The other rover, we need to send it over here eventually after I have some medical supplies. I could buy them from the market, but they're incredibly expensive. All right, the other thing I need to do is research. I need to get, well, the multi-regolith refinery up and running. That's going to be our main task. That's 9 days away. Also, at the same time, as we're only making science, well, really either through the rover, we're getting a little bit from the ice spring, but we're not making any green. So anything that's green, I need to be a little bit cautious about. I need to get a few things done. I want to get the components factory and the large bulk storage. Plus, I want to get the smart concrete so we're going to unlock the Assembler Mark II. We're about to be able to build the Assembler Mark I. I also need faster belts. So we need a few things. Can I cancel that and put that in there? So we're going to get the regolith refinery, then we're going to get the components factory because I need the components factory to go with large bulk storage. I also need to get the extended trader, the extended tender license, so we can unlock the colonist hiring market, so I can actually buy in, well, some of you guys, some of the fans of the show, some of the supporters on both Patreon and also the YouTube members, some of the slaves to work inside the colony, and that's going to be our first plan. But, God, it's all over the place. It's all over the place depending on whether the slaves are doing any work. So, slaves. First thing I want to do for the slaves is I want to extend out their living quarters just a little bit. We're going to be putting in a room like so, and a room still extending like so. How much are the diggy boys digging? A little bit further. Okay, can I extend just a little bit further? I will delete the excess walls in just a minute. There. And yeah, we'll delete the excess walls in just a minute. All right, can I go into there? Can I grab that one? There to there, please. That would be ideal. Yes. Okay, and then can I do dismantle? Dismantle. That slice. And that slice. And that slice. Okay. That slice. All right, need to have a door. Need to put a door somewhere. We're going to put a door... we've got one up in this corner. We're going to put one down here, I think. I'm going to okay that. All right, so the bots now have something to do. Whilst the bots have something to do, I want to have them have a few more things to do. One of the things I desperately need is... I need the assemblers. We're going to be throwing in a couple of assemblers, being 1, 2, 3. Okay, these guys have a couple of recipes. I need to start making nanotubes. Nanotubes are going to require silicon, plus they're also going to require carbon fiber. I haven't actually started making carbon fiber. We probably should do that. Also, I want beryllium plates. They're going to be probably very important in the future. And I want to have microprocessor assemblies. I also want modular frames, but obviously they're going to have to wait till I get another machine down. And carbon fiber. I never got around to making carbon fiber. Can I also have, well, the slaves make some carbon fiber? Can we put you, let's go with, sure, let's go there. All right, so the bots have something to do, the people have something to do, and I have an idle rover. Okay, if the rover's idle, the science factors go down. The potential science is based on whether he's moved recently or not. So I need to keep him marching. We're going to go this way a whole heap because I don't want to move him around all the time. All right, other thing I do want to do is I want to pick up one of these and put it down right there because another refrigerator can store meds. We don't have meds yet, but I need to have meds in the future. All right, so that's going to be our first plan. Second plan is I'm very, very maxed out in CPU capacity, so I need to do some deleting. Just a little bit of deleting, tiny bit of deleting. Just need to get rid of some odds and ends that I can live without. The first thing we're going to be getting rid of is... I want to get rid of this. What can I actually get rid of that we don't need? Well, look, you're not built. You're not built and you cost me CPU power. Okay, multi-regolith refinery. Let's talk about the multi-regolith refinery. So we have a single regolith refinery. We've been using up until now. They use, what, 1 CPU and also 8 power, and every 6 seconds they'll process 2 regolith. The multi-regolith refinery, this one that we're about to unlock, it's... Does sound like power going out. Okay, it's slightly different. It's going to every 5, well, first off, it needs 5 CPUs, so I need to make sure I at least have 5 CPU headway, but every 5 seconds, it's going to process 5 regolith, which means it processes, well, 60 regolith per minute. The catch is my belts, can I go belts? My tier 1 belts only transport 60 items per minute, so I need to have, well, this running flat out, absolutely flat out on the belt to feed the one multi-processing regolith factory. Now, the other thing I should mention is you are currently mining, well, 50% silicon plus 6% aluminium, 6% titanium, and 6% iron with 32% slag. Now, the single regolith refinery takes in 50% silicon and everything else, and spits everything else out on the slag belt. It just processes everything to slag. It doesn't actually do anything intelligent with it. It just turns it to slag. The multi-regolith refinery, not enough water to operate module. I disagree. The multi-regolith refinery processes everything. So it means I'm going to get all the goodies out of my regolith, which is going to be very, very important. Also, it's going to split them out in many, many different belts, which does mean that I need to, well, have many, many different belts. You're going to start making our carbon fiber. You are going to start making our nanotubes. That's my research that I needed desperately. And now I can start making the multi-regolith refinery. Whilst the bots keep building away. Can I copy you to there? I have almost enough CPU. Okay, can I delete you? Can I delete you? Can I delete you? And can I delete you? All right. What I want to do is I want to put down some storages first. We're going to start with storage and we're going to work our backwards. All right, we're going to put a storage higher. And then I'm going to have a 2-tile gap, another storage, 2-tile gap, another storage, 2-tile gap, another storage. Am I happy with that? Yeah, we're going to move down slightly. Okay, I'm going to have 4 storages. All right, and then I want to have my multi-regolith refinery. We want to put this roughly centered. Doesn't have to be exactly centered, but just roughly centered. And, well, you need to have a regolith come in at the bottom, which is going to be right here. And you're also going to throw slag out the top, right there. Okay, then I need to get belts. This is going to be the expensive part. Do I want to move you over? I think I want to move you over. Okay, can I move you over? Because all the shorter belts save me more money, and money is a tight thing currently. Okay, cancel that and cancel that. Okay, can I do that one? And can I do that one? All right, so belts, 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 belts. All right, belts. You are going to have, well, let's start with the bottom left. Bottom left is going to be iron. That's nice and easy. It's going to go into that bucket. We're going to call that the iron. The top left is going to be titanium. We're going to run that into there, and it's going to go in there. Nice and simple. Now, I also have, well, the silicon in the top right, and I also have the aluminium, or aluminum, all depends on how you want to say it, on the bottom right. So we're going to have 2 undergrounds. Nice and simple. We're going to keep things nice and plain. And then you're going to wrap, You are going to wrap into there, and then we're going to bring you forward just a few tiles, just, you know, a few, and then wrap that into there. And we're going to bring you... no, that's not what I was looking for. Not at all. Okay, and then we're going to bring you into there, and then you into here, and up to there, and then into there. Okay, obviously my slag goes out the front. Obviously my regolith goes in the back. That's going to be our plan. Now, let's mark some boxes before I forget. You're going to be... no, you're going to be iron. You're going to be iron. You're going to be... titanium. You're going to be the pink one, being our silicon, and you, sir, are going to be our aluminium. You are going to be our regolith in, and you are going to be our slag. Okay. All right. Next, I need to hook up some belts. So I have a lovely belt here. This lovely belt has, well, silicon on it, because this is what we deconstructed. And can I bring you through to about here? And then plug that into there. Great. Now I need to have some power. Okay, power I'm going to intentionally keep nice and simple by putting a power pole right here. I'm going to plug that into there. Yes, you can plug it into several different corners of the buildings. That's one of the features I love about this game. And then I just need to get power out of dodge. So let's go down the middle and hope this doesn't get in my way in the future. And that's part of the grid. So you're now plugged in. All right, so that's step number 1. Step number 2 is... Actually, step number 2 is... conveyors, except that I just spent 40 grand on belts. All right, step number 2 is dismantle. I'm going to rip up that. I'm also going to take this bucket we have here. This bucket we have here, which has had 800 regolith dumped into it. We're just going to run a belt from there to there. Just because I want the bucket empty, and, well, we're about to build another regolith bucket, so it's a good spot to put all the regolith. All right, that should get that being emptied. Meanwhile, can I find some more funds by removing... these belts, because these belts are not going to be doing that anymore, and that should give me back some, well, moon credits. Yes, moon credits. I have all of about 4 CPU power. Can I... You're going to be doing that recipe instead. I sort of need you built now, because I need to have that CPU power. Alright. Can I do mining? Can I do you? You're 1 CPU power. I can do you. Cool. I want to put in... with fire, can you guys dig out this? Alright, can I get power? Power. I'm going to bring power to here, and then to here, and then to here, to here, and that'll leave us right there for right now, and then I need to get this built. So bots, get to action. Alright, so one of the things I do want to do, this is going to be very, very important, is I want to get our smart concrete. Yeah, dumb as a brick. Alright, I want to put you, let's go with... Let's give ourselves plenty of room. We're going to put you all the way up there. Okay, so you're going to take slag from the slag bucket straight into there. Did I mark you to be slag? I did mark you to be slag. All right, the other thing I want to do is you're going to need some of this pink stuff. The pink stuff, we're going to bring that tile. Yes, and then can I do... Dismantle. Okay, can I do an underground from there to there? And then can I run that way in the future? I can. Cool. All right. Now, these guys are pretty smart. They have options straight away. First off, we could filter them. Would be very nice. Don't need to filter this one. I just need this one to be priority out. So all my silicon goes here first. That's the most important place. And then it can go elsewhere. We'll go to belts and we'll spend another $11,000 on belts. All right. No, I don't need another belt. And I just need this stuff built. So, can I give you some priorities so we can actually get this emptied, and then I can recover some ribbles? Can I also give you some priority, because I'd like to have you filled so we can get some microprocessors. This has been dug out, but now I don't have any CPU power. Where can I get some CPU power from? It's daytime. Oh, first off, ping on the off chance. Nothing. Okay, can I get you to drive back this way? Alright. Yeah, they're not really getting stuff built. They're too busy doing deliveries. Do I want to prioritize science anymore? We're working our way through. I need a little bit of everything. Okay, can you have a priority, and you have a priority, and 60% workday. We're getting close to gonna end up with a 70% workday. I don't really want you doing engineering. Like, don't get me wrong, I do want you doing engineering, but I still want you doing science more than engineering. Unless you can just do this engineering. All right, you've made 7 microprocessors. That's going to be important because under the science tab, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I researched the CPU data center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So now I have 8 of those, and that'll fix my CPU problems. Okay, you're now built. All right, with you now being built, you can now fill up with, regolith, and that just means this needs to be built. What are the bots doing? Well, hauling bots are cleaning up this stuff off the floor. If I turn that off, what do the hauling bots start doing? Module offline. Yeah, we know about that. Module is being repaired. We know about that. Production storage is full. You have too much food. That sounds like a first world problem. You're always too full because, well, you make 10 and you only consume 9. We know about that for a while. You have too much organics. That's, oh, again, first world problem. You have the same problem. You process too much. That's fine. There's nothing I can do about it. We know about that one. Yeah, okay. So everything is actually fine. All right. I just need to have things built. And I need a CPU. Can I go to one of you? And yes, just up the priority on one of you. If I get one of you built, that gives me 10 more CPU power. 10 more CPU power means I can put down one of these buildings. That'd be important. And you're waiting on more silicon. You chew through a lot of silicon. Okay, it means I can put down one of those more of those buildings. I can also get iron harvesting. Storage. Can I do storage? Just copy. Okay, can I do a 3-tile gap? 3-tile gap should be far enough. Can I copy this belt? So we're going to bring this belt into here, and you and we're storing more smart bricks. Yeah, and build that belt as well. Cool. Yeah, I'm under 100 grand. That's a problem. It's a problem we'll deal with, but it's definitely a problem. Okay, so I have a CPU. Can I put you here? I want you to be doing the beryllium plates. Yes. Can I also come to here? And I want to get mining. Can I get a regolith extractor? And I want to be a little bit tricky and I want to put down 2 of them. Why 2 of them? Well, it does mean I'm burning out the resources twice as fast. But it also means that my belts happen to move 60 materials per second. And each miner puts out 20. So if I build 2 of them, that maxes out the belt. Because the belt only moves 60. So, you know, if you're doing 20 and you're doing 20 and you're doing 20, that's 60. That's going to run this at full speed because this did 5 every 5 seconds, i.e. 60. So, I need you builds. Can I just up the priority on you? The carrier drones can do the carrying stuff. I'm not even sure what they're doing. Okay, can I remove the priority on that? Can I remove the priority on that? Yeah, you keep saying not enough power to run module. I think you're lying to me. All right, so you're going to start processing in. You'll take in 60 regolith per second, like I said, and you're going to process, well, mainly silicon, because this belt is mainly silicon. But this is all the stuff off the ground. The stuff on the ground is a lot of it is slag, But there is also some silicon, some aluminium, some iron, some titanium, so we're going to process that through. Now, those silicon's going to head up here and go into, well, the smart brick factory. As my other resources, they're going to come into these following buckets. They're automatically going to be filtered, which is going to be very, very important. Also means it's very important that I get a few smelters thrown down. So we're going to have a smelter here for iron. I want to have probably about that much room. Yeah. And I have 2 iron smelters, so we're going to assume I'm going to want 2 iron miners. So we're going to assume I want 2 iron smelters. And we're going to do that. Okay. That. Cool. Build. All right, other thing I need to do is power. I want to put a power pole here between them, and then I can power you up. I also want to have another storage. Yoink, and we'll put a storage 1, 2, 3 tiles away. 3 tiles is just enough room that I can plug this right in the middle, and I can add stuff before it or remove stuff after it, should I need to. Should I decide that I want to, you know, use one of these priorities and say, oh, all the iron from the whole line goes this way first before it goes to storage, or if I want to do something like that. There are lots of options. You are definitely not iron. You're now iron. Oh, steel, rather. Okay, so you're going to be steel. You're going to be built. You're going to be built. And then these should get built. Obviously, they've done most of the deliveries, so it's just a matter of just mass building. And this one's not done yet. Okay, and where are we? You were processing. You have 90 of this stuff. And how much of that do I have? I have 163. Okay, cool. Because the next thing we're building requires that stuff. All right, can I get research? 91%. We're missing green. Okay, can I get... Oh, they're now doing green. They're doing 240 green. They are all over the place, these scientists. Okay, components factory 1. And then smart concrete factory. So I still have multiple to go in this line. Yeah, research is a little bit slow. We will speed it up in the not too distant future. Oh, you didn't get power. There you go, you got power now. All right, so we now have smart concrete running. You guys need to have a recipe. That's probably important. I do sort of wish they'd auto get a recipe, but whatever's just happens to be fed in the back of them. And that's now empty. Cool. I can recover a few moon bucks, and I can delete that too. All right. So that is our first multi-regolith refinery. That's step 1. Step 2 is well, multiple multi-regolith refineries. What resource do I want next? That requires a belt. We could do aluminium and silicon. I need to have this dug out. This obviously been scanned. So can I get this dug out high priority? Yeah, because I'm going to have iron's going to be here. This is our titanium, so titanium will be here, but silicon will be up here, and therefore aluminium will be down here. We just need to separate everything out so we don't end up running into one another. Yeah, that's going to be very important. But what we're going to do whilst we wait for them to get digging is we're going to continue with the quest line. Can I get a medical block? Medical block is the thing that I want. I'm going to throw that right there. We're going to give that all the priority under the world because I want it happen to right now. I also like... Oh, that has been delivered. It has 20 out of 20. Storage is full. Oh, we have too much of that stuff, and then that's not full, so they're just not moving stuff around. I do really wish the people would move stuff around inside their little habitation center. You know, don't get me wrong, I want them to do more science and other things as well. Oh, you're also full. That's a nice feature to have. You are not full. I don't think I need any of that anytime soon. I do need that. Hey, it's down construction. All right. We want to get the medical block up and running. You already set to store meds, and I need to have 10 meds.
The living quarters are fully equipped.
Nice.
We've done a lot of work.
We have.
But we can't relax just yet.
I can
is
relax.
only the beginning.
No, I disagree. I can relax. All right. I need to put aluminium in here. I need to put organics in here. I need to put nanotubes in here. It's 4.5 aluminium with 4.5 organics with 4.5 nanotubes equals 1.5 medicine. Don't question me.
I have great news.
Oh, yeah?
There's an opportunity to capitalize on our lunar venture.
I like
in a
opportunities.
faster time frame.
You must have slept through the latest news. A meteorite just hit the moon. We're short on resources and
Bit of
time,
sarcasm,
and all supply shipments to Earth have been cut off. But surely you have a brilliant idea.
Oh my god.
Director, we're in a unique situation.
Oh.
There's no alternative to lunar production on
This
Earth.
is true.
We've made excellent progress in restoring production.
This is also true.
Basic resources will go for extremely favorable prices.
Oh, you have a
Now,
point.
the ASIL company is requesting a batch of silicon to continue producing building materials. You can accept the contract at the control center.
It's gone from the ACIL to the ASIL. I feel like he might be Australian because here in Australia we shorten every word as short as possible. Like Dave, 4 letters. Okay, for some reason becomes Dave-O. It's DAV apostrophe O. Technically, if you're writing it, nobody actually writes it. But Dave-O, like it's not actually shorter, but it feels shorter to say. At least it does in Australia. The ACIL would become ASIL. Yeah, 100% Australia, 100%. Definitely, we'd shorten everything. All right, we'd like to complete the contract, yes, because higher amounts of profit sounds like a wonderful idea. Because we do remember it wasn't that long ago that Alice was complaining that I'd spent all the money and we had to go into the reserve bank account, i.e. my personal credit card. I'd like to pay that off before the interest fees get too bad, because I have a feeling the interest fees are slightly higher when you tell them that your address is well, we were in orbit around the moon, but then the Hope Station crashed, so I'm not sure what my current living address is. It's somewhere. All right,
a landing platform
yes.
to exchange resources with Earth.
Got one of
It's
them.
a good thing we built one recently.
Don't know about recently.
Now I'll explain the basic principles of working with the Logistics Management Center and the Contracts Exchange.
Please be patient. I need to find out research that I haven't done. Can I do radio isotope thermoelectric generator? See, I knew I'd get there in the end. All right, can I do that one? Because that uses blue. Projector for the drone upgrade, 20%. Increase drone travel speed by 20%. No, actually, I think I want that one. I do want this one because this gives us solar panel upgrades. Yep, all the solar panels will run 15% more efficient, just off the bat. Nice upgrade to have, but drones running around faster also sounds like a very important upgrade considering how I abuse them. Also, 500 science. That's impressive. Okay, contracts.
At the top of the screen,
Ledger, I've got Ledger. Ledger, I've got this. Okay, here.
Please return to the control.
Yep, Ledger. Under the Commerce Center.
The left column should...
Ledger. We have the Crust solutions. In case you need a solution, it comes directly from Crust, and I can buy another rover scout or a cargo truck. I can also buy science points. This is an option. In fact, this is a fairly cheap option should you want science to run a little bit faster or just have more science in general. So you can buy science. Okay, in theory, in the future, sometime we can buy technology as well. Okay, on top of that is logistics. Logistics we're going to get into in just a moment. There is also the market. I can come on the market and buy things. Like I do need 10 medical for that contract. I could click this, which puts 1 in there. I could hold down Control and click this and put in 10 in there. I could hold down Shift and click this and put in 100 in there. But 10 of them is 27,000, well, moonbucks. Don't get me wrong, like medical is actually that's medicine is low at 2.3, high at 3.2, so it's got a big sway in it. We're currently about midway price. It is a possibility, but it's one I don't want to really get into right now. It's a little bit too pricey for me right this second. Contracts, ACAL. Down here we have our list of all the different contract factions, the different people that are offering us contracts. They're down here. In
the center.
Yep. After we click on one of them, we get a list of all the contracts they are currently offering us. Currently, the ACAL, which only has one contract and also is still Lossy Sunglasses, has a high demand for silicon. So we can see on the contract availability time how long before the contract's removed from the market because it was not filled. The completion time, so how long you actually have to complete the contract. We need to ship this stuff too. Very, very important. We'll come back to that one later. What they're going to offer me, they're going to offer me 18 grand and 60 science for some unknown period of time. And what they want, 45 silicon.
This window provides...
More details. So, 18,000 credits, 400 relations. So we can improve our relations with them, which means we can get more contracts. That's very, very important. Overall reputation, that's going to come a little bit later when we can improve our reputation and therefore get cheaper prices when buying and selling. We have to pay less to grease the right wheels to ship things back and forth. That's probably more accurate. And the 90 science, it turns out it's going to be over 60 days. So that's 9 times 6. 5,400 science, yeah. And all they want is 45 silicon. I happen to have 600, so we're going to click send resources. Yep. Ledger, I've got this, trust me. All right, over here, we had, like I said, shift or control to send the right amount. I'm going to select, shift all of it, just 45. And if I click send, it's going to cost me 1,000 moonbucks. But, pause. I have 89,258 moonbucks. Okay, Commerce Center. Send resources. Hold down shift, click that. Okay, the standard cargo pod is going to cost me 1,000 moonbucks. Now, I can have a faster cargo pod at 3,000 moonbucks and a larger cargo pod. This holds 3,000, that holds 6,000, that holds 9,000. The 20 days, I have no idea what 20 days means. 20 days means nothing, honestly. But they are different prices depending on different size. Now, for the standard one, like I said, I had, how much was it? I forgot already. 89,000 moonbucks. Okay, click this, and we're going to do a standard cargo pod, which should cost me 1,000. We click send, and we're going to close that, and that cost me 3,000 moonbucks. So there are some wheels to grease along the way. Now, the higher you get your reputation, the lower that price becomes. It does require some research to go with that price lowering situation. But with that done, if we come up to here, we should see a cargo pod lands right about here. And it's going to be very empty. And I need very, very many bots to come fill this thing up as fast as possible. Once it's full, well, then it'll disappear and I'll get my 18,000. 16,000, whatever it was. I'll also get that science. The science is the bit I probably really, really want. Yep, you are full and goodbye. Excellent. Okay, whilst we're here.
Great job, Director. The funds have already been deposited into our account.
Nice.
At this rate, we'll soon recoup our expedition and start making a profit.
Oh, of course, we didn't have more pressing issues for which the dispatch resources would be useful.
Dispatch.
But no, Director.
Yep, dispatch.
We didn't miss out on
Yep.
short-term gain.
Excuse me? You were complaining about how I'd racked up money on the company credit card. Sheesh. No keeping that lady happy. All right. Can I add in some more solar? Because I have more CPUs. More CPUs means I have more ability to add more things. In fact, I have 18 microprocessors. So can I add another row through here? And you are missing titanium. In fact, you're all missing resources. You're maxed out, which is nice. And this room is maxed out from being finished. Yep, I need drones to move faster. Can I go to you? Ping, by any chance? Nothing. Okay, can I pop you through to here? All right. So, we now have the ability to, well, build more things. I have CPUs online. I still need to have more medicines so we can complete this one over here, the transit station. They need to have 10 medicine, which we need to get on top of. On top of that, well, I have the multi-regolith refinery running. Now, the only thing I haven't done is I haven't done anything with any silicon. Priority. You forgot your priority. Okay. So, you should be running flat out. There's no slag in there anyway. And there we go. That's now running flat out. I do need to do something with the processing of this, but... Oh, really? You're so close to repair already? But I also want to add more to this. So... yeah, I'm going to have them dig here. I don't know if I need the space, but I prefer them to start digging in case I did. All right, so what I want to do is I want to have more processing. More processing, more refineries. I want to have everything centralized, really. So we're going to dump this here. Once this is dumped here, I need to add a few features. Under belts, I need to have, well, obviously this underground, and also need to have this underground. Cool. Belts wise, I need to take the pink one, we know about that, over there and through there. That's going to be nice and easy. We need to take the aluminium through here and over there. I need to bring the slag, which we can bring up and into that same slag bucket. I need to bring resources down. Can I copy you? Can I put you here and here? Can I remove that one and try again? Like so.
Research complete.
Which was projector. 2 researchers. Can I do... I'm missing all researchers. Okay, let's do that one. Yeah, okay. Can I go with you? There to there to... Ooh. Nope. I definitely need to have some drilling happen. Okay, can you go there and you go there? Cool. And drilling, that is painted red. So it should be high on the list. Oh, this is also painted red. Yeah, can I get a rubber? There we go. Alright, that way I have to do this one. Alright, can I do belts? Okay, that's going to have to wait a minute. Alright, so that's the easy part, okay? We have our silicon, plus we have our titanium, aluminium. But I have a few other things I need to do. I need to obviously get iron through to here. Now, I could put an underground, like, here. But actually, that'd work fine. I could put an underground from there to there. And I could take my iron, I could run it, well, into there. That'd work. But when I want to put another one beside this, I'm going to run out of room. Now, I could make everything slightly wider and slightly larger and do that with ease by giving myself more space. But the game does have a few really cool things. Just one or two. So what I want to do is I want to take my iron, well, to this tile. But then after it goes to that tile, I want it to go to that tile. And then I want it to come down to here. But that's going to require me to have some filtering. It also means that eventually I want to have another one of these to also go through like that. But that can... wait a minute. I don't need that to happen right now. And that costs money. And I prefer not to spend the money. I also need to come into there. And I need you to go there. I need you to go there. But I need to do some filtering. Now, we did look at the priorities earlier, but we didn't look at filters. Iron. I want to have, not all resources, I want to have iron go up. I want to have, this is aluminium going down. Okay, so I want to have aluminium going up and titanium going down. That should split those two. Here, I want to have, it's silicon. Silicon going up, done. And I want to have titanium going down. Yes. So with that done, if we go into belts and I say build all, that's 40 grand. Ouch. That should be everything split correctly. I need to have a power pole connected to that, and that should be you up and running. Obviously, we need to plug in this belts, which is going to come down to dismantle. Yeah, that's close enough. There to there. And I'd also like to rip out this one and plug that into there as well, but that'll have to wait a minute because Alice wants to talk. Alice always wants to talk. She has this thing where she doesn't stop talking. They got done, they got half done, and the room didn't get touched. Yeah. Neither did my CPUs, so I need more bots to do more things. I think that's the bottom thing.
Scientists around the world are sounding the alarm. They have detected a change in the trajectory of the asteroid Totatus. It will inevitably collide with Earth in just 2 years.
That sounds horrible. Currently studying the data. The diameter of the asteroid is almost 6 kilometers. If such a celestial body collides with Earth, the consequences will be very dire.
Crust has already contacted us and provided plans for the construction of a laser system that will help deflect the asteroid's course and save millions of lives. We must focus on this.
Hang on. But I know you're talking about something important, but to researchers, I'm sure it's very important. Can I do smart concrete? Yeah, smart concrete. I want to have smart concrete. Belt, smart concrete. Smart concrete factory upgrade. Then I can unlock the assembler Mark II. The assembler Mark II will do multiple recipes at once. Seems very important. Okay, sorry, what were you saying, Alice?
Director, all other tasks are secondary. Attention, all departments. Our new priority is the construction of a laser system to save Earth from the asteroid Totatus. We face a serious threat, and time is of the essence. All departments and specialists must begin their tasks for the new mission immediately. Detailed instructions will follow shortly. End of message.
Okay, we need to save people from the tortillas. Yes.
Director, we have an incoming message. The sender cannot be identified.
Okay. Hello, Director. You're not familiar with us, but that's not necessary. We invite you to assist the SCT Limited Corporation repairing the relay station, Castaway 5. We're interested in the prompt resumption of work at the station and ready to help with this. To this end, we'll provide all the necessary equipment and cover expenses. Condition: the corporation can't know where you obtain this equipment from. Agree to deliver the questionable equipment or refuse the deal. If I agree to deliver it, that puts me in liable for your stuff. And I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. Yeah, I don't even know where that is. Alright, you might say all I care about is profit, but to such a large scale construction, the cost of amount of resources needed, the contract system, the trading system online, might help earn funds to purchase the missing resources to expand our production. We should actually contract. New contract. You want 60 steel. Can I start making some money? Because this sounds bad. Send. Cool. Done. Alright, what? Yeah, money. Cool. We've agreed with Crust on a suitable place for construction. Why do we get to agree? I think Crust just dictated what we did. Southeast of our base. I've marked the map, the location of the map. We can proceed with laying the foundation.
If someone is afraid to engage in dubious deals, then it's probably best for them to steer clear of big business, right?
Oh, now you've caught up with me.
The repeater has begun working, and you will now regularly discover new signals on the moon's surface.
I think I activated like 3 events at once. Okay, got it. Ping! Yeah, that's a few more places. Laser gun needs, 4,000 concrete. 240 titanium plates and 4,000 steel. I get right on that. Okay, we have a few more things I need to look at. Alright. Contract complete. Excellent. That got me some science points. That's very good. And it got me some money. There are no contracts available. That doesn't help me. And solar panels being built. I have a cargo pod which has some questionable materials. I'm not sure where I need to take the questionable materials. Lay the foundation.
There's news. In short, I've signed an agreement to complete several contracts on our behalf. There was a frenzy on the market, and I couldn't delay.
Frenzies are good.
Competitors are ready to restart production on Earth, or sell off their remaining reserves for such prices. But I beat them to it, and pledged to deliver the resources.
Okay.
Now, it's your turn to show that we're indispensable partners, and reliable suppliers. You'll find the accepted contract under the Active tab.
Okay,
Director,
got it.
I see them in the database as accepted. Mr. Ledger has outdone him.
He has.
This is not just unprofessional,
What's there?
but also extremely irresponsible. How about notifying before signing rather than after?
My job is to secure the most lucrative contracts for the company, Ms.
Exactly.
Vance.
Exactly.
And if a few small deliveries are too challenging for us, we have no business being in the market.
Director, I'll deal with Ledger later. Try to focus on active contracts. It's very important to ensure these deliveries are on time.
Okay, yes, boss. New contracts. All right, now I have access to many contracts, like this one. This is some silicon, some concrete. We have this. This is going to be a whole bunch more sites. Also some money, also some relations, also some overall reputation. My current reputation is 50. Well, I'll obviously take this. You don't have anywhere to store things, and I can't build storage inside these buildings. I need more drones. I think that's my conclusion. Yeah, like, these are still not built. We need more drones. Can I do this really quickly? I get a bonus if this is completed quickly. And it shall now be completed quickly. Can I... 64,000. Okay, very quickly before we're done with this episode. Oh, they're 47,000 each. Yeah, I'd like to buy them when they bottom out of the market, not when they're at the peak. Okay, I could do with more drones. I can't make drones, but I could definitely probably buy more. Definitely buy more. Okay, so drones have many things to do. This room needs to be built out. We have to now prevent a catastrophe. We also need to deliver resources to the refugees. I'm up to 8 medicine. That's short of the 10 I need. I need to have 10 before we can send you guys off. I still need to complete the first construction layer of the Great Laser. I now need to deliver dodgy supplies, and I also need to... a Heskimo. Heskimo... I don't even know where Heskimo is. Complete the Crust contract. Oh, that's the one we're shipping off right now. It's this one. Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's going to be done. So we're going to find out in the next episode what the hell is at Cascade 5. We're also going to see how well I can, deliver a whole bunch of material, like an awful lot of materials. Let's try this. I have 2,000. I have enough flat steel. I do not have, well, I have enough flat titanium. I do not have enough steel, and I'm very short. So we obviously...
You're doing a great job, Director. Execute the next contract on time, and I will personally pay for Ms. Vance's therapist.
Okay.
It's about time, considering you're one of the main reasons to visit him.
Probably visit
Director,
often.
Crust has sent us an additional set of drones, which will allow us to expand production even further.
I was just considering that.
Use them with caution. They are an extremely rare and valuable resource.
That's what I was just saying. All right, can I throw down the cargo pod with the extra 2 drones? And that is it. That is it. I'm pausing the game before anybody else can get another word of dialogue in. I'm going to thank you guys for watching. I'm going to say I really hope you're enjoying this series. I'm definitely enjoying this game. As I mentioned previously, I am streaming on the weekend. If you want a slightly different look at the game where, well, the main thing is we're not having hope. We're not dealing with colonists, so I'm going to try and do the game without colonists. I'm going to see how well it goes. But also, I need to have a lot more construction. Probably a 1 less digging boy. Yeah, I think I need a 1 less digging boy as well. Also, I don't know why I'm powering these. Yeah, save myself a little bit of power. Yeah, we need to have more drones, more shipments. If I can get up to 50 drones, we can have stuff done in a hurry. So I think that's going to be our first big aim. Yeah, because it's like, this is not built. I turned that off even. Yeah, but we need to consolidate everything. We need to consolidate all our miners into one continuous system. Also, we did get the bigger and better belt. Bigger and better belt is 150 resources per minute. So that means I can now dump 2 lots on a single belt, which is going to make one hell of a difference when running these long belts all over the map. But we're going to cover that and so much more in the very next episode. Either way, I need to call it here. Thank you for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed. I will see you in, the very next episode. All right, bye. SCT Limited. Hello, Director. I didn't expect to ever see you here. We're trying to restore this station and re-establish communications in the region. After disaster, unknown individual visited this place and stripped all the equipment. We didn't anticipate this, and the materials we have won't be enough for repairs. If you'll assist us supplying radio equipment and send drones, we'll pay well. We can help them with the repairs because the third party wants us to help them with the repairs, and I don't know what the story is with the repairs. Great. We're glad you decided to help, Director. We'll send over the invoice with the equipment list. Well, they're going to pay us. We could report the intruders, or we could keep silent. We don't know that the equipment came from this location. It could have just been an anonymous donation because they were concerned, and they didn't have the transportation to take the materials there. So
some things are better kept secret, Director.
Exactly.
It's unlikely to be in our best interest to get involved in someone else's corporate intrigues.
Exactly, yeah. So Cascade needs to have these materials, which we all have on board, and the transit station needs to have medical supplies, which I now have 10 of. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this one first. We're going to send our transport. We're going to fully load you up because I have all those materials, and send. Back to base afterwards. Okay. All right, so we can get that done. Meanwhile, Mr. Rover, well, there's a thingy right there. We need to move right there, it seems. Okay, all right, so we're going to load up Mr. Truck. He's going to go off and do that. Meanwhile, there's a couple of things I want to do. So, first off, I really want to have this urgent contract. I have 60. You're going to pay me 80,000 plus a 30% bonus if I finish it within 40 days. Reorganization components. The resource crisis following the lunar disaster has compelled numerous companies to explore new mineral deposits on Earth. Environmental organizations have voiced objections against the establishment of new pollution-intensive plants on our planet, but their concerns are largely overlooked. NERPA has also seized the opportunity of rapidly adapting its lunar drones for terrestrial use. They have succeeded and poised to commence production of new models. However, they're currently facing material shortage and have hence issued a tender for alloys and electronics. This offers a potential opportunity to be a key supplier for this innovative endeavor. Sure, sounds good. We can do that contract. Send resources. All of them. Yep, cool. I like money. I'm going to be spending them. Can I get you to scan? What? Extraction complex. Investigate. Okay, whilst you're investigating, can I actually get something done? So, you're being planned out. You need to be finished. You need some of those components, which I don't have any of. I need to have this built, and I definitely need more drones. Okay, I have cut us back by 1 mining drone already, but I want to do more things. So, I'm going to be removing this and that belt. And, well, technically that power pole and that power pole. Can I also remove that belt? There's a belt in there. Oh, there it is. And that belt as well. Belt. Okay, cool. Once they're done, we can run this belt into this regolith refinery. These regolith refineries are going to produce, aluminium. Can I put 2 of these here? And I think our silicon we're going to put... let's go this way.
Objective achieved.
Let's go 2 there. Contract complete. Okay.
The funds from the contract have been transferred to the account.
Excellent.
Keep up the good work.
Extraction complex. Complex provides multiple surface extractors and mining equipment. These mining facilities are situated on mineral deposits far removed from major industrial hubs. They employ specialized design extractors capable of delving deep in the rock without requiring traditional underground excavation. There's a chance of stumbling across valuable equipment or materials within the setup, which means that I need to send over some resources to find out what's actually there. Okay, you, scan first, just on the off chance. Nothing. Okay, with that done, can I go to a stranded convoy, investigate? Because that looks like it's probably the closest. Yeah, we're better off trying to head around the planet this way. In saying that, I also want to stay somewhat close to home. We have full battery. We're going to head towards the darkness because, well, sun rises on this side and sets on that side. So hopefully we're going to get part way. We'll run out of power. We'll be able to come down here the next day. Maybe that one the next day. We're going to do a lot of rovering. An awful lot of rovering. Okay. Can I get a belt? I need to have a belt from here. Now that's been removed. And into there. Can I go any straighter? I can go to here. Here. Power pole's getting in the way. Okay. Now, every single time I had one of these distributors, they cost 1,000 moon bucks. So I'm going to intentionally plug into an existing one, and we're going to get that running. All right. Can I do you? Can I plug you into here? Can I plug you into here? Helps if you actually plug in. There. Can I get a power pole situated there? We're going to plug you into there, and you into there. Okay. Storage. Can I put a storage box right there? Can we put you? Nope. Belt. There to there, and there to there. Okay. You're going to be doing titanium. Titanium and titanium and titanium. Now, obviously, I need to get rolled titanium still. We'll work on that in the future. At the moment, let's just get the base raw materials up and running. All right, silicon. I need to have you guys up here. So we're going to run a belt from here around the ice. Straight into there. In. And into there. Can I get a storage box? We're going to put a storage box 3 tiles away. And we're going to plug you into there. And you into there. Cool. Can I get a power pole? We're going to put a power pole here. Plug that into there. That into there. And then plug that in. There. Cool. Can I make you do silicon? You're going to be doing silicon. You're going to be doing silicon and belts. Build all. Okay. And you I definitely set the recipe on, you I set the recipe on, and you I set the storage type on. Okay, so bots are going to be doing that.
The ASIL Corporation needs materials for desalination stations. We can't leave the region without drinking water, can we?
Sounds very important. Okay. Water's more precious than gold, and the people of the desert understand this better than anyone else. Climate change and rising temperatures have increased the need for fresh water for the Arabian Peninsula population and industry. In the late 2030s, ACL built a large network of desalination plants, but today many of them are outdated and require regular repairs. Due to the supply shortage from the moon, the stations were left without spare parts, and now the whole region may be left without fresh water. The concern wants to urgently purchase materials and upgrade and repair the equipment. We can afford this. So, again, we're going to accept this contract. We are going to say, yes, not a problem. We're going to throw all the steel I possibly can at it and all the components. My catch is this is going to be too much for a single cargo. So, before I go any further, we have 20 grand. Okay. Pause the game at 20 grand. We know that if I send off one cargo ship, it costs me 3 grand. So we're going to instead change it to a faster cargo, which is 3,800. Now the question is, if it's 6 grand or less, it's cost me the same. So I don't remember what I had. 206. Okay, 206. Send. All of that plus all of that, and the answer is it cost me exactly 6 grand, so it doesn't cost me any extra. That's the important thing to know. All right, where is probably helps if I turn that on. That's still loading up with steel. You've got to be loaded up as well. Can I have a high priority on that, and we'll just have a normal priority on this because it's important. But this is more important. I want to have this loaded ASAP because that truck is going to be one of our limitations. How quickly we can get it in and out and off to places. Can I put a bricks? Can I put a bucket? Can I put one? Where can I build these? I can build one here and here and here. All right. Can I have you be bricks? Can I have you be silicon? People like silicon. Can I have you be steel? Can I have a few more? People also commonly want titanium plates. Titanium. What else do I have? I don't have a lot of the other resources, not in large supplies. I tend to have fuel. Yeah, sure, we'll do fuel as well. All right, research complete. Smart concrete factory. Excellent. Can I get a assembler Mark III? Can I put that very, very high on the queue? Because now I'm actually making science at a decent amount from many, many contracts. You need not a lot more material. Okay, this I want to remove. This is filling up with steel. That's fine. This all needs to be built. This all needs to be built. This needs to be built. It's a building to go on. I sort of wish I'd put a bucket here. Can I put a bucket here? There? There. And there. Okay. Can I set you to be regolith and high priority belts complete? Okay. Yeah, can I get a bucket? I think more buckets is going to be better. All right. I also want to combine these. I also need to have this built, but I have 200 grand. So if I have 200 grand, can I help myself out by going to the command center? I want to go to the open market. Robots have 42 grand. I should have bought them 2 days ago. What is it? It's 4 a.m. The question is, are they going up or are they coming down? So no, drone's off and about, and you've run out of power. Question?
We've made a decent profit
Nothing
and
standing?
saved an entire region from
See?
extinction.
See? Very
I
important.
consider this a great bonus for those who were concerned about short-term gains.
Yes, Alice.
Right, Alice?
Right? She's gone silent. Okay. Yeah, one of those people that just can't be told that they were wrong. They just can't believe it. All right. So, can I... 4 a.m. 2300. It's now 0 o'clock. Okay. What is the price of... Oh, it's now 50. Wow. Wow. Okay. Can we wait till tomorrow? Hopefully, will they crash in like 3 days? Because I need to... I need more drones. It's pretty much what it boils down to. I need more construction to happen. What are you picking up? No. I'm not really sure what they're picking up. I think they're moving organics into here. You're moving organics. Why are there organics?
Malachite is about to set up their production facility on the moon. And is asking us for missing construction materials. Check out the contract on the control center panel.
Okay. Malachite. The explosion on the moon is not only a disaster for industrial enterprise, but also a great opportunity for those ready to seize it. Malachite is next contender for industrial development on the moon. CERN is actively pushing materials and producing equipment to supply the missing materials. I have enough to do this. Again, it's very, very profitable. There's no deadline on it, so I'm not in a rush. But if I finish it early, I get paid extra. So I like getting paid extra. We're going to accept this as well and get it shipped now. Can I go max and max? Now, it does leave the old style cargo pod, which I don't need. So you got to remember to change down your cargo pod size. All right. What are you moving? You're moving one piece of slag. You're moving one piece of green stuff. And you're putting it here. There's obviously a pile of organics somewhere on the surface. That's the only thing I can assume. Alright, market. 50 still. Okay. I need that price to come down. I also need this stuff built. Alright, can we start throwing priorities on things? Up. Can I do that one, that one, that one? Because if I prioritize things, they actually get built. That one and that one. Okay, they can go build that stuff. Meanwhile, we need to keep an eye on the market. Well, the day, and every single time it swaps over, we need to look at the market again because I'm gonna buy drones. I need more drones. 49. It's still expensive as hell. Okay, so when they're up and built, you can run as well. I can now make belts move twice as much material. And that should cover our... You're doing aluminium, which is this bucket. Okay, I don't have an aluminium smelter because they are still digging this out. Can I use our rubber? I'm going to wipe out that section because I sort of want to build this right here. And is it New Day yet? Still expensive. And that hasn't been delivered either. Why? Because we make them incredibly slowly and there's a bunch of them. Oh. No, I did put titanium up there. Flat titanium. Flat titanium. I have flat titanium. Okay. You're going to be bricks. And that brick bucket got dismantled. So can I change you? You are set to on. So in theory, if drones ever have any downtime, they can bring bricks up to here. Can I do priority? Yep. Can I just get them cranked out? And that way, hopefully, they can take stuff up there.
Objective achieved.
Maybe I need more than just 2 or 3 diggers. Maybe I need 4 or 5. Alright, so more money. Maybe I just have to bite the bullet and buy them. No, they're coming down. It's midday. It's midday. 17 o'clock. 20. 0. Okay. You. 45. They didn't really come down. They might be going back up. So I'm going to buy 2 at 90. I have 400. So I'm actually going to buy... We're going to go up a pod. I'm going to buy 5 of them. It's $220,000. But I need drones. I need to have more bots. Cargo pod. Drop. Okay. Meanwhile, idle rover. You found an extraction complex. You need to have 3 people and a drone and a whole lot of materials. And then we get to find out what's there. Okay. Ping. Nothing. Okay, can we go to storage? Investigate that one next. And you're still on your way. Okay. So now I have 19 drones. If I have 19 drones, can I definitely power these guys back up? They are definitely putting bulk stuff away slowly. Can I go with 3 of those, and can I go up to 5 of those? I'm hoping that's the wise choice. So it gives me lots of little drones to do little things. But hopefully that means we can move some around this material, move it upstairs. Also, hopefully we get some construction done. Alright, so this has all been tidied up. Do I have... Yep. I don't have aluminium storage. Can I put another storage bucket? Can you be aluminum? Can I rip out... That one's full. Okay, can I rip out that? Can I rip out that little belt? Alright, so... Other things I need. I want to rip out this and this. So can we rip out you, and you.
We've been approached for help by Universe.
Okay.
A recent hurricane swept through the Gulf.
Hang on, wasting science points. Very important things. Blue science. Blue science. That one. Drone upgrade. Drones go faster. Is that more important than our Assembler 3? Yes, because I still haven't put down all the Assembler 2s because I haven't got everything built yet. Because this room's still half done.
Mexico,
yep, way more important.
Many people homeless. We can provide resources for the recovery efforts.
Oh, okay. Look, ooh. Okay, Hurricane Vivian. Several weeks ago, Hurricane Vivian with severe Category 1 storm ravaged the Gulf of Mexico, leaving a trail of devastation. Many lives were lost and tens of thousands found themselves homeless. Due to dearth of resources, local authorities and construction firms struggled to initiate recovery efforts. After the housing crisis worsened, the U.S. intervened to assist the victims. In response to this, Universe has reached out to us, seeking contract for the prompt delivery of construction materials necessary step in fulfilling the UN's humanitarian mission. So this is a humanitarian mission, but it is so expensive. I'd like to accept it, but I don't think I can actually make 300 steel in 75 days. Let alone the bonus. I think I have to deny this one. We're going to accept it. If I... No, because... is there a penalty? I don't think there's a penalty if I fail it. So we're going to try... We're going to find out. We're going to find out. We're going to accept.
We're glad you fulfilled your obligations on time, Director. We'll hold up our end and pay for the supplies.
Oh.
Now everyone will be all right.
Okay, nice.
Excellent deal, Director. Don't be shy about taking money from wealthy corporations whenever the opportunity arises.
Set up an expedition. Idle cargo truck. Load up with everything, yes. And send. You need to come back to base first to pick up those supplies, but you'll get there in the end. Ping, because you're out of battery and I just happen to see you. Nope. Go on to investigate. Okay, so. Deletes. Alright. I need to mass produce steel, which is going to be a bit of a problem. Okay, can I get a belt? Can I bring a belt from there to... No, can I get a belt from here? Yep, T1. From there to... There. Okay, and then can I continue that to there? And then into there. Great. Can I run that one into there? All right, build all. Balance. I should have enough power. Oh, I think I have enough power. We're at 50%. And I have enough to last me 40 days. No, we're good on power. All right, so we're going to plug these together. This is going to put another 40 onto our belt. This is silicon and this is iron. So that means I definitely need to have some iron smelters. Plus this is filling up. So we're going to have you here. No.
You can't build here.
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. We're going to put you here. And let's go this way. Okay, can I grab a belt? A belt. We're going to bring a belt through to undergrounds. Undergrounds are 3 grand. That's 6 grand. And if I make you 1 tile length, you're still 6 grand. Good to know. We're going to make you that... Oop, that long. If every tile is going to cost me some money, I'm going to go with as many tiles as possible for a single underground. Okay, you're going to go to there. You're going to go into here. You're going to go into here. I then need a bucket. There. Plug that. No. Fix autosave. Plug that into there and that into there. Okay. I need power. Can I put a utility pole there? Plug you in, and bring that to there. Let's go with things actually being built instantly now, which is better. Aluminium, and belts. Build all. Okay, how'd that belt? Aluminium. Alright, so aluminium is going to head down that way. Alright, I've added iron to this, and I added silicon, and now I'm going to add another silicon. Hello? What's that tile?
You can't build here.
Fine, can I go one to the right?
You can't build here.
Okay. Can I fire? Alright. I have, at this point, I have 120 materials on the belt. So we're going to upgrade the connector. It's very important. And then upgrade that whole section. Upgrade this connector. Upgrade that. And now I should be able to put 120 in here. I can only take 60 out. So that's something I need to be aware of, which means it's going to be time for another one of these. So we're going to put you here. We're going to jump into the belts. Consumers, max consumption, consumers. It sort of implies that my power is very negative. even though these are not maxed out. I have CPUs? I have CPUs. Okay, can we just add another row then? I'm just gonna... Like, it sounds like bad things are happening, so we're just gonna go for it. Can I... Okay, I need to come out of the power menu. Okay, and we'll just put another row of solar in. I think I have way too much solar, but I prefer to have way too much rather than not enough. And we'll just wire you guys up as well. Okay. Okay, back downstairs. Where I was up to? I was up to upgrading belts. So you now have potentially 120 coming in. So I want to take 60 of that and and flow it into the next bucket. All right, I need you to have some underground. So we're gonna have 1 underground, 2 underground, 3 underground, 4 underground. We're gonna grab our tier 1 belt. We're gonna plug that into here. We're gonna make sure you have power. We're then going to go back to belts. You need to plug into there. You need to plug into there. You need to go straight through. I need an underground under this one. Our money is a little bit easier. We're going to go into there, straight through there, straight through there, into there, straight through there. That needs to go straight through, and that needs to go straight through. Okay, you are silicon up and titanium down because I got reset, and you probably got reset as well. You are iron up, favorite. Okay, so let's do this one. You are going to be favorite for silicon. You are going to be favorite for titanium. Yeah. You're going to be favorite for iron, and you're going to be favorite for the aluminium. Okay, and then I missed this one. There, that didn't reset it. It did not reset it. Okay, can I go to belt menu and 50 grand on belts? Ouch. But it's not a machine. Okay, can I also copy you and run you straight in there and build, and you are going to be a priority out this way. So you're going to send everything this way. Meanwhile, this one can fill this bucket and can potentially run this one as well as running itself, because this belt's now a 120 belt for that first leg. You need to be built. Thank you. And that means I need a... Well, no, I don't want power. I want belts. Does that just work? Oh, it is going in the right direction. Nice. Okay. Power there to there to there. Okay. So the bots have lots of things to build. I have a rover that has found storage. Storage is unknown companies, storage facility, industrial corporations constructed, moon, stored materials, shipped to Earth, container depots, hangars, open areas for storage bulk items, covered storage facilities we found on the surface of the satellite. Many of these facilities damaged by disaster, but the resources could still be there. It does require me, it has a negative symbol on it, so it requires me to take resources there to find out what's there. Ping? This direction. Okay, can I drive here? Drive there. Okay, and meanwhile, you're on your way back still. Alright. And drones are building stuff manically. Okay. And steel, I have 800 steel. I haven't really improved the amount of steel I have. In fact, I've probably made it worse by removing this. You have 0, so you don't have any steel. You have... Oh, you are that one. You're aluminium. You're... Well, actually, I can get rid of you, but I can't rebuild things faster. Wasting science points. Let's not do that. I need a blue. Okay, can I do blue? Blue is this one normally. RTG? No, that's already done. Elevator conveyor belts. Sounds like a good idea. cargo dock? Yeah, I don't need a cargo dock for quite some time. Machinery. Vehicle manufacturing technology allows you to produce smaller vehicles like rovers and scout vehicles, rover scouts, and cargo trucks. That actually sounds really important. We should probably get that. All right. And Mr. Rover, what did you find? You found a supply outpost. I will have a look-see. All right. You are slow. Okay. The problem is this one contract is sitting here tying up space. 35 days. 35 days to get to 1,000. And in the last 15 days, I've exactly produced 0 iron. Because every bit I've produced, I've spent. Yep. Can I... That's not going up. That's not going down. That's the same. That's sort of fine. That has 500. So it's sort of not moving either. The slag's all getting consumed. I do that. That's more production online. That's more resources outright. Maybe not that I can smelt it, but it's more resources. Can I up the priority on that? Can I up the priority on that? And can I up the priority on that? And you're not being produced because you don't have any rare earth elements. And I don't have any rare earth elements because the bots are not delivering to here. Why are the bots not delivering to here? Because I turn it off. Because if I were delivering to there, they're doing that, nothing else. Because their AI has some issues. Oh wow, you're full. Can I do that and that? Can I do a very slow belt between there and there, and a very slow belt there to there? Not enough power to run the module. Okay. Yeah, it definitely sounds like I have power problems, but then it's daytime, so I'm not sure how. Alright, idle rover. That is a supply outpost with a plus on it. Combat installation featuring a recharging station and self-sustaining power source and occasional living accommodation. Give the extensive duration of lunar journeys, both outposts and supply stations have been strategically positioned along primary routes. These outposts offer the opportunity to recharge equipment, restock provisions, or simply take a break. They vary in size of facilities based on the traffic of routes. Possible to come across survivors or discover valuable resources at these locations. That sounds good to me. Can I go to a... Oh, ping. Nothing. Okay, can I go to the server hub? Alright. And on the surface... You're being loaded, so you need to have some... I have no components left. Oh. Because they've gone into construction jobs. And we produce them incredibly slowly. Why? Because they need to be put down here where engineers can get to them. And we can't do that because the bot's not building this because they keep them other jobs to do. So, how much am I short by? I'm shot by 20-ish. 20-ish will cover me. Okay. Market. Components. These are expensive. 10, 20. Which is 1,000 tons. Well, if I had another drone on there, I feel less guilty about it. Then it means I need to get this contract done. Okay, before I do that then. Alright, contract. Contract is 103,000 and I'm short 300 steel. Okay, 300 steel. If I go to the market, is 15 grand. Done deal. Okay, make it a standard cargo pod. We're going to get that. We're going to drop that right here. We're going to go to this and we're going to send those resources. We're going to send 300. No. 300 steel. We already know that if I send a faster cargo pod, it's the same price. So I'm going to send 600. I'm then going to send 600. Then I need to send another 400. And another 400. Okay. What we're going to do... Pause. 161233. Okay. Can I do this? Can I send resources? We're going to change you to that one. I forgot the number already. 166. Oh no, Mary the Fish. Can I change you? Yeah, to that one. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That should complete out the contract. Okay. 116. 9,000. Okay, so it's the same price. Doesn't matter what size. You know, 3,000 costs you 3,000 tons costs you 3,000 bucks. 6,000 tons costs you 6,000 bucks. 9,000 tons costs you 9,000 bucks. That's fine. I can deal with that. Okay, for a little bit of money spent, we should be able to get this loaded up in no time. There is a bunch of resources right here. Let's break. I didn't mean to break you. I meant to be able to buy steel. Okay, yeah, we'll buy steel. Yep, it's fine. It's conveniently right here. Choose... Ah, I missed you. Can you do brick as well? Hello? Brick. There we go. Alright, so. We need to load this up. I also need to load this up. I need to load you with 20 components. We are definitely going to go to the market. We're going to buy... I'm going to buy 20. Available. No, that one. That one. 20, 50 grand. And then can I get a rover at not quite market peak, but close to. I don't have that much money. 15 of them. Hopefully 15 of them is enough. Okay. Almost completely full. Drone. And cargo pod. Alright, so research complete. They now have electric motors. They move 20% faster. Very, very important. And I need to have the assembler and have the underground conveyor by 2, which I haven't used yet, so that's fine. We still don't have the extended trading license to have more contracts. That suddenly seems way more important than it was 10 minutes ago. Let's do that. No, let's do that, because I don't really need more construction jobs for the bots just at the moment. And you're now loaded. You're going to leave. You are on your way to somewhere. Anything to scan along the way? Nope. Okay, back to that. Alright, so. Wrong button. Alright. They're actually getting this done, which is a nice surprise. Wasting science? What? I'm not doing the orange. Battery capacity. Special building to prevent diagnostic technology that makes modules 25% more durable. Yes, please. Other order. We're going to do the battery upgrade first. Yeah. Okay. So, this was happening for half a second, but now they have a new pod to load. This is done and left. So, we're going to load this. This is the last pod. This is the big one. And then that'll net us the 100 grand. 100 and change? 103. Yeah, I really wish the bonuses were a little bit larger. Just saying, just saying. That would lend us some money. Okay, we have battery power hopefully under control again. Max consumption 900, consumers 700. Consumers is obviously how much I'm using currently. Max consumption looks like if every battery was fully charged and ready to go, that looks like the max that I could actually use. Oh, it turns out they did load balance. Or I managed to fully charge all of them. That's entirely possible too. Alright, so that's going to happen. That's going to happen. I haven't done anything about the platform. And, well, it did say 2 years. The good news is there's a bit of time dilation going on. There's a long distance between, you know, the Earth and the Moon, and therefore time dilation happens. We have 1,900 days. So we have a little bit of time to, you know, build a laser thingy. I really want to have deliveries in there. Okay, that's all at least consolidated. That's consolidated. That's consolidated. That is 300. That is 400-ish. That's 1,000. Okay. And if that's 1,000, can I throw another one of these guys onto here? And another one of those onto there. That's 4 power connections, and the 5th one is the new power. The new power pole. Can I build those? I don't have 5 grand. Oh, okay, it wasn't the last one. All right, well, look, we need to complete this contract. Oh, you're running the resources out there right now. Okay, and you are investigating that, which is a server hub. Data processing storage center as a lunar industry infrastructure and research center expands the demand for data storage and processing group. Consequently, server centers were established on the moon to handle operational tasks. This particular center has fallen repair as currently non-operational. However, with the investment materials to repair the equipment and power supply, valuable scientific research data can be extracted from the storage units. Okay, so I need to send a couple of drones out there. That's the laser gun itself. That's the private lab. That's the temporary shelter. And first off, ping. Nothing. Okay. Can I get you to go there? All right. So what we're gonna do is we're definitely gonna leave this episode here. This is half loaded, but I don't want to run this. I want to do this in the next episode so we can find out exactly what's there. We are making progression. We're up to 13 bots, which I think is very important, very helpful. I don't really need more miners. I really need more bots to move more things around, because contracts are going to start taking a lot more materials, a lot more time, which is going to be a challenge into itself. So I need to have more bots still. We can buy some more. We have bought some already, but more is always better. And I also need to fill these up. Now, there is a research to bring belts in from downstairs to upstairs. Probably something we should also look into. Probably fairly important. But as we found out, belts are fairly expensive. Are they cheaper than bots? Not necessarily, but bots are more convenient. And I think that's something that is pretty important. Bots are infinitely more convenient. But I need to leave this video here before anything goes and fires off another event. So, as always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you're enjoying the Crust as much as I am. And, well, I've started ignoring the people, and they seem to be doing all right. They're not complaining too much. And the only problem they have is we're not really delivering resources to them, which is probably okay. Maybe not. Maybe they should have a bit of a priority to make sure they get their regular amounts of slag delivered. Although we have food, so I guess it's not really too much of an issue. I don't know. Oh, wait, need to leave it here. Thanks for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed. I'll see you in the very next video. All right, bye. I want to get an elevator for conveyor belts. That's going to be very, very important. It's low on our list. Green science is what's holding us back. So, can we come in here and can I make sure green science has the priority and these ones do? No, don't. I also... Storage. Okay, I can't store any more CPUs. I can build with more CPUs, which is not a bad idea. Can I shove some CPUs in here? Maybe not there and there. Oh, I didn't mean to delete that. Oh, bugger. There's no cancel button.
Research complete.
Okay, well, research complete. Contract complete. Research complete. Extended trading license. Okay, so now I can have more than one contract. That's going to be very handy. Social. Can I get the colonist hiring market? That's also going to be very handy after I blow through a whole bunch of research.
We received requests from two competing organizations, Malachite and IEF. Both are asking for support, but we can only collaborate with one. Review the situation and make a decision. The disaster on the moon diminished Eurasian countries' trust in Crust and its programs. Together with the Malachite conglomerate, these states developed the Aurora Aerospace Complex project. Okay. The company's representatives contacted us and invited us to participate in the project as a resource supplier on favorable terms.
Oh, favorable terms. I like being favorable terms.
This, activists from the International Environmental Front decided to thwart the emergence of new dirty industries on Earth and prepared their own Aurora project to restore melting glaciers. The IEF plans to redirect the attention of Malachite investors to a more pressing environmental issue. We need to decide who to contract with.
What are they going to do? Build giant freezers in the North and South Pole? Our choices are, we can go with the hippies, or we can, join up with Malachite and make an Aurora Aerospace Complex where we can move all the dirty industries to the moon, where we're saving the Earth. So we're definitely going to be saving Earth. I think that's very, very important that we do our best to save Earth, because we're going to build a giant laser and hopefully save Earth, or Earth is done in like 1900 days, one or the other. So we're going to help Malachi.
You made the right choice, Director.
Yes.
The explosion on the moon was a great tragedy, but it was an eye-opener for many. The Crust monopoly threatens humanity's progress in space exploration.
But Crust is screwed.
Activists have been trying for centuries to resurrect an already dying planet, while we seek solutions for our common future.
Excellent idea.
Data for the first contract has already been sent. We hope to send it as soon as possible.
Well, it depends what it is. New contract available. Okay. You want... Well, that's doable. There's a bonus. There's a bonus. I like bonuses. We're going to take... What? Don't tell me not enough. You already told me I had enough. Can I go with a small cargo pod? There we go. And send. Okay. All right. How much was that? That was not a lot of money, was it? 20 grand. 20 grand is not enough to buy many bots. But I am sitting on 200 grand. So if I'm sitting on 200 grand, can I go to the market? I want to buy... They're peaked in price again. Okay. I want to sell. Can I sell microprocessors? They're worth a good amount of money each. Can I get rid of 20 of them? 19 of them. Can I get rid of some deuterium plate? Can I get rid of... I don't want to get rid of nanotubes, but nanotubes do turn into medicines. Medicines, it turns out, are very profitable to be selling. So we're going to sell a few of those. Food, not so profitable. Only 300 a piece, but... something we consider. Energy cells. Ooh, energy cells. They sound nice. What else can I sell? I can sell components, but I only have 3 of them, and I just bought some, so let's not do that. I can sell microcircuits. Prefer not to. They're worth... Actually, they're worth good money. This is 100,000 ship. It's now 170,000 ship. For not a lot. Like, some tonnage, but not a lot of tonnage. I need a lot of these resources to do... Well, I need some of those resources. I don't remember which ones to fix the space... Fix the giant space elevator. So I guess we're just going to sell that. Right, it's a standard sale. It's not a contract. It would be better if it was a contract, but it is what it is. You are short on slag. Well, I'm trying to upgrade things. Okay, belts. Can I build those belts? Now I have the money, and that means that can start emptying. That's at 500. So can I throw another one of those on there? And can I get you to go forward and then that way, and then plug you in as well? Can I go to build all, and set you to be iron as well? Okay, research complete. Is the assembler 2, which unlocks the high-tech factory. I probably want a high-tech factory. That sounds very important. Doesn't unlock a high-tech factory. Okay. Lied to me. Lied to. All right. I do want to grab the single regolith refinery upgrade. I'm not planning on using it. Well, that just finished. Oh, that was the underground belts. Okay. I want to grab this so I can grab the large storage. Large storage sounds like something's going to be very, very helpful very, very soon. So can I bump that up the list because it should be quick and cheap? 10 days. That is both quick and cheap. Right. And I still need this to be finished. But, is it a new day? I think it's a new day. Buy. Robots. Robots. They're more expensive. Okay. New contract. 54,000 with more science. Can I do that one too? I'm never going to save Earth. But we're going to make some money. These are the important things in life. Okay, can I go to you? You're still driving. You're still driving. Can I actually get you? You need people. I don't have any pluses on the map.
Congratulations, Director. The corporation didn't suspect anything, and we successfully installed the equipment. We've already received the money along with words of gratitude from the client. Your risk paid off.
Oh, there you go.
It wasn't entirely legal, but we didn't do anything too immoral, did we?
Of course not.
You're playing dangerous games, Director. You should be more cautious. Luck won't always be on your side.
Shh. Shh. Okay. They came down in price a little bit. Can I get 8 of them this time? And larger cargo pod. Yes, please. Okay, more robots. All right, with more robots coming in, can I get another one of these guys? Can I shove you... here? Here.
We have a new contract, this time from the Southwind Corporation. I'm sure you won't let me and the company down.
Of course, of course. Urgent contract. It is for those and those. I don't have any of those. It is 120 days. We're going to accept it. Okay, sudden stoppage of the resource supply affected even information security niche, Southwind, which develops security systems for commercial organizations that have been left without materials. This jeopardizes many of our colleges and future transactions with them. It's best interest to provide electronics and modular terminals as possible. That's not electronics, but sure. Okay, new contract available. You want, well, electronics. That's a problem. Okay, and that's a problem as well. Okay, so we need to get to this room. I need this room built. So we need to leave the drones alone for 5 minutes, maybe, and hopefully they can get some stuff done. What are you moving? You're moving that. Okay, so that should get this building rebuilt because I accidentally deconstructed it. I do have plenty of CPU capacity. I'd love to put down some solar, but I need to have them finish this room so I can get some more things built. All right, you need to do nanotubes again, and then hopefully I can get to the modular frames. You're full, which is annoying because I don't have storage for you. That's the battery upgrade, which is nice. Drones we want. Fundamental? Increase the speed of hauling drone by 15%. He's really slow, but that's robot welding. Which means less repairing things, which means more getting stuff done. Yes, let's do that. Okay, so this is being built. All the stuff's being dropped off. Drones are coming, constructing a few at a time. Wrong button. Okay, 2 of our drones have been returned by our thingamajiggy bob, and we're going to send our transport out to pick up this. We're going to give you an engineer. You need to have a Dorothy and a Frank. I'm going to send you back to base straight away. Fill all. Send.
Director, this place was clearly inhabited until quite recently. Judging by the items left behind, they could be survivors from MT4, our ill-fated base. I'll contact their employers at Evermoon.
Okay. Well, P found nothing. Stranded convoy. We're going to go there then, I guess. And...
Director, we've been contacted by Mr. Holloway, the CEO of Evermoon Corporation. That's whose base we're running now. They've lost contact with their employees since the explosion and are asking us to try to find them. We can use our rover to do that, but Crust may not be happy. What do we do?
Why would Crust care? We're going to help them, of course.
Thank you for agreeing to help.
Oh, hi!
We received several fragmented messages from survivors at MT4, but then the communication was lost. We have sent you the coordinates of one of our complexes south of MT4. Maybe someone managed to take shelter there. Please check this point first. With your assistance, we have a chance to save them.
More people. Okay. Oh, sorry, you're still talking. I cut you off. Private lab, Evermoon Research Complex. Can you go there instead? Yeah. How much battery do you have? Some. Do a quick ping, just on the off chance. No. Okay. Investigate. All right. So, you have one of your people, but not your other. Don't you have both your people? You're off. You didn't drop off the robots. Okay, I sort of want you to drop off the robots. They have work to do. Okay, you're now empty. Alright, can I now send you out That one, send with that. You take Ralph and Frank. And you can return to base afterwards. Alright.
Director, finding surviving employees of another corporation is a worthwhile endeavor, but it's not our primary concern. Your emotions should not influence your decision-making, and I personally will make sure of it if needed.
That's nice. I can't make your laser. I don't have the materials. I'm working on it.
Research complete.
Also working on research. Okay. Single regolith refinery, which means we can get large storage. Large storage looks cheap. Can I slide it up the list? 5,000, 4,000. Okay, we're going to do the 4,000 first, the elevator, and then we'll do the large storage. Alright. Not enough resources to build this building. What am I missing? I'm missing components. Okay. This is built. Okay, can we do a demolish? Can I pause the game just in case? Hold down control. I want to do this one, all of that one, and all of that one. Okay, which upsets everything until they rip out some of the walls and then everything comes back to life. Oxygen needs to be refilled. That's fine. This is why we have an oxygen tank, which is depleting, but it is filling back up, and it means I can finally do this. Come on, guys. I need you to put the floor in. Like, now. Okay, can I put one of these here? I want you to be doing modular frames. All right. I also... Well, actually, you know what? Let's go with 2 modular frames. Yeah. Also want to have production. We're having problems with components, so can I put a components factory... here and here. All right, now that's done. I want to definitely, because it's been a while, expand this to hum. Okay. Can I grab this power pole? We're gonna drag this through to here. Yep. And then if I can get that built, we'll remove the other power poles, and we're definitely going to expand this down. I want more space. I also need to probably get the diggy boys out here in high priority, because we're going to be adding more. I can see it already. Also, probably need to add more oxygen at some stage. We have a production of 5 and a consumption of 2.9. Water's fine currently, but, you know, more is better. All right. So you're now going to do this. I'm going to up the priority on these guys because we have problems with them and they're not powered. We'll fix that in a minute. Actually, I'm going to fix that now. This is a known bug, so to speak, and the solution is to, well, save and reload. And it's because I extended the room. Yeah, it's still sort of classed as a separate room, but not really a separate room. It's the game's a little bit confused. Just give me 2 seconds. One save and reload later, and our buildings are up and running. I want to max them out and speed up production by 25%. It's really tempting, actually. But they've cleared out the area below. So can I extend out our walls to here? You do operate, you do realize you already have a door in there. Excellent. Can we get that done? Okay. Research complete is conveyor elevators. Excellent. What do I want now? Faster belts. Components factory go faster. I just got a reward for doing something. Hauler velocity. Yes. And we're currently researching how to get people. Okay. All right, so what did we do? Okay, so you reached there, we picked up some science. Excellent. Okay. All right, so power. Really? Okay, well, we're gonna need to do another save and reload. That's fine. All right, we'll do that in a minute. So you're running. Science is hopefully running. Yes, we're making 320 science. We probably need more colonists to make more science go more faster. And this is all built and running flat out. Okay. You have 500, you have 200, you have 1500, which means I need another one of these guys. We're going to hit a belt capacity limit sooner or later, but it's probably not right now. Can I put power... You're at 4 of 5, so can I put a power there and... Yep, that's correct. And build those. And, okay, I want to get a upsy-downsy conveyor. Storage...
Search complete.
Okay, never mind.
After thoroughly scanning and exploring the area, the rover discovered a protective case with a tablet near one of the doors. In addition to research data, it contained a text file.
Collapse due to a powerful explosion. Kate and the others didn't make it out, and Tanya is seriously injured. 6 of us are alive, including me, MT4 Chief Robert Podolsky.
Oh, Robert!
The outer part of the complex was almost completely destroyed by the blast wave, and the electricity and life support systems are offline. We have a working vehicle, fuel, and oxygen supply. We have enough to reach the Evermoon 3 observation station. Let's see if they had more luck.
Wow.
No biological or any other activity was detected in the complex.
Robert's still alive! Let's go.
That's our Robert. If there's any hope that he's alive, we should keep looking.
We're going to. I'd like to say hi to Robert again. See if he's ever got his colouring books. Surveillance system. Surveillance station. Okay. Alright, so that's done. The research was colonist hiring market. I can now buy colonists. That's great. Can we do... We could upgrade the multi-regolith refinery, but I don't want to upgrade that just yet. I don't want to upgrade smelters just yet. It all costs money. I think I prefer to have more of them rather than spend money. I do want faster belts. Is there anything in here I want? But lots of things. There was the machinery that we stopped doing that just requires green. Can I put that higher in the queue? Yes. Okay. Power. They have no connection. All right. We need to restart the game to fix that. All right. Choose production mode. Yeah, that's probably important. Okay, can you make silicon too? All right, finally, can I do logistics? A conveyor. Now, this links upstairs to downstairs. Very, very important. Very, very handy. And just as importantly, if I zoom in and out, I can see where it's going to connect. Also, if I press tab, I can inversely build it down here and see where it's going to join upstairs. I want to put this somewhere important. We need to bring up, well, iron and bricks and a few other things. So I'm thinking, that's right in the middle of a solar field. Here is probably our best bet. It's not really perfect. Like here, right in the middle of a solar field would be better. North of solar field, run the belts over. No, I don't think I want to. I think I want to aim for here. We're probably going to want multiple of these, not just one. We're going to start with one. We're going to work our way up from there. So, can I dump you there? All right, next thing I want to do is upstairs. Do we have... I don't have bigger storages yet. And they also need modular components, which are not running because I haven't restarted the game. Okay. And we already tried plugging a power socket into a wall. I didn't know I did that separately. That didn't fix the problem. So it's save and load only.
The research station was badly damaged by the explosion. The radar towers were destroyed. The solar panels were also hit, but some of them are still working. Rover's equipment also detected activity underground. Someone may be down there. However, the door to the underground complex looks sealed. The activation panel is malfunctioning. To its left is scratched out traders, and there are tracks. Someone has definitely been here recently. Now, there's dismantled equipment, a huge sealed door, and tracks leading away from the station.
The plot thickens.
The LPS system on the rover will help us find them. Run a scan near the research station.
That direction. Okay. We're going to move there. And I'm going to save and load. I wonder if it happens to be this stranded convoy. Yeah. All right. Our rover's out trying to find our lovely friends. Our lovely friends. We want to find Robert. And I really want a button to go from this view to this view to this view. I just want 3 buttons. 3 separate buttons. rather than tab to move up and down plus X to go out to map view. Okay, large research, large storage. That's definitely something I want. I have enough research in there for right now. Can I do storage? Can I do large storage? And can I start here? Okay, we will come back to that problem. All right, and you scan, because we might not be on a time limit and not even know it. There is something. Go there. Okay. And you, one rover and a whole lot of silicon. I have a lot of silicon, but I don't have that much silicon. I'm not swimming in silicon. I'm not really swimming in steel either. And I need steel for that. Aluminium, 3 engineers. What's this one? Okay, that's even more expensive. Can we do... Okay, can we do this one? Can we do that transport? Select all. I have those things. Can we get a Dorothy? Can we get a Ralph? And can we get a Frank? And send. Okay. Going back to the base. All right. And Scout Rover. Scan. Searching for survivors. Investigate. Come on, Robert. I want to know if Alice sent you the coloring in books.
Discovered a damaged transport. There were no employees of the Evermoon Corporation inside. The transport's logbook survived, and the rover is transmitting the contents of the last entry.
What caused that explosion? An asteroid? Nuclear strike? What could hit so hard? It doesn't matter now. Tanya's condition has worsened, and medications are running out. Supplies, oxygen, all running low. The transport runs on solar panels, but soon it'll be night, and we won't survive it. We'll head towards the sun, try to buy us some time. If only those bastards at Station 3 had let us in. They survived. I heard knocking, but they didn't open the door. Maybe they know something we don't. Maybe in their place, we would have done the same.
Oh, we need to hurry. Without the sun, we're as good as dead.
It's a tragedy. By the time the sun had set, they had no chance of survival. Thank you for bringing the matter to a close. We will notify their loved ones.
Okay.
Director, there's more. We found an audio recording that appears to be Robert's.
Oh, we get to hear final
why
words
I'm
from
recording
Robert.
another one. Apparently, I miss you and the kids. I'll be home in 2 weeks. This time, we'll go to the mountains. I've had enough sand and beaches. Work, as luck would have it, hasn't slowed down a bit. Alloway insisted on mining right on MT4 and hired a company to do it. They seem to be nice young people with interesting developments. Their Alice reminds me of you when you were young. She's pretty and talks too much. How long has it been since I gave you flowers? Anyway, I have to run. There's something going on here.
Okay. He said ex-wife. Okay. And this says something.
I'll make sure this is passed on to his family.
Okay. Let's go back and investigate that, because it's still on the map. Actually, let's do a ping. Just to confirm. Nothing. Okay. Can I go... No? Research and equipment radar...
Director,
oh.
a horrific tragedy happened to the MT4 crew, and I can't help but wonder what happened at Evermoon 3. Robert said they weren't allowed to go inside, and the rover clearly detected activity inside. But I still can't believe a reasonable person could do such a thing. We can break the sealed door, but that would require sending drones and materials. What do you think?
Let's check out this station, because that's what I was literally trying to do. Which doesn't actually need drones. I know, and it does. Okay. Alright, can I send you to the stranded convoy then? Where is Trucky? Trucky is waiting for the colonists. And you... Okay. I want to store some materials. We're going to store brick. We're going to store steel. We're going to store... I don't know. Silicon. And we're going to store... Actually, I have no idea. Okay. Can I get a belt? We're going to bring a belt out of here into here. And then into here. And then into here. And then into here. Build all. Alright. And go downstairs. I need you built. You need modular frames. I don't have modular frames, do I? Resources. Close that. Modular frames. I have 2 of them. Okay. Can I get brick? Can I do a underground? Here should be fairly safe. Okay, and then I want to come out of this storage, down to here, into there, out of here, and into here. And I think it doesn't matter which inn you use, they're all the same, they're all shared. Things can cross whilst going upstairs. All right, so we need to get this room built. We also need to, well, probably put in another one of these. I don't have the tiles. I can move the belt over, but it's going to be expensive. Well, there's a 100% refund now, so it's probably not that expensive. So you needed a couple of rovers in a camping convoy. After the explosion on the moon and the subsequent collapse of lunar infrastructure, facility personnel began an attempt to leave the facilities and remaining excavation points on stranded rovers. This convoy stopped due to equipment failure and battery drain. These people really need help with spare parts supplies. In return, they're willing to give you everything they have. So they need some ice, they need some components, they need some organics. We can do that when the truck frees up. Okay, where is next? Hazardous material storage. That's definitely, oh no, ping. Gotta remember to ping, just in case. Alright, hazardous material storage. Sounds like a place to go. Alright, contracts. I have 1. And 12 days. And you are 0, and I have 60. Okay, let's do this. So I can ship this off apart from the components. The components, I have 144 grand to complete this contract. Can I go to... Yeah, you're just not going to have a recipe. Okay. Can I go to... No, wrong button. I want to go to the market. Buy. Well, first off, robots. 42, they're coming down in price. Okay, can I get... Oh, hang on. What do I need? I needed 20. So we need 20 components. More would be better. I have 200 grand. So can we do robots 1, 2, and then 10, 20? Oh, we're overweight. Wrong item. Go away. I get 16. And how much is the contract actually for? It's actually for 20, and I have 1. Well, this costs 4. 11 days. Okay. So, no, back to market. No, it's 2 less than that. 16. 30 grand. And 2 robots. I really want the robots. I do have to admit, I want the robots. Okay, we're going to buy that. We're going to definitely drop that here. I'm going to drop this here. There's nothing trying to be built at the moment. So... These have resources. Engineers are not on the case. Do I want to spend the money to upgrade them? I sort of do. I've also realized that I don't know if this room... no, it's actually wide enough to build things. I can build things already. I am definitely going to be building things already. It's probably not going to be powered, but that seems like a later JD problem after a save and load. Okay. 14. I have max priority, so... You're idle. They're not allowed to engineer. That explains so much. You guys can now engineer. I'm assuming that means you get on the machines? It's a lot of money, but I need them. Okay, that's significantly faster. All right, that means I should be able to complete this contract. Okay, can I send the resources? We're going to send the whole lot. And standard cargo pod done. Okay, so that'll get shipped off. We're obviously going to have to make the other components. But considering that you're now running at 300% efficiency, that seems like it will do the trick. Yeah, not enough power. Yep, we know you're going to be broken. That's fine. And modular's being repaired. Yeah, we're trying to get a research so there's less repairing going on. And you got built. Can I get... Definitely want 5 more haulers. And we'll turn you off because I don't need to spend the power on you. All right, so production mode for you, I don't know. Titanium? Fuel. I don't make fuel yet. Titanium. Okay. All right. And you need the modular frames. The modular frames require these things to run, which without workers are running at 15% efficiency, which is not great. All right, contract complete. Nice. New contract available. We'll get to you. You have 13 days, and I have none of those. And it's 103 moonbuck contract for... That's 100 of them. 10, 20, 30. I can just buy them and some spare. 117. And that's 90. Ew. Ew. I basically spend everything to break even on this contract. I get 103. So if I do it now, I break even. If I wait, I'll lose out. So we're definitely going to do this. Can I get... Yeah, it's spending a bit of money, but it's going to be worth it. I think it's going to be worth it. Okay, can I drop the cargo pod right here? Can I go to this one? And we're going to send the resources. Not enough modular frames. I have enough modular frames. I don't have enough of those. We're going to send minus 30 of those, but that's fine because they are about to land. So that's our 40, that's our 30. Also means this can be built, and that should solve that problem. Okay. Research, where are we up to? We're doing the robust welding, the machinery. Then we're going to get the haulers run faster, which is good because I'm making more haulers. I wouldn't mind this. This way can be 100% belt operated. It does require some fiddling. Oh, and I also wanted that. Wow. Wow. Safety first is worth 200 for 50 days. Wow. Wow. Okay, you want... I don't have those. You're pushing your luck at this point. Okay, so, down... Don't... Okay, you're driving very slowly. Okay. Alright, so, we need to build out this. Which means I need less drones moving around things. That's going to be very, very important. I need to have components on hand. I also need to have rare earth elements. The only way I get rare earth elements is if I turn this on and have the trucks bring in stuff here. In saying that, they're going to have a maximum cap that they can only possibly bring in 10 per minute, because that's as fast as that processes, but I need to have some of those coming in. We are making nanotubes. The problem is I'm not storing them. I am making CPUs. The problem is I'm not storing them. I am making deuterium plates. I am making modular frames. I am making more modular frames. I'm now, when they're actually serviced, making these guys as well. Okay. And I need another one of these. And the only way we fix that is by moving the belt over. And I don't really want to move the belt over. But I did say it was 100% refund. So you would go... Oh, actually, no. I don't need to move the belt over. You're meant to have a priority. Yeah, because that's full. I don't need to move the belt over. What we do need to do is remove that section of belt, that section of belt, and that section of belt. And go with the Great Underground. Yeah.
Director,
Solved.
an interesting contract has come in from the Meta Society. They're requesting materials to complete the construction of the first floating city.
Floating city. Technically, deadline 0 days. Okay, sea level is definitely rising, and the Meta Society has been preparing a solution to the problem of coastal flooding for decades. The city on water, oh, it's that sort of floating, okay, will not only serve as protection against natural disasters, but also a whole ecosystem where modern technology and nature will merge. The construction of the first floating city is nearing completion, and to enable people to start living new life in a safe environment necessary to resume supply materials. We have been offered to deliver frames and titanium plates, which is actually correct for a change, to complete the work. I don't have those. Well, I almost have those, but I did buy some of them, so we're going to accept it. I'm also going to put this here. Okay, I need to tie in more materials. So can we go diggy diggy? Can we rip out... This has been done. So, mined materials. I need to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also, can I get those little bits of wall? Alright, so I want to bring these into this belt. So we're going to go here to... That's probably too high. Here. Yeah, I should be able to route all those up and above and into here. Can I get my rubber and rub that out? And then go back to digging. No, rubber. And turn off the fire mode, and we'll just dig that out normally. Okay, so we need to cut through there so I can run all those belts together. You I'm going to remove. Oh, actually, I have an iron down here that we never did anything about. Well, I do need iron. Can we grab you? And you. Can I grab a belt? I'm going to bring you to here, and I'm going to bring you straight into... I did say connectors were expensive. So we're going to run that into there instead. Because I can. Then we're going to run that one in there, which still means I'm paying for a connector. And run this down to here. That's definitely not what I wanted. And into there. Okay. It's definitely going to max out my belts, but that's okay. We're researching better and better belts. Package delivered, which is drones and people. And... Do I have that many components? Now they're turbocharged? Not really. Okay, you are doing a very bad job of all bricks go that way. Okay. Can you drop resources? Can you drop resources? Drop resources. Okay. And you're empty, you're empty, you're empty. Okay, can I... Actually, I'm going to leave that. Yeah, we can have a whole bunch of storage down here and a whole bunch of storage up here. I have 600 bricks moved upstairs already. That's not bad, I can't complain. And this is definitely not being built. It's like I give the drones a job and they go do 5 others. Can I get that done, and that done, and that done, and that done, and that done? Alright. Let me guess, they're just filling up this. It's not maxed out. So they must be... They're filling up these. Oh, because it's burning through 16 per minute. Yeah, I need to get belts into these. Desperately. Okay. Alright. So you guys are digging through there. Can I rip up? Ooh. Okay. I need to have the rolling mill. The rolling mill needs to turn our normal titanium into not normal titanium. So we need to take you. We need to put this production line in front of that production line. No, wrong building. This building. So, I'm going to put one of these. You turn 4 into 2, and you turn 9 to 3. So, you consume 4, you make 3, you make 3. The bucket's not overflowing, which means I don't have enough. And I am going to split things 50-50 to start with. Do I want to... I don't need to underground right away. Okay. I'm going to plug that in there and... 3. Yep. And plug that into there. Great. You are going to be the flat type. Great. Belts, build. All right. What's our research? Robust welding. Great. That's less repairs. I like less repairs. We're going to get better wheels, and then everything else is locked behind the machinery, which we're doing right now. Solar panels. Fuel factory upgrade. We haven't got fuel factories up and running yet. Probably need to look into that. Better belts. Okay. You're giving a resource missing icon. I'm out of steel. I'm out of steel. I'm out of steel. That's shocking. Okay, that is hazardous material. Underground storage facility with small machinery park on the surface. Soon after humanity got its foot back on the moon, satellite was used only as an industrial center, but also as a storage site for the most hazardous toxic waste. Spent nuclear fuel, non-recyclable chemicals, and other harmful substances was sent to the satellite, where they were buried in abandoned mines. Hazardous waste unlikely to be useful, but the special machinery can be dismantled for spare parts and machines. We can get some contaminated bricks with some contaminated food with some contaminated water ice. That sounds great to me. Can we go to the stranded convoy? No, can we ping? Nothing. Can we go to there? All right. Why are we so bad on iron? 600. We're so bad on the iron because you guys are just chewing through it. We're going to turn you off. And I'm actually going to dismantle you then. You're consuming 16 iron every minute, but you're running at 300% efficiency, which is like a lot of iron. Way more than we produce, obviously. 600 is fine. That's at 1600, which is not fine. Can I put another one of these? Nope. Can I grab this and plug this into here? And this into here. Make sure you have power. And also make sure you're making even more silicon. Meanwhile, slag is not backed up. I'm shocked. Turn you off. Okay. Alright. Cargo truck. Cargo truck has come home. You know what? Where was that? That requires materials which I don't have right this second. But that is just a pickup. I have silicon. Close that. I have silicon. Alright. We're gonna go get the silicon. Can I send you, go, fill, back to base straight afterwards? Yes, please. Alright. Okay, so. Consolidation is not going as planned. Alright. This belt should get even more iron on it. That should come up to here, which is now going to have a throughput cap. But we should be able to upgrade that, upgrade that, upgrade that, upgrade that, upgrade the input to all three of them. And that needs to be upgraded. And then that should already be flat out speed to there.
Director.
Oh.
The repeater has picked up an unusual signal, seemingly emanating from a mobile drilling rig that was hit by the explosion.
Oh, wow.
These colossal machines serve as self-contained lunar regolith mining platforms. They are scarce and costly, but deploying them in resource-rich areas has proven highly lucrative for our business.
That's good to know.
We mustn't let this opportunity slip away. We must investigate the signal site immediately.
Okie dokie. Yes, boss. Belts, whatever that says, build all. Okay. Stranded convoy. That is definitely not what I was looking for. Where is this site? Private lab, server hub, mining site. Regular mining site was where mobile drilling rig was last in touch. Okay, so that is miles away. We're going to go via a server hub and we're going to head our way up to the mining site. Our other cargo vessel is loading up right now. He can leave shortly. There's resources in here. You guys just don't take it to there. It's really odd that they instead are taking stuff from this box rather than a closer box. Starting to think maybe putting the boxes on the surface was pointless. Research complete. We now have a small vehicle assembly building, which means that's something else we're going to have to play with in the next episode, because I'm definitely out of time. We are making progress. I wouldn't call it good progress, but I'd definitely call it progress. We're definitely getting things built a lot faster than we used to be. I have no green circuits because as fast as I make them, I'm willing to bet somebody over here is stealing them. Yes, they're being stolen to do repairs. I think I need to actually build this machine inside the oxygen atmosphere so we can get the engineers to work on the building. Yes, that's probably not a bad idea. But what I need to do is, I need to delete you. That's going to be our answer. And then I can not build you. And then we'll build that one where that one was. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this video here. As always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you're enjoying the Crust as much as I am. It's a little bit chaotic. There's a lot going on, but I think that adds to it. I think that the constant events keep you active whilst you're trying to, think about building a base, and also know that the laser gun is slowly running out of time for you to get it built, and I haven't even started. So I need to leave this here. As always, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. See you in the very next video. All right, bye. First thing I want to do today is have that icon go away. Okay. Really? Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to tell you that the game has had some updates. Obviously not an update to fix this problem. Oh, hang on. What if I do that? Nope, not an update to fix that problem. Oh, no, it went away. Cool. All right, the game's had a whole lot of updates. First off, colonists. We can now assign, well, we could already assign them to do different work things. It was a little bit more complicated, but now they have a work mode. Of course, you're on the moon, living on my pay packet, so you need to work a whole lot more, like 70% around the house. Just, yeah, 70% for everybody's work shift. That's going to be the first thing I want to do. Second thing I want to do is I do want to mention that I have given them different assignments. So you are good at engineering but shitty at everything else. So you're going to be in an engineering role. You are very good at botany and medicine. Medicine hasn't been implemented yet. It's one of these ones. So you can do botanist, and that's about it. So you're going to be growing our plants at least, all the time, most of the time. Rosanna, same story. She's very good at botanist. She can also do some research, so I've given her that option, and so on and so forth. The rest of them. I really want to get some engineers up and running, because when you have people on these buildings, it makes one hell of a difference. Currently, I don't have any resources to actually do repairs because I'm all out of microcircuits, which we're going to be fixing very shortly. We're going to be fixing that by taking this machine and shoving it here. Yeah. The other thing I want to do is I want to, you're already enabled that drones can bring, our rare or earth minerals over here, but I want to add to that with storage. Can I get a bulk resource? Ooh. You know, we're just going to go bulk resource storage for right now, just a little one. I'm going to plug that directly into there. Can I get you set up for rare earth metals, and can I have that built? All right, so hopefully with that done and that done, that should solve some problems. You're now being removed. Can I copy that machine and put you... I want to remove the one on the left. Oh, look, we get 100% repair, 100% refund costs. Can I set you to that, and can I remove that one? All right, that's the first thing I want to do. Second thing I want to do is I want to jump to some contracts. Can I do this contract really quickly? It is 10 and 10, and I can definitely afford that. 10 and 10, we're just going to send a standard cargo pod because, well, the cargo pods, ignore the price that they're written here. Trust me, 100% ignore them. The standard cargo pod holds 3,000 tons, costs you $3,000. The faster cargo pod holds 6,000 tons, costs you $6,000. And the larger cargo pod, weighs 9,000 tons, and we'll sell you back $9,000. It's just how it is. Okay, just accept it and move on. So we're going to get that shipped off. At the same time, you want to have a whole bunch of those. I don't have a whole bunch of those, but you're going to give me 230 grand if I finish this in a hurry, which means, well, apart from not having enough money, I still don't have enough money. Okay, we're going to finish this first contract, and that should open up the second contract, and then we should be able to do that as well. Can I get you removed, please? I also need this room finished off. I also need to build in some new production. Can I get production? I want a fuel factory because we haven't built one of these. Actually, I don't know where I want that to go. I want to go mining. I want to have an ice extractor. We're going to be dumping an ice extractor right here. I'm not particularly worried about trying to get 2 miners on this patch. They should do us. And can I get belts? Can I bring... Oh. Objective achieved. A belt out from there. And then can I run that? No. Delete.
People have dreamed of building on water since the beginning of the century. It's nice to feel that we've also contributed to the creation of the first floating city.
Oh, it worked. Okay, because that was from the Meta Foundation, yes.
Director, don't forget to select contracts with a list available in the control center. Let's ensure the prosperity of our enterprise together.
Okay, he's telling us about that for a very important reason. The very important reason is some new contract options have opened up. Okay, wasting science points. Okay, science. Let's talk about science for just a second. All right, social science. Social science, there is absolutely... Well, actually, I take that back. There's one thing I want in this tree. The large hydroponics farm, 2, the industrial refrigerator. That's pretty much it. There are things I will want eventually. A cafeteria might be great. Mushroom farm improvements might be good. Carbon fiber factory upgrade might be good. Ice extractor upgrades probably would be good. There are some things I want here, but generally, this tree I don't care about. Okay, we're really, really done with this tree. Ice melter upgrade. The ice melter upgrades don't work, so there's no point. So there are some things we want in the social tree, but not really, really not that much. Engineering. In the engineering tree, there are some things I'm going to want sooner or later. Mainly faster belt, a whole lot of faster belt. Also, well, machines going faster. That's pretty much all the research that's left in the engineering tree. As for the fundamental tree does have a number of things I want. First off, I want to get... Well, I actually want to get the cargo truck speed upgrade 15%. That's actually really important because our cargo truck is one of our limitations. Also, I want to get the solar panel upgrade, but we'll get that shortly. Okay, all right, back to this. I want to put in production whilst the game is still paused. Can I get a fuel factory? And can I put you... flip? Can I put you here and flip? And here. Yep. Okay. And then can I go back to belts? I want to bring a Mark 1 belt of aluminium into here. And then into here. And then I want to bring over my ice. Now, I should admit, okay, there's an admission that I have... I won't say recorded this video, but prepped for this video. Definitely prepped for this video about 4 times now. Because I've had trades here the last couple of days doing painting, and you think painting would be very quiet. And they're painting outside, so... In. Okay. Because it's facing the wrong way. I don't know why you're facing the wrong way, but... that should be fine now. No? Okay. Here, what happens if I give you a conveyor first, and then I put the underground on? Okay, now you're happy. Now you've rotated. Okay, I've had painters here. Now, you would assume painting would be a quiet exercise, and they've been painting outside, so you would assume it would be a very quiet exercise. They have managed to make a racket and ruin every single thing that I've done for the last 2 days. It's been awesome. So, unless I've been editing a video, they've basically screwed it over for me. So, I want to have 2 fuel factories. Fuel factories, I should have mentioned very quickly, they take in ice and aluminium. This is not enough ice. There's this one ice miner that I forgot to plug in the power, but it's a start. Also, I need to have a storage. Can I have storage? Large storage. We're going to put you here. And can I get belts? Can I have you go straight through and then you go into there? Build all. We're going to be calling you fuel. Okay. All right. I didn't really want to go upstairs. Okay. So that's the first thing I want to do. Second thing I want to do is I missed when copying and pasting everything, putting this factory in this hole. You can go right there. Okay. With that done, I have you. The bots are going to be bringing over all our rare earth minerals. There isn't that many of them, but, you know, there's 500 on the map. They're going to clean up all that for me. Now, once they've done that, I want them to remove all these buildings, please. Yep. And I also want to remove this building because we've now built them inside the habitat, which means the people can access them, and we are definitely going to be giving this an increased priority, and that way our lovely servants, sorry, I meant our engineers, will pop over there and well, take care of that building. I want to remove the priority on that and remove the priority on that. Actually, no, I can keep the priority on one of those. All right, research complete. That was the radiothermal generator. Okay, 2 researchers, that's now done. Can I put solar panel upgrades in the list? We can now make these guys. They're very, very expensive. They provide 16 power. The only advantage of them is they provide 16 power day and night, which is a very handy upgrade to have. But I don't need that right now. What I do need is more drilling. We need to remove this whole section because I want to extend out our habitation even more. So that's going to be one of the things I need to get done. Also, there was that contract. Yep, contract has been completed. Excellent. So I needed 12 days. Okay, this is a bit of a problem. Okay, can I get 100 of those? That's 10. Hold down shift. 100 of those. That's 3 tons. Great. I'm going to buy in 3,000 tons of that. It's going to cost me most of my money. And we're going to intentionally drop that right here. And then we're going to immediately turn our $100,000 that I just spent into $2,000 by shipping it straight back out. Cool. All right, so that's the first thing I want to do. One of the many things I want to do. All right, unpause. Next up, available contracts. And this is the part where I want to get to. We have all the contracts open, which means I want to start making some serious money. So we're going to start at the bottom. As you can see, there are some people we've spoken to, some people we haven't spoken to. SCT's right here. Show location. That contract there is for them. I'd have 7 days to drive 8 modular terminals there. Now, that does mean I need a cargo rover, which is a separate problem. We'll get to that separate problem in just a minute. But I have options to now drive things across the map to do even more contracts. X-Space. What does X-Space want? X-Space wants 129 of those, and they're going to give me 60 science. I have lots of those, and they'll give me money, so that's all that matters. Change cargo pod to a standard cargo pod and load it up, send. Okay, that's it. Just going to send it off. It should get me some money, and that's all I really care about. And then I can come back to this. This I want a high priority on. And what are you guys busy doing? I don't know what you're busy doing. Okay. All right, package delivered. Nice. Can I get a high priority on that too? And where's my ice? My ice is here. Belts. V. No, that does say it's going in that direction. Oh, a 1-tile belt. There we go. Okay. All right. Confirm cargo unload. Yep. Can I drop off that rover right about there? New contracts available. You want us to do... Okay, we'll come back to that one. Meanwhile, X-Space, what do you have? Nothing with science. Umcom wants steel. How much steel do I have? Not that much. Forget it. Argos, nothing. Minnos, nothing. Handir. No, that's a rover contract. I want to avoid rover contracts. I want to deal with space missions only. But I don't have that much iron. Nope. We can buy the iron. Ooh. No, that'll make me very poor. Grand Q, no. That's even more expensive. Universe, no. Save Metas, no. No. ACIL. Good old ACIL. Yeah, I have that. 41,000 with 100 science for 90 days, except send resources. That plus that plus that. It says I don't have enough of things, but we can see right here I do. And send. Okay. All right. So we want to get that one shipped off. You're going to bring back my little drone, which would be great. And now I want to start building things. Okay. Can I do delete? Now, this is going to be dangerous. I want to remove this whole wall. Yeah. Now, it's going to power down the whole room. It's also going to, for some reason, dump all the oxygen and also power down the whole room just because I removed some walls. But hopefully the drones rip that out in a hurry And
For carrying out various tasks and contracts on the moon, you
Yes,
may need
yes,
a
Alice.
rover scout
Yes,
and
Alice.
cargo transport.
Yes, Alice.
Since our resources are currently insufficient for producing transport, you can purchase everything you need in the Crust Solutions section of the Control Center interface.
Thanks, Alice. All right, so now that they've removed a wall, that's all they have to do. As soon as they've removed a wall, the oxygen starts flowing again, the power starts flowing again. So Alice wants me to tell you that if you go to the Crust Solutions, you can buy vehicles. I can also buy science points directly. It is an option if you want to mow through science even faster. Generally, with the items you have on the map, there's a good chance you can
rent other...
You can do the science, well, you can get the science done fairly quickly. Okay, next thing I want to do is up on the surface. We have had access to, for a little while now, the small vehicle assembly plant, which is something I definitely want to build. Yeah, where? Like, out here somewhere. Cool. Can I get you to cancel task? And can you drive back to here? Because we're sending you out for a little bit of a wander. We want to find out what happened with Robert. What happened with the survivors. Why they were marked with... You are still driving. Because I'm looking at you. Scan? Nothing. Okay. Server hub. Investigate. All right. We want to find out what happened with the vault door and the trader's mark. I don't actually... Do I have green circuits currently? I have 38. I do. Okay. Can I do this? Can I select transport? It's going to be cargo truck, expedition settings. Yes. Send the whole lot and go. All right. So it's going to send the truck off at about, and hopefully, well, load it up just about instantly, and then it will go do the quest, and then, you know, bring me back lots of goodies, because I like goodies. Also, can I change you to be... Like, we're belting those there. I have fuel up here. There's sort of nothing else I want you to be. Can I have you not bring resources to here?
Research complete.
Okay. All right. Sure. Large hydroponic farm. Excellent. Okay. Large hydroponic farm was in the social tab. Like I said, there's not really anything I want in the social tab. We can do these things, but they cost us money to do the upgrades. I'm trying to avoid anything that costs money to do upgrades, because you can't move a building. You can remove a building and then rebuild the building, which is fine. Unless the fact, you know, you have to, well, have upgrades on it, because you don't get that money back. All right, we're going to get the holodrone upgrade capacity 5+. Yes, please. Contracts are complete. Contracts are complete. And contracts are complete. And I have 0 active contracts. Okay, so I need to bring silicon over here. So we're going to start with our silicon. Our silicon is up here. Our little box is full. And what we're going to do is, I hope this works. We're going to bring a belt out from here. So we're going to have a 50-50 split to start with. Then we're going to have you go underground to here, underground to here, underground to here, underground to... I want to come down about this low. So... yeah. Can I go... I need to work out exactly where we're going to be running left to right. Okay, I'm calling this it. Yeah. So, I want to remove all this. Down to probably another row. And... good, because we can extend out the room in a minute. Alright, so... I need to wait for that to get dug out. In the meantime, can I plug... that belt into that belt? That belt into that belt? That belt into that belt, and build all. Okay, it's a start. Obviously, I need to have that section dug out, and you can do this too. All right, and I have $300,000. Okay, with my $300,000, can I get another one of these guys? Sure. And I probably don't want that just yet, but I do want to power this one up, and I'm going to take you up to 5 diggy boys. Okay. All right, so this is being built. This will let me build, and that's the important thing. This will let me build new rovers. Okay, new rovers is going to be amazing. A second scout rover probably wouldn't hurt. So this is a server hub, a data processing storage center as lunar industry infrastructure and research Centers expanded the demand for data storage and processing grew. Consequently, server centers were established on the moon to handle operational tasks. This particular center has fallen into disrepair. It's currently non-operational. However, the investment materials to repair the equipment power supply valuable scientific research data can be extracted. It is a really expensive one. Hopefully it's worth it when we get the science out of it, but we will have to see. The mining site which we need to go visit. So we're going to pop up here. This is going to be actually, we're here. We're going to go this one first, because then we can travel sort of towards the sun. Anything with a yellow mark, not a white one. These are quest items. White ones are just random points of interest that pop up here, there, and everywhere. Okay, research complete. That is the conveyor Mark III. If I have conveyor Mark III, can I get underground Mark III? That would have made all my undergrounds longer. Well, that ship sailed.
Research complete.
Oh, okay. Cargo truck upgrade speed 15%. Nice. Can I go fundamentals? Rover scouts with faster speed. I want that. I do want that. But I sort of want... fine, we'll do it. We'll do it. Okay. Oh yeah, power. Can I have power to there? And can I have power to my new rover factory? So close and yet so far. Cool. All right, with that done, do I have steel? I have steel. Do I have, what's that, aluminium? I definitely have aluminium. Do I have gears? I don't have a lot of gears. Do I have titanium? Yes. Do I have modular frames? Yes. Do I have green circuits? Yes. Can I get a second cargo truck? Yeah. Yeah, I could buy one, but I could also just build one. All right, back into contracts. So, we're up to ACIL, you don't have any science, you don't have any science. These are only available for 6 days. So in 6 days, all the contracts are going to refresh anyway. I have lots of that, I have lots of that, I have lots of that. That's a bunch of science as well, and 51 grand. Send resources, never spoken to you before, but I don't care. We're just going to max this out. It's going to need a bigger cargo pod, and send. Cool. All right, and you wanted, what was it? 20 composites and a whole lot of carbon fiber that I don't actually have. Okay, 20 of those are going to cost me 200 grand. Wow. Bottom price is 999, so the price is not fluctuated by that much. And nanotubes I need 100 of. Photo cost for this is 322, and you would net me 345 or 380 if I finish this now. That has a lot of science to it attached to it. Okay, we will see if I can get some nanotubes pumped out. Nanotubes are, I could get nanotubes pumped out. I don't have any storage. Okay. All right, so I need to solve a storage problem. I also need to solve this belt problem. Okay, belt problem is underway. No, it's not underway. Can I cut that off so they can't look at it? And can I cut that off so they can't look at that either? All right, that means they have to dig the other side. That is the industrial fridge. The industrial fridge has the advantage of it can be belt fed and big water tank, large oxygen receiver. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with any of those. We're going to instead add fuel factory upgrade. I need to get the full fuel factory upgrades because all the way down here is a battery optimization that I'm going to want. A lot of it's hidden in this tree, which is just a straight down. Rover scouts, faster wheels. All right, that was already on the tree. Heavy machinery. I want it, but not right now. Okay, so let's pick something that I can use relatively soon. I need to have this to do that belt. That's just 100% refund on belts, which is no longer a thing because the devs give us 100% refunds no matter what. So this just makes things go faster. Don't care about any of that. Rare minerals, refinery speed, refinery speed, refinery speed, rolling mill speed. Yep, don't care about any of that right now. We're just trying to unlock things that are going to be useful. So, sure, can we do the smelting furnace upgrade, and that way we can work our way down this section of this tree? Actually, you don't have anything useful either. Wow. Okay, can I get the multi-storage then? Yeah. Yeah. The tree is sort of... look, the game is still early access. There's definitely parts of the tree that need to be improved. And there are some parts where you can just about ignore. And that's sort of the point I'm at. I'm at the point of... there are definitely parts of the tree I can definitely ignore. Modulars being repaired. Okay. Okay, Everman. While the drones are opening the sealed door to the underground complex... The rover continued to record activity beneath the surface of various sounds, knocks, creaks, possible footsteps. As soon as the heavy door opened and the rover entered the complex surrounded by rats, small grey clumps of matted fur attempted to attack the rover but quickly retreated, realizing that metal casting was not of use to them. Among the scattered items everywhere, the rover's cameras caught sight of an open metal cage. Sign door indicated it housed the pets of someone named Gary. It's always Gary's fault. Part of the sign, including the names and initial quantity of rodents, was bitten off. With the complex stuff long gone, the remaining resources could be used fully based. Consider cargo rover to
Good thing
retrieve
the
them.
rover doesn't transmit odor. Just the view from its camera put a foul taste in my mouth.
Okay.
Who came up with the idea of bringing rats to a moon base?
I have no idea.
Oh, these pests, if I can call them that, feel comfortable even in the conditions of a destroyed housing complex. And they breathe like rabbits. The MT4 guys mistook their fussing for the sound of footsteps. There are no living humans here anymore. I have to admit, I'm a little glad there was no one here. I can't imagine what kind of person you'd have to be not to let your own colleagues into the shelter.
Gotta admit, that's a horrible person. Okay, so in theory, I can now pick up resources. There are some goodies here. I did need some carbon fiber. We can select our cargo transport, pick up everything, and then go back to base. All right, so that solves that problem. All right. Back to here. Okay, you have been crammed out with more bots. Can I get... You guys have now done most of this digging, haven't you? Not quite. Okay, can I get 5 more of you guys, just temporarily, just because I want this digging done so I can run these belts. All right, belts. I need to come... Like, technically I have almost enough room, but not quite. Alright, whilst we wait for this thing, can I do mining? No, mining. I want buildings. I want mining. Can I put down a ping machine? And we're going to dump you right there. And can I prioritize the hell out of this thing? Alright, so bots are moving things around mostly without issue. You guys are picking up the rare earth minerals, which is great because I want them picked up and at least used. Oh, I left a hole. Okay, please erase that. Because I want this finished. Alright, ping machine. Okay, it is coming to morning, which is great. We are going to... Actually, we're going to start here. Okay, so after a lot of successful pinging, we found some silicon, we found some aluminium, we found an unknown and another unknown right about here, which we're just going to all tag together. There was nothing through here, no. There was water here, or ice to be more exact. There was a titanium right here, and that was it. So, can I put some fire under this? Because if I tap this water, which is close and convenient, I can turn on another fuel generator. Okay, and I want to have that dug out as well. All right, so we have cargo unload. Can I drop you right there? Research is complete. Solar panel upgrade. Nice. We spent basically the whole day scanning. And solar panel upgrades under engineering, right? No, it's under fundamental. Okay, fundamentally, we have better solar panels. I want to get large solar panels. I don't know when I'm building them, but I want to just add them to the queue. Okay. All right. So you're going to bring back stuff. We have some repairs to do. Okay. And you are awaiting delivery still. You're partially done. And Scout Rover is finished. That's a repair facility. Repair hangar with a few technical facilities nearby. Small repair outposts can be found in many parts of the moon. There are places where rovers, small aircraft, other equipment operate away from the main production complex or repair quickly. May be able to find some equipment, valuable materials, parts, or spare parts in the stockpile of this repair base. Okay, can I do a scan? I don't think I did a scan at last one. Okay, there's something in that direction. Ooh, and in that direction. Okay, so we're going to do 2 scans. Energy crisis. Oh, that's a contract. Okay. Okay. Speaking of contracts, can I very quickly? I prefer not. No. No. Fassum has 33 gears. I have 5. Forget it. You have a secondary contract, but I'm trying to hold on to my steel. And you have nothing, and 6 of those. I have 76. Cool. Can I send that very quickly? Can I change the cargo pod to a standard cargo pod and send? Cool. I like super tiny contracts like that. And I have one of those, and I haven't worked out. Well, I probably actually have the technology to build the next one, but I haven't had a chance to put it down. All right. So belts. Can I get a belt? From can I also deconstruct you? All right, can we get a belt, tier 1 belt, to go from here to, let's go to here, and then just go sideways a lot. It's gonna be expensive, but that's fine, and we're gonna leave this here. Okay, and you need silicon. Okay, so belts, build. Okay. Belts. Silicon's in on that side. So can I come down from here? And will my undergrounds reach that far? They will. Cool. Can I just have... Now you're saying it'll only reach that far. Okay. Maybe I wasn't paying attention earlier. Fine. We'll just do it in 2 sections. Okay. Can I get a in and a through and a in? Okay. That's my first one. Okay. So I want to get silicon plugged into there. And silicon is definitely on the belt and moving. This bucket is very full. This bucket is even more full. Can I add you and you? And we just need to bump our steel production just a tiny bit. And get you to go to there, you go to there, and you go to there. And power, can I move you to this square, and there, and there. Belts, okie dokie. Alright, you need to have, I haven't upgraded these machines, so they need 9. So 9, I can build 6 to a belt. Because the belts move 60. Alright, rover is scan. Right there, storage. Cool, go investigate storage. Alright. Cargo rover. Is that my 1 cargo rover or is that my 2nd cargo rover? You guys are still driving north. That's my 1 cargo rover. Okay. Can I go cargo rover? Private lab doesn't help me. That's the mining site which I need to investigate. What do you need? You need steel. I have enough and I have enough. Fill all... I still haven't know anything about laser gun, but we'll get to laser gun. We will get to laser gun. What was this one? Oh, that's actually way easier for me to do. Yeah, okay, we're going to send you to there instead. Alright. That was a pickup resources, so it's even easier. Okay, we completed a contract, we got some money. Alright. Rover has found a storage, which is another pickup resources one. Can I do another scan? What? Oh, right there. Okay. And then we still have something in that direction. Okay. Alright, back to base. So, you needed silicon, which is now on a belt and working. Okay, you also need silicon. So, can I do... first off, can I do belts? Silicon's this belt. So, I want to go from here. So, we're going to go from there to there to there, to there, and that auto-connected, that didn't auto-connect, and that's now connected. Build all. Okay. Alright, so you now have silicon, you have silicon. I need you moved. Can I pick you up? No. Can I... Rooms, please. Can I have a standard room? Can I have the room be... that big? And then can I have more standard room? Can I have it be... oh. Okay. Can I have Diggy Boys... yeah, I removed this. They couldn't access it anymore. Alright. Rooms, cancel. Okay, alright. Next up. You need not silicon. You need not silicon. You need not silicon. You need not silicon. You do need silicon. Okay. Can I grab a belt? And silicon goes into this port. Okay, so we need to bring silicon through to here. Underground to here. To a tile or two further, not many. Okay, bring you forward to there. Okay, and then let's line this up. It is this port, this tile. Can I go from there? Oop. Cancel. To there, to there, to there, and then I plug you directly in, I plug you directly in, and I plug you directly in. Okay, build all. Alright, so you now have silicon as well. Great, we've got some automation happening. Great, can I also storage? Can I get a storage bucket? We're going to put a bucket here. You guys are idle, that's the problem. Can I have you guys do some jobs for me? So, first off, can I remove the priority on that? Can I say you can put stuff in there? Can I remove the priority on that? Can I have you put stuff in there? Can I have you remove the priority on that, put stuff in there, and remove the priority on that, and put stuff in there? I don't know why they don't flag up as being idle, but they definitely don't. Choose. Oh, okay. Control left click, shift right. Nope. Control left click, shift left click. That's it. That's the buttons to copy the recipes. So it's going to save you and me a whole bunch of time. Scan. Corporate base. Investigate. Unknown company storage facility. Industrial corporations have constructed similar structures on the moon to store materials before they ship to Earth. Container depots, hangars, open areas storing bulk goods, covered storage facilities can be found on the surface satellite. Many of the facilities were damaged by the disaster, but the resources can still be there. Okay. And then corporate base, small lunar base for mining, processing, used for materials. Many companies, small and large, took active part in industrial development of the moon, mainly involved in resource extraction and the production of consumer products for export Earth. Lunar base damaged but still functional. Staff is busy repairs and needed materials, so they're offering mutually benefit exchange. They're just going to have me pick up stuff. I'm not going to complain. Okay, so I can't scan whatever it was in this direction, so it means it's a decent distance, so we're going to go there. All right, so we've got one item down. Next item is obviously aluminium. I have aluminium right here, but I want to plug this into this point because beside one another or one tile gap. If I go beside, it's going to be more expensive overall. If I give myself a one tile gap, it's going to take up more space. That's a hard decision. Okay, we're going to go with a one tile gap for the moment. I think I'm going to regret this, but we're going to do it for right now. Okay, can I do you? I want you to prioritize stuff going that way first. So I want you to send resources this way. Okay, you needed aluminum right there. Can I get a underground? We're going to go from here. Okay, I'm going to intentionally stop before that belt again, even though I probably don't have to at this point. Plug you in, and you're already plugged in. Build. Okay, we can quickly see how quickly we're going to chew through resources. All right, you, storage. Can I do belts? Can I do a underground from here to here? Plug. Oh, you're already plugged in, and you're already plugged in. Done. Can you do green circuits? All right, you are doing steel and titanium. I haven't got titanium yet. We need to go find titanium. Can I also... You have 600. And I have more machines I could possibly turn on. Well, considering I have resources here, And also, what are you? You're titanium, and you're titanium as well. Yeah, I definitely have more resources we could plug into. Can I do a dig around this? Oh, wasting science. No. Can I do that to there, to there, to there? Just remove all that for me, guys. Okay, wasting science. What science are we wasting? We're wasting... Oh, green. Damn. Bunk beds. Sure. Yeah, I've got 900 green coming in. Okay, can I remove that? Can I get a miner? Can I put one here? 9 out of 9. That's what I want. But then I can't fit one there. Can I do a 9 out of 9 in that direction? And a 9... Yeah, I can do that one and that one. Okay, so I'm going to put you there. Can I remove you? Can I pick you up? 9 out of 9... And I can't get 9 out of there. 9 out of 9 and... Nope. 9 out of 9 and... Really? So I get 9 here. Okay, if I rotate you... That's 9 in that tile. And it's not in that tile. 6 out of 9, 7 out of 9. Okay, so I get a 9 in this row. And if I slide you up... No. This one must be a smaller node. I'm close. I got an 8 out of 9. Alright, in that case, we just need to throw one miner on here. Okay, can I get belts? I'm going to go straight down, then straight across. Okay, can I get power pole then? Can I run you to there, to there, to there, to there? And can I run you to there, to there, to there, to there, to there? Okay. We'll get those powered up, and that means I'm going to want to turn on another regolith machine in a minute. You're at 1700, and I have 1, 2... I can put one more machine on this row before I need to start upgrading belts. So can I plug you in as well? Okay, build all. And I have no idea if I can copy the recipe in advance. I'm hoping I can. Alright, so we were up to titanium. Actually, we're up to storages. So can I get you a storage as well? Can I put a storage here? Nope. Can I put a storage here? Can I get a underground out of you and into you? And that automatically came with the belts. And that just means I need to set you to be gears. Okay. You need to have both microcircuits and gears to then make the modular framey thingies. Can I get another belt? It's going to be another underground. I'm going to go from here to here. And you're going to be doing those things. And builds. Okay. You're going to be doing our modular frames, which can actually fit there just. I'm lucky. And wasting science points again. Damn. Okay, modular frames and belts. Done. Okay, if I'm going to waste science points, I need to look for a contract. I need to look for a contract that's going to give me blue or orange. I don't have that much, actually. I don't have that much. This is my problem. I haven't been putting things in boxes. Can I do... Prefer not to. The more reputation you have with the company, the larger their orders are going to be, which is going to be a problem for us because I haven't really scaled things evenly. I don't have that much steel. No. Back. Now, if your reputation falls over time, which mine is going to, as it falls, you're going to end up in a situation where the contracts are now smaller and now you can afford to do them again. Okay, what does 120 nanotubes cost me? Out to here, market, nanotubes. That's 100, that's 20, that's going to cost me 200k, and that contract was 175k. So we're... Really? Yeah. 800. Oh, because they double the normal price. Okay. Well, we're not doing that one. All right. What other options do I have? I don't have 50 modular frames because I never put down a box. That's green. That's green. Green's the one thing I'm trying to avoid. I could technically do that, but I actually don't think it's worth it. It's moving a lot of materials, which is another thing I'm trying to avoid. How many of those are 14? Okay, of course. Although 180 grand. It's an urgent one. Okay, how much does 100 of those cost me? No, 100. 100 of those cost me... 97. And the contract was 216. Okay, we're going to accept that contract. We're going to come in here. We're going to buy 85 of those, roughly. And 5-6 tons. Can I get a faster cargo? And can I just take that up a little bit? I don't have that much money. Oh, wow. They're 50 grand. And robots. Can I see the market, please? The price of everything has gone up. I get one robot. I'm paying for a medium-sized vessel anyway, so we're just going to take one robot. It's something. And then I'm going to have to cut back on my circuits to 74, which means I need to have 11. I have at least 11. Fine. Bye. Okay. Cargo pod 1, cargo pod 2, wasting science points. Cancel that. 9,000. There you go. You've got something to do for a little minute. All right. All the wrong buttons. Okay, so if we get the game up and running again, we can complete that contract. That's going to refill our coffers, so to speak. Are you guys really taking bricks from up here and bringing them downstairs? Okay, we're going to change to helium-3 because I have none of that. I'll dump those bricks on the floor. Okay. All right, so belts. We have some belts with some automation, okay? We have some products coming out. Obviously, I need to have you come out and turn 90 degrees and put a storage... Yeah, can I do that before we move on? I could if I had the money. No, because I can't put beside a wall. Yeah, that's why so many things got moved. That's an autosave, which is hopefully a good sign. Can I remove that? Can I put a belt? You already have a belt. You'll need a belt, and you'll need a belt. And you're going to be storing deuterium plates. Beryllium plates. Okay, which brings me to my problem. You're in the way. Okay, with you being in the way, can I get a room? We're going to get a standard room, and we're going to bring this... Hello? This out like this. And I'm also going to bring it across... I don't really want the power pole in the room. Across like this. I want to dismantle that, and I want to put a door. Okay, I want permanent doors. Actually, can I put a wall? Contract due in 20 days. We're loading it right now. Shush. Dismantle that. I'll give myself just a little bit more room in here. Can I put those walls back? And this is going to be expensive as hell. I don't have this much material, but it's good to have goals and project goals, future goals. Okay, can I put a door there? And I'm going to want a door probably here. Okay, and still we add another machine. Okay, cool. We're going to okay that. The bots are going to have something to do. I have an idle rover on the map, which... We're still not there. Can I get you to move to there? Okay. We have an idle rover on the map. The digging has happened here. It has, so it means I can put down a second one of you guys, represent the first one. 2 minus to a patch, not a problem. And I also need to have this. Oh, that got expensive fast. Oh, because the contract's not complete. Okay. You're going to go to here eventually. You're going to go to here. And you're going to go to here. Okay. 35 grand on belts there. And did I never hit send. Oh, that seems important. Yeah, that seems super important. And side note, you're actually missing a couple of those green circuits and a whole lot of the gears. But gears, we haven't got them automated yet. We're getting there. We're getting there one step at a time. But, you know, one step at a time. And no, okay. So control, left click, shift, left click. There you go. All right, well, that's it. This is where I'm going to call this episode. We're making progress. We're making a lot of progress. We've also got access to this ice extractor, which means I also need to get it plugged into the matrix as well. And we'll get more ice over here to make more fuel, because fuel is something I do want to ship around with trucks. And we need to do that in the following episode. But yes, I'm going to call this video here. As always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed. And, well, I'll see you in the very next video. All right, bye.